Um, and now that I'm here, I kind of understand what that meant from a different perspective. And I'm like, oh, well, apocalypse is the tearing of a veil. Like, oh, okay, I'm okay with that. Like, bring it on, you know.
Hey, so your experience with God and everything, like how do you have how do you feel the love of God like that? And then also, like, how did Lilith step into it? And like,
because 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 I don't believe that this is all really. It's simple. Because okay, it goes back to my experience that I had that day too. Because the experience I had with the Christos, it basically told me that we're all in this together and that religion has divided us. That was part of the experience itself. The experience I had was basically like an apocalyptic experience, and everybody was like panicking, and I was like being shown like visions of people panicking and like everything going wrong. And like, there was a point in this experience where I was coming to basically, and I found myself walking around, and I was like telling people like we're all in this together. This was like, if this was like when I was like conscious, like back in my body. And apparently I started talking like in fluent Italian and Gaelic, I guess, or whatever the hell, which I don't know how this happened. Which I guess that's, isn't that speaking in tongues? I guess, right? I don't know, because I mean that's what that means. Now that I
did
think
you
about
understand
that,
what you were saying?
I didn't even think about that till now. Yeah, apparently I did. Yeah.
That's good.
So I don't know what the hell that means, but I didn't actually think about what that was until now, because I'm like, I was speaking a different language. I was like, wait a minute, what is that? Oh, right. So I was saying, like, we're all in this together, and like, well,
Is
because
Lilith Italian?
because of course she is. No, she's actually Sumerian. Well, if you actually go
Okay.
to the Judaic understanding of Lilith, she's actually she was the first wife of Adam supposedly, but if you dig
Yeah.
deeper, she's actually the wife of Yahweh as well. She takes the place of the matronette after Adam's sin, and she's like rejected and all this other shit, but she's still the wife of Yahweh. And so it's kind of like, okay, what is this saying? You know, so there's a deeper story here. And also, if you look into the Judaic understanding of Satan, Satan is an angel of God who does God's will. According to them, there is no way that anything of God can fall. It's ultimately doing God's will. Even if it thinks it's not, it is doing God's will. And if you look at Job,
Right, but
it's
and then like what the
so.
apocalypse says is that the angels, a third of the angels, including Satan, fall from heaven. Then has that happened? Has it? I'm not asking these questions right now, but like
So here's the thing,
in the
okay? The
context.
church created this idea of Lucifer, okay? Through it came out of a mistranslation of Jerome, okay? Lucifer only exists in the one verse in Isaiah. That's it. There is no other verse, okay? And it's Lucifer is Venus, which is the
Yeah.
goddess.
Dude, there is two references to the morning star in the Bible.
Yeah, the
One
other one is
is
Jesus.
to say, like, yeah, and yeah.
Right. Yeah, he says, "Those who persevere through my ordeals, I will give my morning star." Yeah, in Revelation 22.
It's actually Revelation 3:21.
Yes, and then also in Revelation 22. This just says
Okay.
morning star, though. I meant when I'm saying Lucifer is addressed, I'm talking about in the context that it yeah, no, it's in there a couple times, but I'm saying in the sense of, ye who did us weakest the nations and all that. That's only, and it's referring to the king of Babylon, and it's also in and it's comparing the Lucifer as Venus, as in the morning star, because uh it comes before the sun. So if you
Um,
get up around 5 o'clock in the morning, you'll see a light that comes up
Yeah,
before the
because
sun comes up.
actually,
That's Venus.
Lucifer is the light bearer until he fell and became Satan. And I posted in the back the book of Melchizedek, a link, and I don't know if you've read that yet or anything, but it explains a lot. I would definitely recommend.
Yes, but what I'm telling you is this idea of Lucifer being Satan wasn't until later on, and
Well, how could it be
Satan,
later on? Well, hold on. How could it be later on if it's in Isaiah?
because it being interpreted that way isn't till later on. Is what I'm telling you. It
But
was
if it's in
never.
Isaiah, then it wasn't later on. It was there.
Oh, okay, but the interpretation wasn't till later on. That's what I'm telling you.
Okay.
That interpretation wasn't there until later on. That's what I
So
mean.
anyhow, do you know the Quran pretty well, or like just
Uh, I don't know it as well because it's been a while. And because I wasn't raised on it. Like it's been a while since I read. Well, recently I've been reading the Bible more, but until recently,
Yeah.
it's been a long time. But I like knew it because I studied it a lot when I was a Christian, and so it was kind of like, you know, in my heart, you could say. So I
Yeah.
know a lot of verses about having to read it even after years and years and years.
So
But the
there's a lot of
Quran,
parts
I
that say
know.
not to join, or associate others with, the Most High. So if you know the Most High, and you're adding Lilith, that goes against kind of like the scripture of the Quran. And how do you reconcile
I,
that? Like,
I could be guilty of this. God created a lot of people. He also made a lot of angels. He made a lot of spirits in nature. He made a lot of names. So many. So many. So like then it's like, do we like
Let me.
how much do we honor that perspective with like Lilith? You're representing on YouTube, but I'm not gonna attack you on that. I get what you're saying there. To some degree. I don't know who Lilith is still. But that's
Well,
okay.
well, well. See, I know I understand all of these questions because I would have asked the same ones at one time, so it's completely understandable. Um,
it,
it's just a matter of, you know, I don't follow a religious perspective anymore. I see God as beyond any religion, any book, any temple, any synagogue, any, you know, any human comprehension really. And so I don't really see there being this battle between good and evil per se like that. I see good and evil as existing within the heart of man, and I see these archetypes as something that can be used to, uh, explore the light and darkness within, you know, yourself, and what you do with that. Well, that's your, that's on you. Uh,
hey,
so,
I've enjoyed you coming on the show and stuff like a lot. Like, I just want to let you know. So like,
oh
my
well,
questions
yeah.
might start getting a little like, hitting, kind of hitting into like I'm antagonizing or something, but
Not at all,
I
bro.
don't want it to come off that way. But
You're being very respectful. People have been a hell of a lot more disrespectful. I don't mind it
so
at all because I would have asked the same questions, brother. You've been very
cool.
respectful, so I'm totally cool
So
with it.
when you go back and forth with people, sometimes things are flying around and things are being said, and someone said something about if do you go to Lilith often, and like do you counsel with
Yeah,
her often,
yeah,
and you I think I even heard you say that you can manifest her somehow, some way, and I'm
yeah,
wondering what that
yeah,
means.
yeah, yeah, yeah. That's what I was talking about, the rituals and stuff. Yeah, I have telepathic communication with her. I don't do it because it's fun. Like I do it because it works. It's real. It's wild. It's supernatural. It's you know, I still talk to Jesus too. I know what, how? I know it's crazy, but it's true. that's what I'm saying. Like,
Do you worship Lilith?
I don't worship anything. Um, Lilith doesn't want worship. Lucifer doesn't want worship.
Yeah, in my opinion, your word and your relationship, your prayer should be your worship against the enemy in your life. So, like
Right.
that.
Well,
So,
see, my
yeah.
greatest enemy to me is myself.
Oh yeah, of course.
And I
I
mean,
did
and
say
of
with
course,
you. You
like,
didn't need to say it. But it's also true with me though, and
and,
possibly the free.
and of course, like, the same enemy we all have, because we have the same enemy.
Funny, that
Best
was the
believe,
question that Truther Cop asked at the end of Jack Talcott's yesterday.
best believe that we definitely have the same enemy at the end of the day. Um, and if something were to, manifest, if I were to have some kind of epiphany, like I've been reading the Bible more, and I honestly believe I don't know if you're familiar with the idea of the little season. Um, I'm
I
really
haven't.
starting to believe we're in that, and that everyone has been fooled.
Oh, yes, yes, I understand what you
Yeah,
mean.
yeah, yeah,
Yeah, dude.
yeah.
Certainly, yeah.
Oh,
Hopefully.
you actually think so? Oh, well, everyone I've talked to thinks it's totally insane, and it's really interesting to me that like every other interpretation of Revelation is freely taught, and it's just like this one little one is never ever even you know considered possible. And
Yeah,
you could
dude.
say,
No,
I don't know if you want to
you're
say the
talking about the
spirits.
elect.
I don't know if you're
The
if you're
short
if
time
you
of the elect, and then during the end times.
but
I mean,
it's basically that essentially what I'm saying is that our history's been messed with. Okay. 700 years has been added to our uh calendar. Okay. And we're farther in Revelation than we're told. So it talks about in Revelation 20. Okay, let me grab my Bible.
Matthew 24:22. And except those
Yeah, we're
days
waiting.
should be shortened, there should be no flesh to be saved, but for the elect's sake, those days shall be shortened. So imagine, imagine if Donald Trump didn't get elected, and you're living in the communist utopia where everything is backwards and everything is upside down.
Right. Well, check this out though. That's not quite what I mean. I mean that like everybody is waiting for uh the second coming and the mark of the beast and all of that, right? Well, what I'm saying is all of that might have already happened. I'm saying
And not only from God's perspective, it certainly happened if it's true,
so
and
what I'm so
and it's happening now. Appreciate your life and develop a better perspective. And I'm not saying
so
you need to.
so well, I mean, yeah, that could be. And so this is the thing. It's interesting because this all just like it all this other
That is,
research
that is, that is.
all this other research that I've been doing for years and years somehow like dovetailed into this other concept. And I've known about this idea for a little while, but I had some other research that kind of smashed into it, completely unrelated. And it just all kind of came together. And, it just kind of like threw me back. I was like, wait a minute now. Because this goes back to things that I've been thinking since I was a child. And especially when I was a Christian, I was like, whatever this conspiracy is, it's spiritual in nature. And, you know, I, it's just interesting. So it says, Then I saw an angel coming down from heaven, holding in his hand the key to the bottomless pit and a great chain. And he seized the dragon, that ancient serpent who is the devil and Satan, and bound him for 1,000 years. and threw him into the pit and shut it and sealed it over him, so that he might not deceive the nations any longer until the 1,000 years were ended. When I was a kid, I was always like, what the hell does that mean? So, uh, and that he must be released for a little while. Originally, it says a little season. So I'm like, when I was a kid, I always asked, like, what the hell does that mean? And why in the world, after he's finally sealed up, would they allow him out again? Like, what would be the purpose of that?
That's proof. That's proof that God gives every single person, every single being, every single thing, every Satan, whatever.
Even
He gives them every
Right.
single chance to repent
right,
before they die.
which means it's possible. And so here's the thing. If that is so, okay, and but this is the wild thing, okay? So if you read, there's about 70 verses I found out, okay? And I would ask this when I was younger, and everyone always used to say, "Oh, you should pray about it. Oh, don't look into that." Da 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 da. And I always wondered, like, why? Even then, you know, um, there are so many verses where it says, "Here, let me." I actually made a list of this because I again, I don't know why this is. I don't say I'm conflicted, but like I've honestly been giving this some thought.
Well, while you're looking real quick, I understand what you're talking about when it comes to like the church and the people and stuff. But
Yeah.
something that was revealed to me a while ago was that God has use for those pew riding popcorn Christians, and so I don't bash on them so hard as I used to.
Sure. Well, I don't
Like
bash them until
even
they
if it's
bash
just
me.
being tied,
If,
or even if it's
if
just being active, so how somehow some way, even though they're like kind of like zombie Christians, he still has a purpose for them. So I'm not so hard on him anymore.
well, I mean, I don't bash them till they bash me. That's
Oh yeah, I
basic.
hear that.
That's basically how I feel. Um. Okay, so here's an example. There's constantly the apostles and Jesus himself are constantly saying, okay, like Matthew 10:23. It says, "But when they persecute you in this city, flee ye into another city. For verily I say unto you, ye shall not have gone over the cities of Israel till the Son of Man be come." Okay? Matthew 16:28. "Verily I say unto you, there will be some standing here which shall not taste of death till they see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom." Standing here. Right now, right here. Matthew
Yeah.
24:34. "Verily I say
Well, wait a
unto you,
second.
this..."
Hold on. Pause real quick. Go to the next chapter after 16:28.
All right.
And 6 days after, Jesus taketh Peter, James, and John, his brother, and went up to the mountain and was transfigured. So that was fulfilled. Go ahead.
Right. Exactly. And so this is what I'm trying to say. Most of it is. So Mark 9:1. "And he said unto them, Verily I say unto you, that there be some of them that stand here, which shall not taste of death, till they have seen the kingdom of God come with power." Mark 13:30. "Verily I say unto you, this generation shall not pass till all these things shall be done." Luke 9:27. "But I tell you of a truth, there be some standing here which shall not taste of death till they see the kingdom of God." Luke 21:32. "Verily I say unto you, this generation shall not pass away till all be fulfilled." So where does this all come from that it's some time in a remote future? Well, it comes from futurism. Well, what's futurism? Well, futurism is a Jesuit doctrine. That's what it is.
I'm not sure. There's so many is and isms and stuff. I forget what some of them are when I hear them.
Right. Well, John Nelson Darby, C.I. Schofield, William Westcott, and something Hort. I can't remember, but they basically created the whole thing, and it basically goes back to the fake Israel and Zionism, essentially, because the whole idea of the third temple, which isn't biblical at all, it's only the second temple, okay, and all this, like that's really what it is.
All right, but there's no way for the animal sacrifice to take place in the holy place without a temple in Jerusalem, according
There's
to
not
Daniel.
supposed, well, there's not supposed to be. That's the thing. This was added later. This is one of those things that was added later. This is what I
Well, the
mean.
interpretation may have been, but in Daniel, I think 11:12 talks
Yeah.
about right the Antichrist standing in the holy place, the abomination that makes desolate. But that could
Who's
only
the
happen in the
Antichrist?
holy of holy, which is
Who's
the
the
temple in
Antichrist?
Jerusalem.
Who's the
Right?
Antichrist?
Probably Donald Trump.
No, this idea of there being one Antichrist as a supernaturally charged human being is again a Jesuit doctrine. The
Well,
Antichrist is
okay.
seen as the Roman Church or the Temple of Jerusalem.
Right. So, but there has to be an entity, there has to be a one concentrated
Why?
frequency maxed, being like us that
Why?
actually causes the abomination that makes desolate, right?
Why?
Why?
Says who?
Because that's what the scripture says in order to
Are
be
you
fulfilled.
sure?
That's what Jesus said. He said
Are you
about Daniel.
sure?
Absolutely. That's what I mean. It's written down. So I'm pretty sure.
The Antichrist, according to the original, I mean, the Antichrist has been a lot of things throughout history. I, mm, I don't know. I think there's something to this idea that, eh, I mean,
We've got Daniel 9:27, and we've got Daniel 11:31. Another interesting thing about like Daniel 11:12 is and 10. It talks about forecasting devices at the end times. Like the king of the north, the king of the south. King of the north, whatever. And they're forecasting devices more than once. Like obviously it's some technology reference is very interesting. But anyway, the abomination that makes desolate is one of the things that Jesus actually references. I think it's in Matthew
sure.
24, right? And
Yeah.
so where does that? I mean, you think that's going to be in a tent somewhere in Tel Aviv, or like in a temple in Jerusalem?
No, I think it already happens, and I think it was covered up, and I think that we're farther along in Revelation than we're told.
So like a partial preterist.
Yes,
Partial.
I guess.
Okay.
I wouldn't say
I can dig it. Hey, I can
preterism.
dig it.
Okay. Yes. I think this is the time of deception, and that's why the world is so crazy.
So you think that Lucifer or Satan, excuse me, has been released, and we're in the
Yes.
1,000 years, or at the end, or somewhere in the
Yes.
1,000?
Yes.
Interesting. Yeah. Does Lilith tell you any of this stuff, or you come up with everything on your own, or?
I guess I don't know. I mean, not that I know of, but
Like, could you like call on Lilith right now to like manifest, somehow?
no,
in
I
you,
don't.
or-
I don't think so because I mean, I didn't like have the words for it, but I had ideas like this when I was younger too. So I wouldn't say so. Could I call Lilith? Yeah, I could call Lilith. Yeah.
Like, would she talk to me through you or something? Or you like would pray to her, and then she would like reveal something to you, kind of like
well, I mean, yeah, I suppose. if you were
Uh,
sincere in your
yeah, I'll talk to her. I mean, she'll know who I am
right. Well, yeah,
in
she will.
theory.
She will. As long as you're not like antagonistic towards her, she'll be cool.
So when you were Christian, in theory, your kind of
Oh
mission
man,
is
you would have
to.
told me if you would have told me then that I would be doing what I'm doing now. I would have told you were out of your mind.
Yeah, I hear you. It's
Absolutely.
it's definitely unique. It's definitely unique.
Yeah,
But
no,
what I
I
want to
never.
ask was, as a Christian, your goal is to kind of lead souls to Jesus. What does Lilith want from her flock, or from you, or from whatever?
That's the craziest part. Nothing. Nothing. Um, Lilith
Do
is
you
all
think she's
about the
on
cult.
assignment from Jesus? Like, could she be on assignment from Jesus to certain people?
No, I wouldn't say that, but I would say that.
Does she fall under the authority of Jesus Christ?
I would say probably. Um, I don't think that. I think she's like a event. Like, I mean, it's kind of like I said, it's kind of like Job, you know, where uh, God has a right hand and He has a left hand. Is kind of one way. Here, let me read something from my grimoire. Maybe you can get
So
an idea
wait a second.
what I'm
Let me see if I
talking about.
understand. So
Let me
if we're
read
talking
something
about
from.
Job, when God was talking to the devil, and the devil's like, oh well, Job is covered. He's favored, whatever. You're saying that Lilith could replace Satan in that scenario, but wouldn't necessarily destroy him. She would basically like just talk to him.
Well, she would test him. She would test him. She has a mask, okay? And when I say mask, I'm talking about a deific mask. And when I say a deific mask, I mean a archetype. Okay. So my grimoire that I have of her has 300 different masks. So there are different aspects of her. Because she goes back to Samaria, as I mentioned. So she predates, she's actually a pagan goddess that was brought into Judaism. Okay. So she's in one verse in the entire Bible, but not under her name. It just says the screech owl. But if you take it back, it is her. And she's also in the Zohar and in some other Jewish literature.
She has
So
a human form type of, or she could take a human form type of, womanly.
yes, she can
Okay.
take a lot of forms. Yes. So one of those masks that are very unknown, even to a lot of occultists, is called the Messenger of God. Okay, and listen close because this is language that's used for initiates. So it's going to sound really odd and really dark, but just let me finish it and it'll make sense. Because it's written for initiates. Because this is a grimoire. This isn't a book. This is a this is a this is for magical purposes. Okay, and so we use inverted language to keep people who don't understand out of it. This is part of the occult. All right. So it says she is called the messenger of God when she enslaves a man, not literally, to wickedness. She leaves him and rises up to the highest reaches of the firmament and proclaims her victory to the aeons. She denounces him before the throne of the Father of all. He gives her permission, and she descends and slaughters her lover as the sheep is sacrificed and consumed in fire upon the altar. Then she carries his soul into Gehenna. Also, she sends demons to plague mankind for its transgressions. The sigil displays the face of an eagle and eagle's wings, showing that we are dealing here with a higher force that travels through planes and dimensions. In the bottom of the image is setting sun, typifying the fire of Gehenna, the underworld which consumes souls that are not to be saved and redeemed. The sun is pierced with the sword, representing the open gate to the realms below. The sword is sharp with a black and white blade, which stands for the harsh character of this initiatory ordeal. This mask of Lilith is very interesting and unique because, unlike in the majority of her myths and legends, here she is not an adversary or a force defying God and his laws. Instead, she is an authorized messenger of God acting on his behalf and representing the divine law on earth. From the description in Liber Lilith, which goes back almost 2,000 years, we learn that she kept us another grimoire that was hidden and then discovered. She tempts people through acts of sex and pleasure, and when they fall for her seduction and turn to wickedness, she denounced them before God and, with his permission, slays them and casts them into Gehenna, which is a realm of fire corresponding to the Christian hell. This is highly reminiscent of several other stories or mythological characters. First of all, if we look at the Judeo Christian paradigm, we find the story of Satan and Job, where the adversary is given God's permission to test the faith of men. The biblical Job is righteous and pious, which draws the attention of God, but also of Satan. The latter challenges God by saying that Job is only faithful because he enjoys God's protection, and he would not be so religious if it was otherwise. God then gives Satan permission to test Job's faith, which happens through a series of terrible misfortunes. Satan takes Job's wealth and property, kills his children, and inflicts him with illnesses. Eventually, he is restored to health and good fortune, but this comes after the harsh ordeal, in which he has to prove that his faith is strong enough to prevail. A similar motif is seen in the description of the messenger of God. We might be wondering how it is possible if Lilith is one of the main adversaries of God. This, however, is explained in several ways. One of them is that Lilith has never been God's adversary. After all, he even takes her as his bride and absent of the matronette. That would prove that her whole mythology is wrong, though. Another explanation refers to the role of evil in God's plan, claiming that both good and evil exist for a purpose. Therefore, evil spirits like Lilith lead mankind into temptation to test people so they can prove to be worthy of God's presence and the restoration to the Garden of Eden. Okay. Okay. In this sense, we can look at the ordeal of the messenger of God as a reference to a test on the individual's path. In Rites of Magic, she comes as a warrior. She is dressed in armor, and sometimes in this armor looks plain, while other times it is silver and ornamented. Sometimes, okay, this is more of a magical thing. But yeah, I think you get the point. It's a lot longer. Yeah.
So, do you ever feel the love that you felt with, like the puppy love that you felt with God, with Lilith ever?
If I told you, you wouldn't believe me. Yeah. Yeah.
So,
I have.
how do you know that you're not one of the ones that she's lifting up to God before she dumps you into that fire?
Well, I mean, it's again, this is initiatory though. It's not.
All right.
See, like, okay, it says the key to understand the nature of this mask is the meaning of Gehenna. In the Hebrew Lord is a place of fire and purification, eternal suffering and absence of God. The messenger of God is like the Greek nemesis, the lady of retribution, who ruthlessly severs all that binds us on the path. Through her initiatory ordeals, we are thrown into the fire of inferno, purified and stripped from mundane attachments. Nemesis is presented with a sword and bird wings, and so is the messenger of God. Nemesis rides in a chariot pulled by griffins, half lions, half eagles. The solar symbolism is strong here. The messenger of God is also solar and fiery. She knows no mercy and she cannot be escaped. The gate to Gehenna is the setting sun. The concept is connected with the valley where worshippers of such gods as Moloch sacrificed children who were burned in fire. In Jewish mysticism, it is the place of fire and torment, temporary before the soul ascends or ceases to exist. It is a very harsh ordeal, brutal and violent, but giving what is due. This is like the ordeal of Golachab, the burning one on the tree of Qliphoth. That's a lot to get into. Where we have to confront the fiery forces of the apocalypse. Been there. One of the ruling forces of Golachab is Nemesis. It is she who opens inner gateways for the flaming force of the burning ones to enter and transform the initiate's consciousness. This is the force of the apocalypse, the rage of the gods, the ultimate destruction of the world through the cycle of death and rebirth, and the initiatory process of becoming. So this is an eternal thing. Nemesis is the one who gives what is due, mercilessly severing that which binds us in the progress of our path. Her actions may seem cruel and ruthless, but they are necessary for further growth. Once invoked, Nemesis has to be accepted with whatever she brings, as she is the one for whom there is no escape, and her work is irreversible. Yeah, no kidding. The act of casting the soul into Gehenna by the messenger of God is very reminiscent of this process. Like Nemesis, she is a furious goddess, embodiment of wrath, lust, and fury. Her eyes are flaming, and she breathes fire. This is the fire that purifies or burns to ashes. The fire of a volcano, fiery pit, flaming lake. She is as fast as an eagle, strong as a lion, uncontrollable and uncontained, like a raging inferno. This is a very dynamic force. Her armor is red because it reflects the red color of the setting sun. The gate to Gehenna and the portal to the western draconian current. Gehenna is the place devoid of God's presence. Therefore, this is another form of initiation. She takes the soul and throws it into fire. In a harsh and dramatic ordeal of strength, you will burn or you will be forged in the flames. The messenger of God comes when there's an injustice that needs to be made right, suffering that is undeserved, or when there is a need for vengeance. On the other hand, she may also come when power, prosperity, or good fortune are not deserved, and she may take it all away. Her force, however, is like the force of a volcano. It erupts uncontrollably and cannot be harnessed. It will destroy all shields, barriers, and protections. Therefore, it should be handled with caution, and you should not summon her if you are not ready to deal with the consequences of her manifestation in your life. And I learned that firsthand, but it actually worked out okay. So yeah, I've actually like gone through this initiation already. So this is what I'm saying.
Um,
I've been through multiple. Like I've been working with her for 8 years. Um, so I have a lot of uh, experience with it, and I've had a lot of positive experience. Has it all been sunshine? No, this path is not for the weak. Like it's an adversarial path. Most people should stay far the fuck away from it. I like I said, I ended up here out of necessity because my life has been chaos, and so I had to like embrace the chaos in order to uh navigate it. Almost I had to dive into it in order to be able to harness it, um more or less. That's
um,
really what it's all about.
does Lilith ever talk about Jesus Christ?
No, but I've talked about, well, I mean, I guess after I started talking about, because one of the first things I asked her actually was like, do you really have like beef, like do you, is there really, and she like basically laughed. She's like, no, which I thought was really interesting, because I'm like, wouldn't she have to like tell the truth about that, or wouldn't like she be like mad, or wouldn't like there be some kind of like, like the first thing I thought is like, is there going to be like poltergeist activity, or like some kind of possession, or none of the kind. Like that's the thing. Like it's 8 years. It's just I have an altar. I
Um,
have, I have
yeah.
sigils. I have like I've never had any kind of like negative, and I've seen people have like bad, like I've seen people possessed, like literally possessed and shit. And honestly, like I'm with my rabbi friends. I think people are possessed by like fucking the dearly departed, not so-called daemons. Like, I think that's what poltergeist activity is. He makes a case for that. That what people
Interesting.
are possessed by are actually humans that have passed on, that are malicious, and you know um
Generational personalities.
right, that haven't like, well, I mean, like I said, nothing of God can actually fall because God is perfect in every way. And so there's no reason to rebel with God because there's no way to rebel to God. It's impossible. So it's a fool's errand to even try. And
The way you rebel
according
to God is by denying Jesus Christ.
and so to, well, I mean, I guess to walk the other way, I mean, you could, but I mean, it's like you're just in denial. I mean, I
I don't disbelieve anything you're saying. You
I
know, if
don't.
that's what you.
It's nuanced because I get what you're saying and I agree, but it's just like, you have all of these different faiths, okay, and this is kind of like what he had an epiphany because he's Jewish, right? So obviously he believes that his God is God, but he says like, you know he had this epiphany because he thought that Hinduism and all these other faiths were basically idol worship, you know and then he started reading like the Mahabharata, and the more he started reading it, the more he became fascinated by it. And let me actually find this video. Let me play a few minutes of it, and you'll see what I'm saying. And the more he started reading it, he started realizing that not only was it not evil idol worship, but that all of these gods, these millions of gods supposedly, were all masks of the same God. They're just different aspects, which is true. And that really there was a lot of overlap between them, which is what I say,
Definitely.
that there's a perennial philosophy and that God has always been with us from the beginning, and that it's just used different names and different, and
True.
through different times and different, so to say that, one religion 2,000 years ago had the truth and the only truth, and everyone else is lying and everyone else is evil, and everyone, I have serious problems with that. And so you're asking me, how do I reconcile it? Because Lilith isn't really evil. That's how I reconcile it. Because Lilith isn't
Understood.
really a demon. Because that's why. Because I'm not really, worshiping the devil in that sense. Now, there are people who really believe this shit and they really sacrifice animals and they're really edgy and those people are fucked up. And I have nothing to do with them. You know what I mean? And I'm, completely, I don't like certain sects of Judaism for that reason, because they sacrifice animals and shit, you know? And I know
Yeah.
other Luciferians and shit that feel the same way. And talking to them, you would think they were Christian because some of them are theistic and they talk about Father Lucifer and shit. Like people talk about, Jesus. It's fucking crazy. Like it's wild, but they're like
Yeah. So
legitimately like good people. And they'll talk about Father Satan or Father Lucifer and giving praise to, like, it's wild.
yeah,
But
it
they're
is
good
wild.
people. But they're good
Yeah, I
people,
hear
though.
you. A lot of atheists are good people too, actually.
Some of them aren't. Right, right. Some of them aren't, but some of them are. And they're theistic. And they're just like having like church. It's fucking trippy. And I'm like, whoa,
It
bro,
is
like chill
trippy.
out. Chill out, dude. Chill out.
All right,
Like,
so hold on. Like the Book of Melchizedek, it talks about it references God as so many different things just in that one book. It talks about
sure.
the Eternal One. It talks about Yahweh. It talks about Ali. It calls him many different names, which I find
Yeah.
all in one book, which I find pretty pretty far out there. But I mean, it's definitely true. Of course, you have to go through the
Yeah.
Old Testament and realize all these different things, but it puts it all right there. And the only thing I'll say to add on to that is, it's because Zechariah 14:9 hasn't happened yet, which is when, basically he returns
Right.
and it says that, his there should be one Lord and one fold, his name shall be one. And that hasn't happened yet, but it will. And the other one thing I want to ask real quick is, so Lilith only consumes or puts men into the fire and not women?
No, 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 no. It's just the way it was written. It
Do you
doesn't
think that
it doesn't matter.
do you know what Ezekiel 16 is?
Although she doesn't work with as many men, she's more picky with men. Because newsflash, Lilith is picky with who she will work with. That's what it's called.
Well,
Like
she has
like
high
I guess,
standards.
yeah, yeah. She doesn't deal with most of humanity. That's why when you said, "Will she talk to you?" I was like, she doesn't deal with people like people that are judgmental, people that are. Well, I mean, she's all about equality.
Oh, okay.
And that's why we vibe. Yeah,
Is she
yeah.
woke? Like, is she a woke thing?
No, no, no. No, real equality. Not the bullshit.
I'm
No,
just kidding. Does she
no,
want
no.
to talk to me now?
I know you are. But I'm just letting you know she despises it.
Does she want
No.
to talk to me right now?
I don't know. I've been keeping her. She's usually
Lost
keep
audio.
keep. She's usually around me like all the time, but I've been keeping her kind of uh
I was
in the
just wondering.
background because it's kind of weird to have her around when everybody isn't attuned or used to that energy, because sometimes people can feel it, like uh even if they're not familiar. So I don't do that.
So,
Most people don't,
do you
because I
have
have a
like
lot
a
of friends that
boyfriend
are
or something?
occultists, obviously, that are
Yeah.
practitioners and
Have you
all
ever
that.
been married or anything?
Huh? I've been engaged twice. And I was technically I was married, just not like by the courts and the church.
Yeah. Do you know what
If
red
you
pill is?
do, I know what is?
Red pill.
Yeah.
Okay. So, like, would you say you're kind of like a simpish boyfriend or whatever?
No way.
Cool.
No way.
So Lilith doesn't really
I
have you like that,
definitely
or
respect. The feminine though. But I would say I'm anti simpish. I just believe that we're equal and that we should respect each other. I don't believe anyone is over anybody else. But I do believe that men and women have very different strengths and weaknesses, and that can never change. There's inherent strengths and weaknesses within each of us, and we should foster those and encourage those within each other.
I got a question, a good one. How does Lilith reconcile being all about equality when she's supposedly, or maybe, I don't know if it's seducing men or however she's getting man to up to the altar of fire? How could she say that she's all about equality if she's doing that kind of stuff?
Well, it's symbolic, man. Remember, I told you this is a cult language. It's symbolic. It's an ordeal. It's an initiation. It's throwing yourself into the fire. It means dying to everything you think you are, so that you can become what you always were. It's seeing through illusions. It's like if in the Mahabharata, where Krishna comes back at the end of time in order to dispel, cut through illusions. It's like Kali. She has like all these human skulls on her, on her neck, around her neck, and it's
All
like, oh,
right.
she's killing all these people and wearing them as
You
ornaments. It's like,
know,
no, 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 no. It's about losing your head, losing your, not putting so much in your rational mind. Is what it is. It's cutting through illusions, and so this is how paganism was. It used mytho-poetic language with it's parables in a way.
well, but the language you used in that written statement was pretty okay. But what you just said right now, like, going to the um, uh, um, what did you call it? The illogical, or what would you call it? The
Mythopoetic, parabolic,
no,
what?
something like the illogical part of the mind for clarity.
Yeah.
That doesn't make any sense.
No, yeah, you're letting go of the rational mind. You're going beyond the rational mind into a deeper mode of uh it's intuition and like the right brain. You're going beyond, you know, um into higher levels of consciousness. That's what I'm
So,
saying. Like when you
do you know
meditate.
what? Do you
If
know
you've
what
ever
Ezekiel
meditated,
16 is?
if you've ever meditated, I'm sorry, say that again.
Do you know what Ezekiel 16 is?
Ezekiel 16, not off the top of my
Yeah.
head. I don't know the Old
That's
Testament as well as the New Testament.
where it talks about like um, uh, God is like the faithful husband, and then Aholibah and her two sisters, and one is equated with Samaria, one is equated with Jerusalem, and
Okay,
basically they abhor their husbands and their adulteresses, and he
right,
kind of
yeah, and they whore
judges
after
them.
other. He calls them whore. Like, is that when he like calls them?
Yeah,
He says they're like whoring after other. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's like a parable that he
yeah, it's
uses a parable
it's
of the.
basically, it
Yeah,
seems like it's a judgment of women for so
but it's not.
does Lilith have anything to do with that?
Um, I don't think so. Not directly. Uh, no.
Is her main the way that she captures men or whatever, is it basically solely through seduction, or is it just many different means?
Um. Well, we'll see. This is the thing. What Lilith actually is and what they say she is are very different. That's the one thing you got to understand. Lilith was blamed for every imaginable uh problem you could think of.
Has
Um
she has she ever given you a blowjob?
of course no.
I mean,
Of
like,
course.
seriously,
Of
like,
course.
is she the seductive messenger
Oh,
of
she
God?
can be. Oh, she can be. Oh yeah, she can be.
All right.
She can be.
Okay.
Um
Now, one of the things that
there's
was mentioned at the beginning of your written
there's
statement about her, or the initiation, it said that she
no.
reports to the Father on the throne. So, do you believe that Jesus is the Father on the throne?
Uh I mean, do you mean that in a literal way, or do you mean that? Uh,
Well, who's sitting on the throne? Who's sitting on the throne?
well, I mean, do you think there's a literal throne? I mean, I don't know if there's a literal throne. I mean, but I mean, in the sense that uh, there's, I don't, how do I put this? Um,
In other words, there has to be an authority over Lilith, right? It's just that you're having a hard time reconciling that at the moment. But what I want to know is, um, did the Father okay for you to be under her and you're going to be saved, or is this all a trick?
well, see, I don't really see salvation like that. I see. I don't. Like I told you, I don't really see it from a religious perspective. The only thing that I need to be saved from is my own ignorance and my own capacity for evil. And self-deceit. That's the way that's really how I see it. Is my capacity for destruction and self-destruction, my capacity for deceit and self-deceit, you know?
Yeah,
Um
definitely.
that's really how I see it. This idea of needing salvation from some original sin, to me, I don't really vibe with that, because from what, an apple, like no, it doesn't make sense to me.
Well,
I don't look at the Old Testament from that perspective. Uh it, it I actually think that the Old Testament is very symbolic. Uh, so I look at that from a more mystical perspective.
Sure. So, but like the apple represented the knowledge of good and evil, right? So
But
that's really
it's
what
like
it.
stepping into duality. I would say
Yeah.
it's a matter of perception being altered, and so it's it's kind of like it's the knowledge of good and evil. It's not the comprehension. It's not the application. It's the knowledge. Well, okay, and it's not the knowledge of it's not like it was the knowledge of the good and the knowledge of the evil. It's the knowledge of the good and or the evil. So they're one and the same. Is basically what that's telling me. That's how I
Okay.
read.
So,
So that
okay.
means that
So,
so God is both good and evil, which it says in Isaiah. But God
well,
is beyond good and evil. So that means that even though God is both good and evil, okay, it is beyond it, so it doesn't exercise it
okay.
except through its agents, which then
Yeah.
through its it utilizes it in such a way that it is, and this also gets to my point that ultimately everything works on God's behalf. This is what I'm saying.
Yeah, that's true. Let me clarify a couple things though. Earlier you said that God was perfect, and I agree with you 100%. But
Yes,
in Isaiah it says that He created the good and the evil. It didn't say that He is evil. It said that He created evil. So because
yes.
you can't be evil, you can't be evil and be perfect. So eventually, you know, since they ate from the tree of knowledge of good and evil, we are actually the testimony of that nuanced knowledge, right? Our testimonies
Well,
is what is making the nuance of what is good and what is evil for the rest of eternity.
well,
Okay,
no, I would say he would have to be evil because all possible. If God is perfect, that means he has to be all possibility,
but
all
you can't have death
possibility.
and perfection.
But as I said though, he's beyond it though, so he doesn't exercise it. That's how
Well,
perfect he is.
in
He
linear time,
could,
in the
but he
linear
doesn't.
time frame, we're going through that, but eventually all the darkness is purged out.
Right.
So that's perfection. So he's not actually evil. He created evil, but he is not he himself.
Well, maybe not anymore, but at
Right.
some point he had to have been because he couldn't have created it otherwise. It had to have at some point been a part of him. So,
Yeah, I can see that. Yeah, I can see
right.
that.
Okay, that's what I'm saying. But somehow he was able to like you say purify it. Yeah, I could see that. That's it's pretty much the same thing. What I'm saying that
It's
makes
full
sense.
knowledge. It's
That's
the
yeah.
the whatever, the full knowledge of God.
I mean, yeah. That is basically. If I were to go deeper into what I was gonna say, that is basically what. Yeah, yeah. That is basically what I'm saying. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. You just
So
got ahead of me.
did you get the one of the things I say, like, when I kind of I'm hard riding on Catholics is like, they
Have you
want to
ever
create a
seen this?
Mary. Huh? No, I've never seen that.
Okay.
Interesting title.
Yeah. Yeah. Look at the subtitle.
Secret teachings of original Christians. Yeah. There's
Yeah.
a lot of stuff out there, man. There's a lot
the
of noise,
first the first few centuries of Christianity. Well, I mean, you can decide if it's noise or not, but the fact of the matter is, the first few centuries of Christianity was quite varied, and there was a lot of this is the truth. Well, according to who? You know, the fact of the matter is, it's really old. Okay, and a lot of stuff that came afterwards says this is heresy. Well, okay, according to who? Yeah,
Hey, wasn't your hair dark like about, 2 hours ago? Like, you look gray now.
Yeah, man, I
By the way,
aged.
when I grow my hair out, it looks exactly like yours. Like it's totally curly and you know.
It's a total fucking mess right now too.
So
I
anyhow,
should have. I
last time I
should have
saw you, I thought
never.
your hair was like jet black.
Yeah,
Maybe
I
it's
aged.
Mandela effect or something.
I aged, man.
Yeah, getting old actually sucks. Anyway,
You want to talk to her?
if she wants to talk to me, I mean, I think she knows who I am. If it's if she's real and stuff.
Yeah, she's laughing actually.
Yeah, I mean, hey, I'll ask her. You think I won't ask her about Jesus Christ? Are you kidding?
No, she's not laughing at you like mockingly. She's just laughing because you're interested in her and you think she's like what
Well,
she's she
I'm
just
like,
laughs. She
I'm
just
just
laughs
wondering
just
if she's got a
how
hold of you in a
all
way
the
that's not going to be, for your benefit, because, you know, um, like I
well
said, in the scripture, what's written, it says in the Quran that not to associate anyone with him. But if he gives you permission, that's your deal. Like that's fine. I'm okay with that. But if
well
if she's tricking you, then I've definitely got a problem with that.
well let me put it to you this way. If if something came to me and told me that it was a trick, I would instantly throw it all away. But that hasn't happened. And I've literally said prayers about all of this in the past. I talked to her about it and I said, is there like a really and she laughed about it. And she's like, no. And I'm like, I've always felt like there's something to all this because this is like after I basically, you know, pushed away from Christianity completely. I was trying to get away. This is what's bizarre. I was trying to get away from Christianity completely and completely embrace paganism. I wanted nothing to do with it. I'll be honest with you. And because I couldn't get to the roots of paganism, I threw my hands in the air. That's when she came to me. And I was like, even though I want to push away from this completely, I feel like there's still some truth to this Jesus guy. Like I can't shake it. And I'm like, I don't know what it
Were you
is.
were you
And I
running away
told
from
her
Christianity or from Catholicism?
just the whole thing, all of it, the whole Abrahamic, all of it, the whole trinity of Judaism, Christianity, Islam, all of it. I was pissed off because I'm like, they destroyed paganism. They made me believe my the traditions of my ancestors was fucking evil. And I was just I had an axe to grind. Well, I wasn't an axe to grind, but I just with well, I mean, I guess I did with like the politics and the church and all that.
You're not like
Um
a woke leftist, are you?
absolutely. Absolutely. I'm as far as you can get. Um No, I just like I said, I was just frustrated about that. If you knew the history, you'd understand. I'm not kidding.
That's all
Um,
right. I'm getting the gist of what you're saying.
uh, but and so, but for some reason, I would still like quote scripture and like when I would talk to people about like what's going on in the world, I'll be like, Jesus said this and Jesus said that. People would look at me like, huh? And my friends were like pagans or occultists or you know whatever. And they're just like, why are you always talking about Jesus? I thought you weren't religious anymore. Da, 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 da. And they get like frustrated with me. Shit.
How old were
Like,
you when you like totally left Catholicism or like rejected it like as a mundane, mundane prayer, ritualistic, kind of a dead church?
oh, I rejected the church when I was a kid. But I didn't reject Christianity till I was like in my early 20s. Um,
So did you ever pray
uh,
to Mary? Like, did you think that you could actually talk to Mary and pray to her and stuff, or just briefly?
uh, I didn't think. Um, I did talk to Mary. But not in the way that they did. Um, Ma- Although Mary, Mary is really just a cover for other goddesses. I'm sure you know that.
I can't say that,
Yeah,
I can't say that I
she is.
do, but
She is.
like I know in
She is.
scripture in the Quran it talks about the mother of the book and stuff. So I don't discount like what you're saying, but for me it's the one who died on the cross for me is the identity of the God that I put above the throne.
Yeah,
But I
I
know that
understand.
God is feminine and masculine. So I don't
That's
discount
true
anything that you're
too.
saying. It's just that
That's
was
true
my
too.
interface to God was him.
Well, that's
So
Sophia. That's Sophia, and that's also the Holy Spirit was originally feminine. Um, and that's what the Catholics understand, and they don't tell anybody. Um,
sometimes they
but
do.
but well, I mean, they'll tell you in like subtly. They won't tell you directly. You
Yeah.
know. But so
So
so I had a Gnostic Christian perspective, and everyone has all these ideas about Gnosticism, and the fact of the matter is, it's as diverse as regular Christianity. Um, so they don't all believe the same shit, especially like Sophian Gnosticism, which is what I was into. Um, and I was really into that. And
yeah,
honestly, I still kind of am.
any little difference of anything in religion, and you get a whole new sect. Unfortunately, like they talk about water baptism, and you're supposed to go dunk under the water completely, and some say you don't have to, and boom,
Immersion,
new
yeah,
sect of Christianity. So it doesn't take much, unfortunately. But the thing
yeah,
is, that can be discouraging because
yes,
where's the truth, and who's right, and my doctrine is
yes,
better than, and it starts to separate us from God and
yes,
our relationship. So it's unfortunate, but I think Satan has learned a lot of tricks about how to manipulate um, the whole construct, basically, for humans in the flesh.
yeah, yeah. And that's why when I was a Christian, that's why Gnosticism was appealing to me in its core, the core understanding of it, because I mean, or even like non-denominational, because the whole core of it is a personal relationship and understanding it from like the heart, really, and the rest of it is
So
it's accessory. It's like what the rituals and the doctrines and all that is like.
yeah, it could be
It's
bad or it could be, like some ritual. If you have the Holy Spirit and you're worshiping God in the Spirit and you're doing
right.
some kind of Catholic ritual, I think that's the most
Spirit
beautiful
and
thing. It could be
spirit and
like the
truth.
most beautiful thing. But if it's just a mundane ritual and you're saying the prayer and it sounds like
Right.
a dead auditorium, in your
Right.
church, that's,
Monotonous. Right.
yeah,
Monotonous,
monotonous. Like,
monotone.
God doesn't hear
Yeah.
that prayer. It doesn't reach him
Right.
like at all. Like, because it's coming from the heart, not from,
Yeah.
a
Well, you
choir
see
or
how
something.
passionate I am. So what do you think I was like, you know, that's the only damn thing that I liked about any anyone who was actually real, that was like evangelical. I always used to like mock it and shit, but anyone who was real, that passion, I loved that. When they were actually talking about things that mattered,
Yeah.
because for that very reason, because like you said, it's dead. There's no life. And it's like, what the hell, man? This is supposed to be about God. And they played this music that was dead. It's like, bro, I'd
Yeah.
rather listen to Creed. Like, at least that had meaning.
You
you
know,
know?
the fellowship is probably good, but like, um, unfortunately it can get mundane. And then that's where, God is barely there, but it's like, yeah, anyway, I'm not bashing on the Catholic religion. I think they're great people. I mean, some of the most godly people
Right.
I've known have been Catholic, women, especially like Catholic
Yeah.
nurse. I know specifically that is probably the most righteous woman anyway, that I've met. But anyway,
My grandma was one. And she was an
Nice.
angel
The
for real.
nurse.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
So,
She was an RN.
how are you feeling right now about the fact that Lilith reports to a father on the throne and is under his authority?
Yeah.
How does that tickle your fancy right now?
I think it's wild. When I found that out, I almost passed out. I was just like, this is wild. I was just like, this is a mind, like, it's just like, whoa.
If I would ask you as a friend, if you would next time you talk to her, ask her if she's trying to put you into the fire or if she's, helping guide you to the light, if you don't mind.
Okay. Well, I mean, when I asked her if she had any issue with Jesus, she laughed and she's like, no. And when I was telling her, like, I feel like he was real, but his message got distorted or something. And I'm like, everyone thinks I'm crazy, and everyone thinks that I should stop bothering, and because I'm talking to mostly occultists and shit. I mean, no, actually, there are some occultists who actually do respect Jesus, believe it or not.
Well, yeah, I would hope so, because how can you
But
acknowledge Satan and then deny Jesus Christ? That's definitely not
well,
logical.
well, no, I'm saying occultists who aren't Luciferians, like just normal occultists. Uh,
Okay.
who actually are like more in the right hand path, who consider themselves to be of the light. Um, you know, and but they would still like get frustrated with me because I would be like quoting scripture and shit, and they're like, "Why?" But I wouldn't have I wouldn't have a Bible in my hand. I would just be like talking about what's going on in the world, and I'm like, the Bible talks about this, and the Bible talks about that, and da da da. Look around you, and everyone's like, "Why are you always quoting the Bible?" And but I talked to Lilith about it, and I'm like, "What is there like really this battle between y'all?" And she's like, "No." And I'm like, I have some ideas about like why they can't find him in history and all this. I feel like it's been covered up, and that's why we can't find him. I said, or maybe we're
Well,
looking in the wrong time period. So she's like, keep looking.
do you
I'm like,
think
are you
that
telling me I'm
you
onto
remember like
something?
in 2020 there was the whole summer of love with the riots and stuff and whatnot?
Hmm.
Do you think George Floyd was real? Like, was he a real person on the earth? The guy that died from the. Okay,
Yeah, I know his father was a
so do
Mason.
you think that if he wasn't real, that there would be riots destroying cities in the United States and other places in the world?
I don't think so.
Okay, so if Rome burned and it was because of Jesus Christ, is it fair to say that he wasn't a mythical story?
I think that's pretty fair to say.
Excellent.
Yep, yep, yep.
I think that's all I have to say, man. Do you have any questions for me or anything? Or
Uh, Not at the moment.
all right,
I'm sure something will come though. We've
see if
been
TML is there still.
chatting a lot, so a lot of things to
Why
process.
why'd you drop down, Truth or Cop? Do 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 do.
Yeah, man, we're talking troops. No, this has been really enjoyable, man.
Yeah, same here. Yeah, I just wanted like some clarity because it gets heated on the panel
Yeah,
with like a bunch of different personalities and a bunch of different
yeah,
beliefs, and
for
like
sure.
yeah, like when you and like televised apocalypse or unseen warfare or
Yeah,
nubs, there's a lot of like personality clash, but a lot of like truth and a lot of what y'all are saying. And then there's also like, from my perspective, there's also a little bit of like a like, but that's just me. But that's what makes it
right.
interesting.
Sure. Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. Exactly. Yeah.
You there, TML?
I've been wondering that. Hmm.
So Uh, what was that figurine you were holding up before? Was that a wooden piece of what her image is like, or
That was my statue. Yeah, yeah, of her. Yep.
um, Samaria is Samaria called Gaza now, or is it still Samaria?
Samaria,
Well,
where the Anunnaki are.
all right. Well, the who? So,
Yeah.
I'm talking about Samaria in Israel.
Mm-hmm. Where Abraham was.
Okay.
Yeah. Where Samaria, Acadia, all those fun places. The cradle of civilization, as they say. Although it's not really. But that whole area, Mesopotamia, is. So, because you have like Göbekli Tepe and all that is older. But that's like in
Look at
Turkey,
televised
Syria.
apocalypse trying to extort me for 30 shekels. He's a wild guy. He's a wild guy too.
He's
But
cool.
once you break through the shell, he's actually pretty cool.
Oh yeah. No, we've had a lot of good talks. We've had a
So
lot of
it's
good talks.
interesting. You said when you were 9 years old, you had some sort of experience because his experience, I think, started when he was about 9 or 10 or something.
Yeah.
So you guys are
Mm-hmm.
probably like brothers or something. Like,
Yeah.
who knows?
Yeah. It wouldn't surprise me. I've met a lot of people. That's another thing with Lewis. I've met a lot of people. Kind of hard to explain, but
Like it's a small world after all.
like it. Well, I've met like if you ever go on my channel, you'll see what I'm talking about. Like I don't
All
know how to
right.
explain. Like I have a friend. Like okay, let me put it this way. I've met like 3 girls with daughters named Lily, as one example.
Wow.
Yeah,
Wow. Well,
yeah.
wait a second. Wait a second. Their first name was like Lily or Lilith or whatever.
Like
You weren't
Lily,
watching
like their
Frasier, right?
daughter, like their daughter, or like and like I have a friend that I met who's a practitioner who had no idea that I worked with Lilith, and then like after the first day we met, he like showed me a tattoo he had of Lilith, and
Huh.
then like yeah, like she like she told me like and like when I first talked to her, she told me like it wasn't I that called her, but she that summoned me, and she told me like the name I have, she gave
That's
to
a
me.
trip, dude.
There's a
Yeah.
lot of wild.
That's a
This
trip,
is
dude.
yeah. I'm just scratching the surface. I had telepathic communication with somebody that my ex fiance actually is who it was. Um, that I wasn't able to get into contact with. We had lost communication because of COVID and like a bunch of other shit. So we had no contact, no phone communication, no internet communication, and absolutely nothing. We hadn't talked in months. I hadn't spoken to her, but like she had started working with Lilith as well because she found out that she was like connected to her from the past or whatever. She didn't even know. She had like dreams about this spirit when she was younger or whatever. And she didn't know who it was. And then like after she met me, she started like making connections and whatever else. And like so she she drew out her sigil on this like arts and crafts board or whatever, and I had one and she had one. She made us like matching ones, and she had one and I had one and we were separated, right? And I had remembered that, and so I'm like, you know what, I'm gonna like try to contact her. So I did. I went into
Wow.
meditation and I called, and I'm like, all right, like I need to get a hold of her because I really want to get a hold of her. I miss her and I want to reach out to her. And so I went into meditation and I'm like, Lilith, I need to get a hold of her. And so I went into meditation and I cleared my mind I'm like, I need your help. And all of a sudden my mind went super fucking clear. It was already clear. It went super fucking clear. I mean, there was practically nothing there. And I'm just like, okay. And I'm just like, you know, completely clear. And I'm just like, the way I say it, the way I told her is I'm like, I'm going to ping her. And I'm just thinking, like, or not even really thinking, I'm just like, you know, if you can
I
hear
hear
me.
you.
And I'm just like, talking like she's next to me. And, I'm just putting it out there like, hey, you know, I need to talk to you. I need to get a hold of you. Da 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 da. Da. This is the best way to get a hold of me, you know.
Yeah.
And I tell her a little bit of stuff. Well, after that, about a couple of weeks later, I get a hold of her through another person, which is exactly what I said. Okay. And
Awesome.
when I talked to her, she's like, I had a dream about you. I was like, oh, really? That's one of her domains. She works through dreams, by the way. Another fun fact. Um, so that's like I said, it's one of her domains. So she works a lot through dreams. That's a lot what she uses to do for initiations and also through message to give messages. And yes, she does work through what would be described as sex magic, but it's not what people think.
I
It's
have a story about
using
dreams when you're done.
it's
Go ahead.
it's using sexual energy. It's not really about sex per se, but that's a lot to get into. But anyways, um, it's more like tantra, if you know what that is. But anyways, so it's really the controlling of sexual energy and the controlling of desire. So the mastery of it, so it doesn't control you anymore. Lilith is all about controlling those things. That's what all of this is really about. Now, if you're an idiot, yeah, it can control you and you can be, you know, seduced, and that's the other side of it. And people do go crazy, and this stuff can make you crazy. It can make you insane. It can make you evil. But that's on you. It has nothing to do with
Do
it.
you
Does
do
the
you would
spirit
you say that
influence you?
you
Does the spirit influence you? Yeah, it does. But
yeah,
whose problem is it ultimately? Yours. See,
yeah.
that's the thing.
Would you
It's
say
supposed
that
to be for self mastery. That's what the path is about.
well, wait a
Okay.
second. Wait a second. If so let's just say you mastered yourself, she would go away.
No, I don't want her to go away. I know that
So
sounds crazy.
what your statement just now didn't make sense then, because
What?
if it's about the self mastery or
Hmm.
whatever, then she wouldn't have any need to test you and she would go away. But you said that she
Because
doesn't go away.
I don't want her to go away. It's not because listen, because the initiation never ends. There's okay, like there are so many. She's not just one thing. She's multidimensional. There are
Would you say
endless.
that you would you say that
She
you respected women before you met her?
Yes, that's part of why she loves me because I've always respected. Okay, there are a lot of real life things that made me draw to her. The dark feminine has always been with me, to put it lightly. Okay, remember I told you about all those hostile environments and crazy situations?
Yeah.
Well, the dark feminine was always nearby when I needed it through real life people. And I have a very strong suspicion, and from what I understand and from what's been confirmed pretty much, it was her just manifesting in human form.
Okay,
So this
so
is
wait,
what I'm
pause for
telling
a
you.
second.
What I'm telling you is she's been with me from the beginning.
All right, did she help you in those situations, or she was the
Yes.
cause of those situations?
Yes. No. She was the
Okay.
the sanity in the madness.
Interesting.
When people were shooting at each other and overdosing on drugs and I say more, okay?
Okay. I just wanted to make sure, because the scripture, tells us that we've got to watch out for, certain things. So that's all.
No, no, I hear
And
what you're saying. No, this was human. Now, was there another spirit behind that? Well, I can't say that isn't possible. But
that probably was the case, actually. It just wasn't her. Or
right.
well,
No,
I don't
yeah,
know.
I wouldn't doubt that at all
But
because,
obviously, when people get involved in
when
that
when
kind of
people are,
activity, there's usually something behind it.
yeah, yeah,
Unfortunately.
yeah, yeah. No, no, no. I wouldn't doubt that at all. You know,
So, what do
uh
you think about the red pill?
when people are engaged in criminal activities of that magnitude, yeah, I would say when you're dealing with the black market, there's dark spirits around for sure. I do not. I think those things go hand in glove. Um,
Yeah.
I wouldn't. I mean, I've literally felt an oppressive. Like, put it this way, I used to get sick all the time around the same time every fucking day when I was a kid. I would get like high fevers, and at one point, I literally would see flames. Actually, now that I think
Mm,
about it, I saw flames, dude. I looked in the mirror and I saw flames everywhere. When I was a kid, I had like 104 fever for no fucking reason. Doctors
mm.
couldn't explain it. Like, I was like, what, fifth, fourth grade? But I would get
Anytime
sick.
there's chaos and death around, there's definitely some wicked spirits flying around. But
Yeah,
hold on, let's think about this for a second. So hold on. You're talking about you were young and you had 104 fever and you're seeing flames.
yeah.
Lilith is the one that brings people to the altar of the flame. You're having a problem with the authority of the one on the throne telling Lilith what to do, and it just I'm worried about you, man. Maybe
Well, I mean, this is when I was a kid, and I was you know, there was nothing. I mean,
maybe she's fucking with you the whole time.
she wasn't. Uh-uh.
I would just say next time you talk to her, ask her like a lot of questions about Jesus and stuff. Because if you just asked her about Jesus, that she laughed it off like it was nothing, that doesn't mean anything. You know, ask her if she has to bow down to him. Ask her if she's doing his will. Ask her if she's taking you away from him. See what the bitch says. No offense.
Don't you don't gotta call her that, but I hear you.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just talking jive, but like,
I know, I know, I know.
yeah,
I feel you. I feel you.
hey, it's just like I don't know how you feel about like gay people that are Christians or whatever, but I believe that those two
I have
can
no
actually
reason.
exist. Okay,
You
and
you believe what? I have no problem with Christians. I just, like I said, as long as someone doesn't try to tell me that you know the only salvation is through some doctrine of the church or whatever, or the church. I have issue with the church because
yeah, I hear you.
in the sense of like, and not even really the church, but like I said, when it's you're only saved by the church or only saved through my interpretation. It's not even just Jesus or not even just the Bible. It's my interpretation of Jesus or my interpretation of the scripture or where it becomes this like very specialized, eh, narcissistic, that's my issue.
Yeah,
I have no problem with Christians. I have no problem with Jesus. I have no problem with the Bible. I have no, it's just the narcissistic, hypocritical BS that I have issue with. I have
yeah,
friends that are
definitely.
Christian.
They're just
I have
trying to
friends
put
that are
God.
Muslim. You've
Yeah,
been completely respectful.
yeah, they are trying to put God in their own box and
Right.
feel basically pious about it. And
Right.
I'm sure they're saved, but they're also short sighted. And we don't have a cookie cutter God. Okay, We all
Right.
have individual fingerprints. We all have individual purpose for him. And to put him in your box to say that no one else is saved via your rose, colored lenses is basically just short-sighted and kind of foolish. But if you know you're saved, praise God. That's all. That's all I have to say
Right.
about that.
Right.
But
Right. Yeah,
oh, I had a
you've
question
been
to ask.
respectful, so I in turn respect you.
Excellent. What do you think about the red pill?
You mean like take the red pill, take the blue pill?
Yeah, like the red pill in reference to like how it's referenced as like female nature and like picking
Oh, that
partners,
red
women's
pill, like
rights, all that stuff.
hypergamy,
Yeah,
and all that.
yeah. How do you feel about that stuff?
I I think it's a bit generalized. But I think there's truth there. It's just a bit generalized. I think that feminism and MGTOW and all that were kind of created to divide and conquer. It's true for modern society, but that's more a critique of modern society than the inherent nature of men and women. Because
Yeah.
we've all been programmed. I don't think that that's really how people are inherently. It's just, a an adaptation of how things are in the world right now. And so that makes it true, yes, for the majority of people. I wouldn't say it applies to everyone. But in Western culture today, yeah, it's applicable to most people for sure. Um, unfortunately.
Yeah,
So
I think I agree with you. Like it's generalized, but there is some truth in there. So,
yeah,
okay, how about what do you think about Donald Trump?
hypergamy especially is true, unfortunately. That's
Yeah,
why I
I think I
mentioned
agree with
it.
you.
That's the most
Yeah,
true. That's like the most true part.
yeah, I agree with
Trump?
that.
Ooh, that's an
What do
even
you think
more
about
nuanced
Donald
topic.
Trump?
That's a
Donald.
really nuanced topic because it's not really even Trump. It's what's behind Trump.
Well, okay, wait a
And
second. What's behind Trump? I mean, the guy they tried to snipe him out, right? He's got $10 billion. So,
yeah,
like, who really? Unless you walk into the office with 20 billion cash, how are you going to actually buy Donald Trump?
right, right. Well, no, that's not what I mean. It's not about who owns him or anything like that. That's not what I mean. I mean, Trump is like a figurehead for something bigger. That's what I mean. Just like Elon Musk. Okay. So basically, what I'm saying is they're like double agents. And that can be seen as positive or negative, and it's kind of both. And what I mean by that is they're in such a tough spot that they are basically forced to play both sides. Because I don't think people understand how dangerous the spot they're in right now is.
Um,
That's the reality,
okay, but we see. Well,
especially with Israel.
okay, but if you think about it, if you're talking about say like the Biden administration and the rogue CIA, which has been rogue
Right.
since a long time now,
Yeah.
they're the ones that are always playing both sides because
Yes.
that's just what they do. But Donald
Yeah.
Trump is actually someone who has the balls to make a decision and stick with it.
Yeah.
So like when you say that they're playing both sides because it's dangerous, I don't know if I can't really buy into that because Donald.
You have to fool your friends to fool your enemies. You understand? Because
Um,
because there are things that Trump is doing that seems like he is, you know, basically going along with what the powers that dream they are want to do. Do you feel me?
Not really, because
Complying with,
under,
well, complying with Israel, complying with, the Zionists, complying with the AI, and all these types of things.
I hear
Okay.
you.
Because
Yeah,
like Elon Musk, okay. But the thing is they already are calling him Hitler. Okay. They already think he's a dictator. Okay.
yeah,
So, and he's not doing anything near what he actually wants to do. All right. And so he's meeting with Netanyahu. We know what he is. All right. So, for all intents and purposes, it looks like he's going along with it. And he might be. But, okay, there's a lot of nuance. And if you look at what he's been doing lately, especially, declassifying, JFK and RFK and MLK and, looking into free energy and, you know, uh, dismantling the fucking FBI and all these things, you know.
yeah.
The
So,
fact of the matter is, if he just dismantled everything like all these people want to do, all these truthers and conspiracy theorists, okay, all these alternative researchers, I say conspiracy theory, tongue in cheek, okay. If
yeah,
he did that, he wouldn't have to worry about the elite. This is the sad truth that I don't think most people understand. So everyone, please listen. For all the people who hate Trump, okay, and I understand why. I completely understand why. If Donald Trump just dismantled the entire system like everybody wants, most of the masses would have pitchforks ready to gut him because it would be such a shock because they're not ready. Do you understand? It
not
has to be
really.
done successively, gradually. That is the truth. The average person is not ready. This is what people like David Icke and all them don't get.
Okay, but here's the problem that I'm having. You're saying that he's going along with it, which I'm assuming you're talking about with Israel. But then here you're saying
With
he's dismantling everything, which is not going along with it. So
right.
like there's definitely a conflict there. And so I can't get on board with what you're saying. Actually, I think in Israel, the Trump administration offered Palestine twice full sovereignty, UN acceptance, infrastructure, financing, the whole everything they want in a peace deal, and they didn't even
Well,
show up.
well,
The
okay.
Palestinian leadership didn't even bother to show up for those talks. Okay, so that's bad faith in terms of negotiating with anyone. That's like basically dealing in bad faith. So, of course, Trump is going to be on the side of Israel, and of course, he's got some in-laws that are Jewish and stuff. His daughter converted, but when it comes to the United States and his dismantling the stuff, it's not like he's dismantling everything as much as they're basically running an expense. Basically, all Elon is doing is tapping into the computer system, seeing the expense checks paid every month to whoever, and they're going down the list. That's really all he's doing right now. And, that's really all he's done so far.
Well, no, I'm saying he wants. He's dismantling the fucking IRS and the FBI. These are good things.
Yeah, I agree.
But right, and so no, but I'm saying like look at all the fucking damn near genocide that's happened in Palestine. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
It has
yeah,
nothing to do with your average Jew. This is the cabal, you know. Um, the average Jew is as much a victim as anybody else. This is This is yeah, what Not No just said. I don't want to say it out loud, but yeah,
It's
you know, you know,
it's the thing is the way that Israel feels is they were offered full sovereignty and financing and infrastructure and everything it takes to have a running nation on the fly, be up and running and doing business. As a package deal, financed by Saudi Arabia, and other countries, all on the table, and they didn't bother to show up. So at that point, when there's a false flag or whatever that happened on October 7th, I don't know, but
yeah,
that's going to
it
justify
was
them doing what they're doing because they know that they're not going to be getting anything but bullshit on the other side. Okay,
right.
so if anything, Donald is going along with that because he's the one that offered his administration put the package together, right? It kind of brokered the deal, and Israel refuses to live with the threat of rockets in their civilian population anymore, and that's like basically where they both stand at this point. And hopefully Donald will carve up Syria, and everyone will get a piece of it, and everyone will be happy. But who knows what will happen? You know,
Well,
um,
well,
that's
I
the way I
mean,
see it.
he wants to relocate everybody, you know,
Yeah,
so that they're not in perpetual fucking war. And people hate that idea too. And he also
right.
wants to make Canada, part of the United States, so it's not under a dictatorship. And you see how people are reacting to that. And this is what I'm saying. Nobody understands because at one time you had this idea of the North American Union, which is Mexico, Canada,
Yeah,
the
I
United
forgot about
States,
that.
and and so that's how they see it because they saw this idea of, all of that being under the UN, but they don't understand that Trump doesn't want to do it under the UN. So it's a different setup, but
Yeah.
people
Well,
don't
that's
see
over
that.
actually. Donald asked them to help with the border for preventing fentanyl getting into the United States. Canada
Yes.
said,
Yes. And that's
"Oh,
one thing that really everyone really needs to understand. That's one of the biggest things people need to understand. Oh, he wants to build a wall. Why does he want to build a wall? That's stupid. If y'all understood how bad the fucking wall was and our immigration problem and what the immigration actually was, and it's tied to these cartels and the fucking black market, which people talk about the Freemasons and all this other shit. That's the visible shit. The real sickness, the real power, okay, is all these black market uh cartels and organized crime and military intelligence, okay, that are working in as sleeper cells and in and around, or sorry, outside and around our borders. Do you know how you get across our borders? Until just recently. You know how you did it?
you
People would
grease
go
somebody."
with children, okay? The child would say, "That's my father." They'd have a piece of paper, okay, with their identity, okay, or a fake ID. The they would check it at the border. They would have their investigation. The investigation would consist of them looking on the internet, Google search. I'm not kidding. Okay. And they would say, okay, does this match the country that they say? Okay, yeah, that looks right. And then if someone were to say, hey, this don't look right, they'd basically be fired. And these were basically not their parents, and they were usually
Yeah,
going to be trafficked and tortured and sold into
recycled.
sex slavery
That was
and
definitely under Biden though, because Donald
yeah.
Trump
No,
actually
that's
had
what
them
I'm
DNA
saying.
tested. But what I'm
That no no
saying,
no no
what
no. That's what I'm saying, the freak, is that was the entire point. That's why Trump wanted the fucking border so bad, because that's what was happening. They had 320,000 children go missing in 1 year
Yeah. Or
under
yeah.
Biden. They
yeah.
didn't go missing. They were sold into fucking slavery.
Probably.
And they knew what was going on.
Probably.
There's absolute no. This is a fact. There's absolute. This isn't even a theory. There's absolute evidence of this. And this is why I'm saying it, and I'm saying it like I am, because this isn't even a theory. This is
Yeah.
absolutely provable, and I can drop links to it because it's disgusting.
You know, it probably
So-
is true, but I'm Republican and I voted for Donald Trump, so I'm not going to say that because then I sound like a conspiracy theorist.
Well, that's fine because I can prove it. I wouldn't say it if I couldn't, because I'm always clear on what I can prove and what's speculation. This is absolutely provable. So
yeah.
they were taking people that they said were their guardians. 9 times out of 10, they weren't. They were literally, the people that were trafficking them. And the child would say, yeah, that's my kid. That was my parents. But no, it was just they were being threatened to say it.
Right.
And
the Democrats used that to say that they were separating families, but they weren't even families.
no.
Yeah,
They're
I
traffickers.
understand that.
And then
So
you
anyway,
find out
talking
that
about
the
the
very
war with
people that
Canada.
were in, dude, this was in Congress. This is what I'm saying. That they had it
Yeah.
in Congress. They were doing investigations, and the people that were supposed to be, doing the oversight for this, were themselves convicted of trafficking.
Wow.
Yeah. So the hen was watch. You know what
Yeah.
I'm saying? Like,
Department of Homeland Security had a lot to do with it too. I understand.
Right.
Mayorkas and the FEMA, even FEMA, I guess. But anyway, I just want to tie something up real quick. The quote unquote war with Canada is just rhetoric by Donald Trump because he asked them to help us on the border with officers and resources and stuff. They said no, and so he threatened to sovereign them basically financially, and then we would take care of the border at that point. But once he threatened that, they agreed. So there is no war with Canada. It's already over. We won.
yeah.
That's the benefit of
there's
Donald Trump.
Yeah, no, that's propaganda. It's quite the opposite. Canada had a dictator. And that dictator, they don't tell you he's a dictator, but he was.
Yeah.
And
Well, it's
he
certainly under
basically,
C-19.
yeah, they said that he said that he was resigning, but no, he wasn't resigning. He just was quitting because he was about to go to prison for, what everyone loves to do, the same thing we were just talking about. And so he wanted to resign before he went away forever, essentially. And so that's why Donald Trump wanted to take over, because they're gonna put another fucking lunatic in there. And so basically he's trying to put Canada under the Constitution.
Well, I think that's pretty much over because they already committed resources officially to the border. So that's all Donald wanted. So he got what he wanted. He's not going to sovereign them at this point.
No.
There's other fish to fry.
No, well, they already don't have sovereignty because they're under the fucking crown. Canada is under the British.
That's kind of true.
Yeah.
Especially Quebec, I think, like the French one.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. They're all under the crown. New Zealand, Canada,
Australia.
Australia, right. Yeah, they're all under the British crown.
What's up, Junior Busk?
How's it
What's
going?
good?
Fire away. I'm sure you got a lot.
Well, actually, I was just listening to this conversation. I
Yeah.
don't know if
I get heated with that shit, man. My bad. When it comes
This
to that
isn't my
topic, I get
specialty,
heated.
so I'll defer to you on this. It sounds like you know things that I don't.
It's all been really chill, but when it comes to this topic, I get really heated.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know how long you've been here, but
I've only been here for a few minutes, so
yeah, so you just saw
welcome into the
You just saw the heatedness.
Well, I saw the Canada bit. That's where I came in.
Yeah. Yeah, we're talking about Trump and how he wanted to make it the 51st state.
See, I don't want Canada, right? They can stay on their own, as far as I'm concerned.
Well, I mean, they're in trouble right now, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, I'd say a lot of places are in trouble right now. They have
Well,
been for quite a while.
yeah, that's true. But they're, I mean, why do you say that?
I don't know. I just most governments, probably all governments, I think, are just completely compromised in
Well, yeah,
modern
for sure.
states. Like they're just not working to the benefits of the public, or even pretending that they are, right? Because they used to pretend, kind of, sort of, that
Right.
they're working to the people's benefit, but it's like they don't pretend that even. Like they're just completely. There's so much of a fundamental disconnect in the world between the powerful and the subjects, right?
For sure. I would agree with that.
I think the mistake that somebody like Justin Trudeau made was that he was too on the nose about how much total contempt and hatred he had for his own
Yeah.
citizens.
Yeah, and then he does that speech about how much he cares. It's disgusting.
Well, and the people that do that end up digging their own graves, right? Like
Right.
it's Marie Antoinette.
Right. Yeah.
But
Democrats like to talk about the popular vote in terms of the United States elections. Well, Trudeau actually proves that the popular vote model, or the more than two-party system model, doesn't work, because as soon as you have a pandemic or something like C-19, and that president, quote unquote, prime minister, leader, whatever, declares emergency, it gives him all sort of dictator power. And the Canadian people, only 30% of the popular vote voted for Justin. And so that means 70% are upset about his authoritarian power given to him by a pen, whatever. Okay. So our model still is the best model. I just wanted to put that out there.
well, the guy in the idiot in the UK that won recently, right? He got only 30% of the vote.
Yeah, I don't think he even got that much. That's a generous estimate. I don't think Trudeau even got that much. They fucking hated him.
Canada has like 8 parties that that they all vie for, like, their president or whatever they call their leader there. And people want to go to having more parties. I think that's fine, but essentially the two-party system actually is probably a better model, because at least if someone takes dictatorship, at least 50% or 49 or 51 or whatever actually voted for that person, and not the other 70% that were discontented by Trudeau. And that's why he's having problems now, is because those 70% didn't like what he did, even if he was right, but he wasn't.
Yeah, I don't know. On the other hand, one could argue that theoretically, having a leader that's so awful and unpopular could actually lead to more revolutionary change when he fucks up, right? I mean, I don't think that's happening in Canada, but
True.
theoretically, it could and should.
Yeah.
Thank you, Canadian truckers, by the way.
Oh, that was great. That was great. If only
I
America
think,
could muster that kind of solidarity again, we'd be in a good
right?
place. We'd be in a good
Yeah, right.
place. I
Definitely.
give Canada, I give Canada respect for that shit,
Me too.
which is why I wouldn't actually mind them being part of the U.S. for reasons like that. Personally,
Um, one of the things that what you were just talking about, Junior, there is AOC had a press conference in New York City when they were having a bunch of problems with immigration before the election, and she was talking about, she was basically talking down to the people or whatever. This was in public, and everybody started booing her. So when you say that they don't even blatantly hide what, that they're not working for the people, that is like the perfect example in my mind how I image, the images in my mind that personifies that. Go ahead.
Yeah, no. That's the thing, right? The problem is that when you start doing that, you do break trust, and eventually you just make everybody pissed at you, right? Like if you like not willing to listen, it's just even forget even being a part of the elite, just being like an ordinary person. If you're walking around being like a complete douche to everybody and having like no social awareness or something, you're going to end up basically a loser that everybody hates. They're not going to want to be around you, right? Well, that same thing works even more if you're seen as being at the top, because now you're seen as holding the privilege while also being an asshole. And so, yeah, you're really running a lot of risks. And, there have been times in the past when that's led to actual revolutionary change in a way that, ends up with the guillotine and that sort of thing, right? Like that's a dangerous game that people play. And the only reason why ultimately they play it is because of the fact that they're so sheltered and so stupid and out of touch that they think that there won't be ramifications, right? They forget human nature and they think that like there really is like, oh no, the masses really are just stupid and sheep and they don't know any better, and they find out oftentimes all too late that that's not the case.
no.
Yeah.
Sometimes actually that is the point.
Sometimes it is,
Sometimes,
but it's
sometimes it's a game they play. It's a sick game of reverse psychology that they want to have a reason to tighten control even more. As sick as that is.
the thing is though that there's only so far that people even can be pushed, right? Like, I mean, we've gotten with the whole, COOF event, right? We
Right.
even managed
Yeah.
to get like people in China to start rioting against the government, right? Like that's
Right.
pretty amazing when the Chinese of all people start distrusting their government.
Yeah. They have a new variant now. I forgot what it's called. It's H something. They just discovered it like 2 days ago.
Really?
Which we know is BS, but
We got to drop
they're
that topic.
saying,
Yeah, we got to drop
yeah,
that topic. Blessings. Yep.
yeah. So prepare. They might try some funny shit. Maybe they'll give us more money though. I don't know.
You guys know Old Joe, one of the panel guys that goes on different panels and stuff on YouTube. He's Canadian, and he said a lot of the rhetoric in Canada about hating the U.S. and booing the U.S. anthem and stuff. He says a lot of that is actually been overblown, and
Sure.
so I take his word for that, because if I was Trudeau, I would probably want to ramp up that kind of rhetoric myself for being
Oh
called,
yeah. Yeah. I have quite a few friends in Canada too. So that's another reason why I was like, yeah, they should be part of the US. Because I have a lot of friends there. And
But like
I've
people
been there.
still talking about a war with Canada, like that's over already. Donald Trump already won. He's
Yeah,
using a lot more rhetoric this time.
yeah. And I've been there a couple times as well. Niagara Falls, particularly, it's fucking beautiful.
Cool.
Because I live right on the border. Because I'm in Pennsylvania, like North Pennsylvania.
I'm just glad we have a leader who knows how to use leverage in negotiation and get something in return. You know,
Well, the art of the deal, man.
yeah. God forbid you work. God forbid you work in your own interest in a negotiation for a deal. You know, the Democrats give everything away
Yeah.
for nothing.
You ever read it? I actually
No, I
have it
never read it.
on
I never
Kindle.
read it.
Yeah, it's interesting. And it's one of those books that you got to kind of read between the lines, which, I mean, that's just Trump in general.
He's
Because he
using a
said,
lot more rhetoric. You know.
yeah, well, I mean, you have to understand, and a lot of people who hate him don't understand this too, is he's saying one thing to the masses and another thing to everybody else, either to, the enemy or to those who, like, understand, like, the nuance of what he's saying,
Right.
And so that,
Yeah,
that if you get what I'm saying,
I
like,
do. Like he's the only politician that actually negotiates publicly.
well, because he's not really, you know.
Well, he is. I mean,
Well,
when he's like,
let me put it to you
yeah,
this
yeah,
way.
we're gonna dissolve sovereign Canada because they're not gonna put any border help for us. So that's all rhetoric, and that's negotiating.
You ever read The Art of War?
No, yeah,
Okay, there's some similarities. That's all I'll say. There's some similarities. He's a strategist.
yeah. Well, he definitely knows how to negotiate, and that's good enough for me. Like,
Well, what did he say? About the
about
storm
what?
when he was
About
elected the first time. What did he say about the
oh,
storm?
um,
It's the calm before the storm. And
oh
they're like,
yeah,
"What storm?" And he's like, "Yeah, this is the calm before the storm." And
yeah,
he's like, and then they're just like, "What storm? What storm?" And he's like, "You'll see." And
yeah. But then he decided to play ball, and then he got burnt. And this time he's not
but
doing that.
well, well, that could have also been part of the, it's hard to say, but it's optics. It's like I said, you have to fool your friends to fool your enemies. There's there's uh there's a possibility that the Operation Warp Speed that everybody talks about, that it actually may have been a different ingredients, shall we say, than the other.
Yeah, we can't get on that. We can't do that at all. Yeah, but I hear what you're saying, but we can't do medical advice thing. They'll literally shut down the show. But
No,
yeah,
that's all I
it is
said.
what
It's
it,
just different ingredients. But
yeah,
good
I
to have you
mean,
back.
yeah, I mean, it is what it is. I mean,
That's all I said.
Well, the thing is,
I'm not a doctor.
Donald did that and whatever, but
I'm
he advocated for every type of solution. It wasn't just
Yeah,
that. Okay,
that too.
so
Yes.
he advocated for
Yeah,
like the horse
he's a
pills.
total. I mean, the thing is that he used to be a Democrat. You know that, right? The freak.
Yeah,
Okay. So did you think he was right then?
I think he was basically doing what he had to do in order to get a business deal done. At the
What
time,
business deal?
whatever regulations he needed modified or regulation that he wanted imposed, he would pay those politicians, and that's what he would get his way. He didn't
What
care.
business deal?
I don't know specifically, but that's the way it
Well, you don't
goes
know.
when we're talking about real estate development.
You're talking about the banks lending him money to buy up
Whatever. I mean, it could be a
properties in
fire.
New York.
It could be a fire extinguisher mandate in New York City, and he greases the mayor and he greases the legislature as a Democrat to get that done, so that he doesn't have to pay
Well, he
money
didn't.
for it.
He didn't grease anybody, is what I'm saying. He went
Well,
bankrupt.
Well, yeah, but he also donated to many different politicians as a Democrat, right?
He was really an independent. That's kind of irrelevant.
He's
I mean,
a
he went-
salesman.
I mean, he went bankrupt and he got bailed out by the Rothschilds to
Okay.
buy up properties in New York. So I don't see how he's a
Probably.
big move maker because of that. But you know,
Well,
seems seems like his business that he was running went underground. It was mentored by Roy Cohen, the gay Jewish mobster, and
yeah,
yeah, pretty strange there.
yeah, that
ties
is kind of
there.
strange.
Yeah, ties
That's
to
definitely
Israeli
strange.
intelligence. Yeah, ties to Israeli intelligence, and we
Um,
covered it all on the show here. But
Yeah.
you know, and also Fred Trump and his ties to Shabbat Lubavitch and the KKK. Pretty interesting stuff. But yeah, I mean,
done?
I'm not. Wait, what's going on?
I was saying, are you gonna wrap it up?
Well, no, not specifically. But
Okay,
like
cool.
in 20 minutes or so. But yeah, there's no rush, really. Yeah. Because I do have to
Well-
play me and Trad Culture from yesterday at the end of the show. But other than that, yeah, there's no rush. But yeah. Blessings.
Excellent. I hear there's a lot of rumors about his dad that are just at this point. I think most of it is bogus because some other person I talked to, they said that Donald Trump's father was a horse meat
There's no evidence about
processor in
Rothschild.
California during like the 60s or something, and it's like, are you serious? Because so a lot of the stuff I think is bogus.
There's no
so
evidence. There's
The
no
guy
evidence
is
of a
from New
connection
York
to
and he's going to
Rothschild.
be in the KKK. Come on, man.
There's no evidence of a connection to Rothschild. Zero.
With Trump?
None.
What? Wait, you're talking about? No, I'm talking about Wilbur Ross and the bailout.
No.
dude.
I'm talking about with Trump. There's no evidence of a connection to Rothschild.
With Trump, Trump is
Yeah.
connected to the Rothschilds.
No.
How not? Wilbur Ross and his,
Okay.
they bailed him out. The Rothschilds bailed him out.
Not Trump.
Yeah, he went bankrupt and they bailed him out. Yes, Trump. This is a well-known fact. He was bailed out by the bankers. This is why he put Wilbur Ross in the seat of power. This is a well-known fact.
How was he built up?
He
by
had a
Rothschild?
property. He had a property called the Taj Mahal Hotel
Yeah. I know about that.
that was owned by Meyer Lansky.
Yeah.
He went bankrupt, and the Rothschilds bailed him out to buy properties in New York. This is after the bankers took over New York City and the
How did-
management of the city. They refused to buy the bonds back from the city. This is all historic shit where they literally, in a historic city deal, they took over the operations of the city, the bankers, and they put some of the properties when they bailed out Trump, they put him in charge of some of those. Watch the movie Hypernormalization by Adam Curtis. You'll find out all about it, my friends. Trump is connected to the banksters. 1,000,000%.
I think he's probably gone bankrupt a few different times, but you got to understand, he probably has a bunch of different companies, and that's just the nature of entrepreneurism. Some of them go off, some of them fail, or whatever. But one thing, as a business person, which I can speak of as firsthand experience, is that you definitely learn from your failures, and so that's why I have no problem with him being president, as opposed to some government official who's never even run a lemonade stand, because the guy actually knows how to negotiate a deal.
yeah, I could show you guys very easily.
What'd you think about mine and Twilight Lilith's conversation, TML?
It's pretty interesting. You know what I mean, yeah, I mean, I just let you guys go. I saw that you were restreaming, and I wanted you to have open range to ask as many questions because I know you haven't been up here since he started coming on the show. So
Appreciate that. I thought it was pretty wild, actually.
yeah, no worries. Yeah. But yeah,
Well, he's an interesting guest, certainly.
yeah, but I'll show you guys some things when I could find it in a second here. In terms of our buddy, a couple of things that I actually covered on the show, right? Okay, I don't know why this is oh, okay, I get it. It's blown up to a maximum size. Okay, yeah, give me a second. Look this up for you guys. But yeah, it says okay, actually give me 1 second, folks. Okay, here it goes. Trump found himself in financial trouble when his 3 casinos in Atlantic City were under foreclosure threats from lenders, but was bailed out by senior managing director N.M. Rothschild's and son, Wilbur Ross, who he then put in charge when he became president, who Trump would later appoint as Secretary of Commerce. Ross, who is known as the quote-unquote king of bankruptcy, specializes in leveraged buyouts of distressed businesses. In 1970s, Ross began 24 years at the New York City office N.M. and Rothschild's and Son, where he began the bankruptcy restructuring advisory practice. Okay, so there's the critical information. There's more as well. But yeah, he has connections to the Bayrock Group. He has connections to Wexner. He also has connections to Estee Lauder, who's a prominent Zionist supporter.
Well, obviously, I don't think.
Does he still though? And it sounds like he got bailed out by a guy who worked with Rothschild, not Rothschild directly. These are nuances that are important. I'm not.
Right.
No, it is important. It is important. Does he still have connections with them?
Yeah, he put him in charge as Secretary of Commerce.
Who?
Trump.
The Ross guy?
Yep.
Can you send this to me?
Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah, it's in the book.
Because you know I don't.
It's in the book that
completely-
we sent each other.
You know I'm still critical of him, but I'm just very
Yes.
careful with the nuances
Yeah, I'll tell you where it is. I mean, you
because there's like
yeah,
a dual game being played, and so it's because like he's dissolving the fucking IRA and the FBI and the woke shit and the so there's like two games being played at once. So yeah. Send this to me. And like there's I have a like 3 hour thing on all this that gets into like the nuances and like the military intelligence and the like the Maxwell
yeah.
Dean
It says
Maxwell and
yeah,
like you
it
said
says
about Lex Wexner and all this type of shit. Yeah.
yeah,
Because
Lex Wexner. Yeah,
Maxwell, or sorry, Epstein and Maxwell were connected to Lex Wexner was connected to Epstein
yeah. I read all this stuff
directly.
on my show. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, he's definitely
Um,
connected directly. Yeah.
so yeah, when we talk about that, that'll definitely come up. And Estee Water is directly connected as well, along with MOSSCD. Um, they're all connected because Ghislaine's father was a spy for yeah.
Yeah, look at this. It says in 1991, Charles Bronfman and billionaire Les
Right,
Wexner,
yeah, that's
who
it.
built
They're mafia.
Victoria, who built Victoria's Secret, Pink,
Mm-hmm.
Express, and The Limited into one of America's all-time great retail fortunes, formed the Mega Group, a secretive group of
Mm-hmm.
billionaires to which belongs
Yeah.
Ronald Lauder. Media profiles of the group describe it as a loosely organized group of 20 of the nation's wealthiest, most influential Jewish businessmen,
Yes.
focused on philanthropy and Jewishness. That's a quote
Yeah.
by them, with the membership dues upwards of 30,000 per year.
Yep.
Mega Group members founded or have been closely associated with most well-known pro-Israel organizations. For instance, members Charles Bronfman and Michael Steinhardt formed Birthright Taglit with the
That's
backing
all
of
mafia.
Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Leslie
Yep.
Wexner himself has documented ties to both organized crime and U.S. and Israeli intelligence.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, it says that the past president of um the World Jewish Congress was Edgar Bronfman. You know what I mean? And
Dirkless just dropped another video in this vein. Like as we've been talking.
yeah, but it's all tied into this dude Roy Cohen.
You mentioned Mayor Lansky. Mayor Lansky was
Yeah.
responsible for the JFK, uh, among other things.
Yeah, Lansky and Cohen, they're like mafia dudes.
Yeah.
Straight up.
Yep.
Straight up.
And
And they
Bronfman. They're all connected.
yep. Yeah. Yeah, Bronfman
They
actually got famous in the prohibition times with the
Yeah, I was about to
Seagram.
say, yeah.
Yeah.
They started working with
Yeah.
after the dawn of the old Italian mafia was murdered.
Yeah. And
They
then they
actually
made a
started
bunch of
working with the
movies.
Italians. Yeah.
Yeah. They made a bunch of movies instead of Italians. It's some wild shit, dude.
Yeah.
Uh,
Don't get me started. Yeah. 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 I mean, not my favorite person to quote, but David Duke talked about this. Um, yeah. Yeah. Although, like later in life, he turned out to be not so bad. But yeah, there's a book called The Red Mafia that gets into this. Hmm.
Yeah, go take that. Yeah, go take the Jabby talk to your buddies over there at the Crucible. I'm sure they'll enjoy that. You know, and then we can report their channels. I mean, blessings.
The Crucible.
The
Because
Crucible is a clown show. If you don't know what they are, they're completely retardo, as they would say.
Yeah, I don't know.
You know, the less you know about them, the better.
Okay, cool. Then I think I'm pretty good. 'Cause I don't know shit. I think I'm.
yeah, look
I'm
at look at the Crucible and made by Jim Bob, right? Where they literally never break TOS, right? And these losers come over here to tell people about the free speech and Spurg about free speech, but
Oh.
they can't tell their performers, on stage, to actually talk about anything of significance, anything of crucial importance. I mean,
I
but
see.
they go around going, oh, the other
Well,
panel.
they do their part to push liberal ideas as conservative
Well, they
and
kicked me off
basically
of
make the world a worse place.
yeah, they kicked me off of Glenn Lawrence for for saying that the F word and all that stuff. So they're very, very PC over at Glenn Lawrence, over at Raging Tomato, over at the Crucible. And so while they talk about how they're like these hard boiled conservatives, they'll say anything to anyone. But they seem to mind TOS. They're very sensitive. They delete all of their videos. They have sensitive content.
Well, they're
And
very sensitive personally, right? Like, I mean, look at how butthurt Jim Bob gets when you ask him questions that he can't easily answer, right? Like, they're emotional children, and
Oh, great.
they're just not.
That's my
I mean,
favorite. Yeah.
they're not they're not the sort of people that anybody should be listening to because they betray their own psychological problems basically on a regular basis. Like all you have to do is
Oh yeah.
go off script once and like ask them one question that they don't know the answer to, and all of a sudden
Oh,
you
yeah.
can see like what insecure babies they are.
Oh, that sounds like fun to troll. Yeah. Yeah. Maybe I should go over there.
Well, the problem is then they also, if you say things that they don't like, they start accusing you of being a PDF and threatening to dox you and threatening to go after your family. And
That's okay. That's okay. I know magic. I use a fake name, a fake icon, a fake. They try anything with me, I don't have to lift a finger. Like they're just digging their own graves. They ain't gonna dox me.
Actually, it's funny. Bill Hicks says this. Last time he was on my panel, he literally said faggot and then said sorry. So, dude, shut the fuck up, dude. Like
No,
what?
I wouldn't. I
Use your
wouldn't
brain.
do that. I don't use magic with people online unless they
Yeah, but
actually
it's
really
just like
tried to. Unless they really tried to like cause harm to my family or whatever else.
it's like we
Um.
definitely allowed you to say that, but on the platforms that they watch, they don't allow you to say that type of stuff. So I just think it's very interesting that I don't even tolerate hatred towards the gays. I actually don't. Because I don't tolerate hatred towards anyone. Just
remember
mind
when,
you.
Right.
remember when EBT, who of course is the Crucible's butt buddy. Remember when he came on here and he started like dropping the N word a bunch of times?
Yeah, the N word, F
Man,
word.
that's not cool,
K.
bro.
Yeah, they'll say K. They'll say
That's not cool,
all type
bro.
of stuff about
That's not cool.
the Jays. So
That's not cool.
yeah, dude. So it is what it is.
The
It's
elite
just
are a different story. Like they're a different class. They're not even fucking human.
it's
Practically.
bedpost. It's a bunch of Fed posty stuff, and I
Yeah.
think they're trying to draw in a crowd so that people can drop a bunch of their extreme political ideologies, and they can funnel them into their little community, and then they try to expose and blackmail
Yeah.
information on them because that's all they
Yeah.
do. They try to funnel people into their community so they can look up
That's
information on them. I mean, so it's obvious
so.
with that. It's a gatekeep operation, whether they know what they're doing or not.
So what you're saying in so many words is they don't really believe in equality too much.
Yeah, or just I mean, or even just leaving people the
Okay.
fuck alone.
Yeah, I think maybe I should. I think Lilith would have a good time with them. Um. Yeah. Yeah. I don't think she would like them too much. This is one of those avenging justice type things that she would have fun with.
Yeah, I mean, I'm allowed to. I mean, we're allowed to talk about what we want, but the thing is that we'll have to do it
Yeah.
on an alternative platform, really.
Yep.
And we won't get a lot of traction on this platform. Although we do appreciate the space, we appreciate YouTube, the corporation, for allowing us to
Yep.
speak here. But if not,
Have,
I would just simply record this and transmit this through the various other mediums or
have you
with a
thought about
megaphone.
using Odyssey
Oh yeah, yeah, definitely. We could
or
do.
Rumble? Yeah, yeah. That's what I've
Well,
thought
we're
about. Once I get my computer,
we're
I've thought
already
about.
experimenting. We're already experimenting. We have uncensored shows that we try to do on the Neurojack channel, and then sometimes we play them here. So, we have improvised streams that we're testing out, and we're be posting stuff on Odyssey and figuring stuff out as we go along.
Yeah, because
But I greatly
Odyssey
yeah.
is pretty. I mean, you could get away with a lot. It honestly kind of surprises
Yeah.
me, at least for now. Um, what you can get away with on Odyssey, because I mean, there's documentaries on there that you could never find on YouTube, and
Yeah.
even Rumble to a degree. Rumble's pretty good too, but uh, Odyssey is. I mean, I have a friend who's an occultist who does full blown rituals and shit. Like uh, and talks about some pretty controversial shit, and they don't give a fuck. So and talks about like stuff that happened in the war, and you get what I'm saying.
Yeah, this
But
is interesting too because this guy, Imran Khan, he was actually married to a lady named Jemima Goldsmith, and go look up the Goldsmith family in England and
yeah,
who they're connected to. So the Prime Minister of Pakistan, the former Prime Minister of Pakistan, he was married to a former J from England, one of the biggest families, Goldsmith. I mean, it's crazy. I mean, they got their.
it sounds
I mean,
familiar.
yeah. So Pakistan is complete. A lot of times they're completely controlled. Right? So I mean,
Sure.
and it's sad to say because I'm from there. I mean, but the thing is that Turkey and Pakistan, they actually do stuff for Muslim people way more than a lot of Arab countries, which is sad. That Pakistan and
Right.
Turkey and Malaysia actually do shit like give aid to Muslim countries, where like Arab countries totally dropping the ball out here. I mean, but yeah, but they're also been under attack. I mean, the Arabs have been genocided. It's true.
Yeah,
They have been genocided. Right? So,
I know.
so
It's fucked up.
this is the facts.
Israel and Saudi Arabia. I know. It's fucked up, man. It's fucked up. And a lot of people don't understand it either.
Oh yeah,
And they
yeah, 100%.
blame Muslim tea not understanding the reality of it.
Yeah,
It's fucked up. I'm with you, brother. Praise be to Allah. I know the truth.
exactly,
I know the truth.
exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, yeah, and definitely thank you to the freak for coming through. Blessings, sir. And all you guys, I'm gonna go around and maybe let everybody have some closing thoughts. Please feel free, guys.
Thank you, GML. You're still the number one show on the internet, as far as I'm
Blessings.
concerned. I mean, no
Thank
one
you.
is more in depth and does the work, and like I don't have to double check what you're saying in terms of what you're talking about. The philosophy, the all those different things.
I
Uh,
appreciate you.
yeah. So I don't know what the deal is with the Crucible or whatever. I think that in America there's a lot of Islamophobia just because of, I don't know, maybe perhaps 9/11, or just because Christian bully pulpits have always kind of been fearful of Islam. But there's definitely a bias there, unfortunately, and so I found that, like Toilet Bowl Earth is probably a victim of that. The Crucible might be this. They see Muslim and they think, they think they don't think good of it just because of the rhetoric in the United States, which is false, by the way. But uh, I'll get over that because we're all actually worshiping the same God in terms of who He actually is. We're all children of Abraham, and so hopefully they get over it. Anyway, that's all I've got for tonight. Thanks again.
Yeah, blessings, my friend. We'll be back on Tuesday night, and yeah, I greatly appreciate you joining the panel, and thank you to everybody who's restreaming. See Reddington for free, and yeah, blessings to all you guys. I mean, thank you, Bill Hicks, for holding it down, homie. I really appreciate you. Thank you to the sis Joanne Murr. I really appreciate you, sis. Blessings to you. Thank you, Not Know. Thank you, Kitty Comments. I appreciate you. Kitty Comments. Trump hints that you're going to find out something really soon. Very interesting, Kitty Comments. I enjoy the suspense there. I mean, we got televised apocalypse. No, I was just letting them go. Letting them go for a little while.
Shout out Televised Apocalypse.
Yeah. And we got Neo Antifa. Yeah, exactly. We're trying to get this yeah, Cyber Caliphate and Neo Antifa. Maybe we can make an alliance. I mean, let's figure it out. I mean, let's keep this moving. What you got from traditional culture? We're about to play our show here.
Ooh, nice. Well, I mean, I stand by everything that I said on our show last night. Thank you once again for letting me host it. I think that, we need to be having these conversations about like real philosophy and real traditionalism, because right now the big threat that I'm seeing is like pseudo traditionalism, fake traditionalism being repackaged as the real thing. And I think that's a psyop. Obviously, I think that these people are bad faith actors that are basically out here to make sure that you don't discover, actual traditionalism. You don't discover like the philosophies and the worldviews and the lifestyles of people that lived before the Industrial Revolution. I think that they're trying to twist things and make you think that, what's not normal and what's new is actually normative and traditional. I see somebody like Alexander Dugin doing literally the exact same thing, and it's incredibly problematic, and it's something that we need to be standing up against. And I think that, I think you do a really good job of that. I think that, we need to continue this fight, because right now, um, some of the worst enemies of humanity right now are the people that are saying that they're trying to save humanity from the modern age, but in reality are just trying to push forward like of the modern psyop.
Definitely, I couldn't agree more. I mean, and that's why we're brought together here. I think it's for a greater purpose, and yeah, definitely we're brought together for a reason. I could see that when I first met you in the Crucible Discord. So thank you for them for having the space. I mean, I'm appreciative to everybody, folks. I mean, but yeah, blessings to all the people, and yeah, God be with you all, really. And the thing is that I'm trying to open up a discussion. It's not about money. It's not about, trying to form a community or trying to gain followers. Please, if you do like the content here, just repost it. It's free to repost. Um, Spread out the views or talk about it yourself with other people. That's what's important. You know, it's not important that, you give me money or, become my friend or any of those things. Although I really love you guys. I really encourage you to reach out to me and have personal conversations with me, about any of these ideas if you don't feel comfortable coming on stage, but yeah, again, this is just a public conversation, nothing more, nothing less, between myself and everyone else. So yeah, blessings. Yeah, what you got for us, Twilight?
Well, I just want to say that I completely agree with what Junior said. So shout out. Uh, definitely we all connected for a reason. Um, and you don't have to worry about me becoming your friend because I already am.
Exactly.
And you can reach out to me anytime for anything, whatever the hell it is. And yeah, like this idea that they want to save us from the modern world because they want to bring us into the postmodern world. That's what it is, and they want to dilute everything, and give us some polluted version of philosophy or whatever it is, some ready-made uh, you know version. But yeah, I think that as long as we stick to what's real, you know, uh, we'll be okay. And I feel like things are only going to expand, and this is only the beginning. And just making connections, and it's not about you know numbers or influence or any of that. It's about quality and about making genuine connections and talking about things that actually matter. You know.
Yeah,
uh,
exactly. I'm happy to take a hit in the numbers just so I could have real conversations with serious people. And that's really what it comes down to. That we
exactly.
could engage the circus and have the dramas and have big name content creators and
Oh
all this.
yeah.
But then we'll just be fulfilling the needs of the algorithm. We're slaves to the algorithm. So the thing is that we like to stay independent. We like to, obviously more is better, more people is better, but and not in a rush. Quality is what I'm interested in, definitely.
Right. But it's only better if it's quality. Because if you have a bunch of idiots, then it's really not better. You know what I mean? It's better to have less people that are fucking in tune and have something to say than a bunch of people who are saying nothing. You know what I mean? So it's only better if it's proportional to you know eh, the the intellect and to not just like they're smart, but they have purpose and have similar convictions. Um so and that's what I'm saying. I can tell, meeting more people and having like I had a really good conversation earlier, you know uh and so I could tell, getting to know more people, that it's obvious that it's not for nothing. Like
Yeah, DeFreak has been here for a
I
while,
yeah,
so
right.
yeah,
I
he's been watching
always
for a very long time. So
him
I
him
greatly appreciate his input. Yeah,
him and Truther Cop I always saw in the chat, but we never actually spoke. And so I can tell,
yeah,
that
they're longtime viewers. Yeah,
talking
they're
to more people, that it's obvious we all came together for a reason.
Yeah,
Because
those are some longtime viewers, definitely. Yep.
this all happened because of Annapurna. You know what I'm saying? It all happened because of Bjerknes. Because I saw the fucking. Because I lost. I wasn't getting notifications for Anna, and all of a sudden I got one because I was watching a Bjerknes video, and so she popped up,
Hmm.
and then I saw you, and even though I'd seen your videos before, I never like made the connect. You know, I never saw you live. It was
Yeah.
always like after the fact, and then boom, Neuro was there, and I, you know, he was on my channel before, and so it was like boom, 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 and then Not
Yeah.
No pops up. I knew him from before, and so it was like okay. So yeah, man, good things are happening. Good things are coming, and even unseen, you know.
Yeah. Yeah, I love that
So
guy.
so
You know, that
I
guy's
do too. I do too.
yeah,
Just don't
he's an
tell him.
OG.
Just
Yeah,
don't
he's
tell
an
him.
OG. Yeah,
Just don't.
because
Just don't tell him.
yeah, there needs to be the type of explorations that he's having on his show about the role of the church, you know, the role of modernism in the
Yeah.
church. You know, I've looked long and hard to find, you know, a mind to correspond with on those issues. So, you know, he's a brilliant, you know, and a humble teacher. And so, definitely, great respect for him, and many blessings to him on his path and journey now, at the monastery and all
Yeah,
that type of stuff, that the thing that he's involved in, so we definitely support him on that journey.
for sure.
And yeah, so you know, we're trying to you know, and I'm excited more to learn about the process from the inside out, just having a homie that's going through that type of thing. But yeah, you know, but yeah, anything else you guys want to say before I get out of here?
Praise be to Allah.
Exactly. Allahu Akbar. Yeah, thank you, my friend. Yeah, I'll talk to you very
Hallelujah.
soon. Yeah.
Take care, man. Blessings.
Yeah, blessings, brother. Yeah, peace. And yeah, and blessings to you, my friend. You know, JR Bus. Yeah.
Same to yourself.
Yeah, peace on me. And yeah, here is Godfather Don. You know, and then I'll play this show here. Me and JR Busk. Killer show that we did. You know, panel is closed now. You know, and yeah, we're gonna bring you guys more Kurzweil on Tuesday, more of the Tao Te Ching, right? Just as we planned, right? And there on Wednesday, yeah, it seems like we'll have to push the ending of Kurzweil to Wednesday. So we'll continue to explore Kurzweil's thoughts until Wednesday, right? And yeah, then on Saturday next week, we'll return to Kaczynski. Okay, look at technological slavery. Blessings, guys. Thank you guys for joining us here on the Machine Lies. Okay, where we talk about the lies of the machine on the machine that lies. And I hope you guys have clarity to see through the lies, my friends. You know, the first step to blinding somebody is getting them to open their eyes. And the first step to seeing beyond the programming is to realize how you've been programmed, right? Anyways, you know, yeah, you know, believe in everything, I mean, believe in nothing, listen to everyone. Sorry, you know, until you can prove it for yourself, right? Getting a little sleepy here. I mean, but yeah, believe in nothing, right? Okay. Question everything, right? Okay, where does truth come from? It comes from inside of yourself, right? How do you know that something is true that somebody else tells you, right? It's because you agree with what is true, right? Okay, no truth comes from outside of yourself, right? Okay, truth comes from within, right? Okay, there is no truth, right, beyond this world. You know, truth and reality are one, folks. You know, God is truth manifest. Yes, it is true. Right. So yeah, blessings. Yeah, thank you, Voy. I appreciate you, my friend. I mean, but yeah, you know, yeah, we're engaged in many explorations here, but the major exploration is about the architectonic, right? About the method of symbol making. And I'm going way too long here. I'm gonna get started on a new presentation here pretty soon if I don't stop myself. But yeah, blessings, guys. Thank you for being here, and we're gonna be opening up the topics again, right? The topic is transhumanism, right? Defining it and fighting against it, right? But yeah, thank you guys. Blessings. Oh yeah, and also techno-liberalism, defining it and fighting against it. Blessings.
Sick thoughts, criminal in nature, sanity phaser, razor, blade that slater, major amount profound facer, eraser, Schwarzenegger, Comega, leather feather, catcher, lockdown now to stretcher, slash, black mass showing the people, big type freaker, late night creeper, eureka, see your face like Tia, Carrera, Herrera, Ice, DK, NY, decayed in my stash house, slash bounce till I crash out, wall to wall, polyurethane, acetate, probably more insane, decapitate, I watch the blood coagulate, the matter breaks down, a slow process, you go topless, mental rehabilitation shows me no process, I get ill on the big terror shit, illiterate, never conceal a clip, now gorilla tricks to seal your lips, sessions of harshness and torture, misery style, splitting my enemies foul, letting your energies power, wetting with Hennessy now, I'm bent up, chemically laced up, straight up, in the face nut, connect spray nuts, copycat stalker, break off arms and bomb, calm, trauma, J Dama, say mamas with the gray llama, sick, these seeds of hate get iller, no love above, below, from a blood thug killer, please, you can't stop, what can't be stopped, lyrically deranged, what's strange, so niggas get dropped, refine the question until a dime lets me in, your breath be in my hands, you test me in the jam, I'm deadly in cold face, like Austria, black blood sip on my thoughts, be a force, and force me to talk, the gory remain, the course see the pain like smashed glasses, my mask slashes, trash asses, massive flame for fast ashes, the slasher, dasher, here comes the sirens and high beams, my lean cadaver sheens like afros with a cracked nose and spleen, seem like dreams, untouched, green on the body, checkpoints throughout the city, constantly holding shotties, waiting, debating, saying, I work for Satan, true lies, who dies, cries like odds died with blue lie, you knew I was about to snap, you didn't act, now tracks on my maximum carnage, alarming, making you real back, attack women like a monster, no armor, protects, neck the sector, real extra blessed, still for honor, Unabomber, pursuing drama, worldwide with girls tied up, emergency locked up, two in Nevada, few in the got an emergency, cops they got a lot of words for me, I'm dirting 3 at night, genius like currency, swerves and murder sprees, the nerves of these, they put the word on me, purposely, and now I bet you heard of me, worse than purgatory, yeah, word to me, I go sick, these seeds of hate get iller, no love above, below, for blood the thug killer, please you can't stop, what can't be stopped, lyrically deranged, but strange, so niggas get dropped, I go sick, these seeds of hate get iller, no love above, below, for blood the thug killer, please you can't stop, what can't be stopped, lyrically deranged, but strange, so niggas get dropped, it's madness, somebody help me, I can't stop it, full of chocolate tie, victims locking lies in my pocket, I design your death to look atrocious, every minute details and focus, leave my calling card a pink crocus, the same night my man jammed in Commando Matrix, say this philanthropist and list of Chris Spamo DeSanto, runs through my veins, to soothe my pain, I had this super name after I had this fucking trooper slain, he got me close for comfort, my work is sacred, a 9 to banquet, 2 days later, found him kinda naked, I'm on the hatred, confused, rationale, do I foul, schizophrenic, that gets the minute in the true style, immersed, perverse, my birth was my first curse, at worst I got the verse and buried the nurse, under a ton of dirt, I lurk around town towards the sound of techno, the dreadnoughts, the catch holes in their best clothes, the expo, the stress grows, I let the legs flow, they let the legs show, the sweet mama negro, finest pelegro, I dead slow, the neck goes flaccid, body colder than plastic, pull out the plastic facet, cadaver broke it down with acid, tragic anonymous promises, to put a stop to this, you get crushed by the hands of the non-kids, I grow sick, these seeds of hate get iller, no love above, below, for blood the thug killer, please you can't stop, what can't be stopped, lyrically deranged, but strange, so niggas get dropped, I grow sick, these seeds of hate get iller, no love above, below, for blood the thug killer, please you can't stop, what can't be stopped, lyrically deranged, but strange, so niggas get dropped, that's how we do it, yeah, that's how we do it. All done, yeah. Yo, Godfather Don, niggas be taping your freestyles. Buying your production word like them crystals from since 1990, yo. Now niggas be trying to rap hard over them like supermarket ambient music, man. Fuck that. Yo. The ill and tumor, doomer, rare's mind a zoomer. Soon to flare, my mind's in tune. Boom, somewhere behind the moon, my tunes evaporate like concentrated solar. Rhymes inflated, holders of heat, sleep, mystique of a boa, throw the venom. Shot hot like Simmon when I'm in friend denim. Blue steels in them, send them straight to hell, Brennan. Women a lot like prisoners, real parishioners. Say no submission to bitches, snitches, and listeners. Missions to separate limbs is crucial. Not what you used to. Two tools used to bruise you. It's the true school literal. It's the physical damage, a lyrical ravage, a savage.
For about up to about an hour and a half the other day.
We'll figure it out.
Hit them with your lick and hit them with your kick.
Yo,
All right.
can you hear me?
I can hear you now. You're
Okay,
quiet,
nice.
but I can hear you.
There we go. Okay, thanks. Nice. Okay, so yeah, we got that one figured out. Bingo. And yeah, so would you like me to share this this video?
Yeah.
Or you
Yeah,
could actually
that
share
would
the
be-
video if you want.
Oh, do I have that power?
Oh yeah. Yeah, you see on the bottom there,
Oh,
present.
apparently not on my phone. It says
Oh,
I
not on
can't
your
do
phone.
screen share on my phone, and
Oh, okay.
remember my computer doesn't have a microphone for some stupid reason.
Yeah, no worries. I'll pull it up. What's the name of the video?
It's like called "How to Rizmax" by Jay Dyer, and it starts at about the 56-minute mark.
Oh man, this is cringe. Okay, How to
man.
Rizmax by Jay Dyer. We'll pull that up for you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it started about like the first hour is literally like nothing of substance at all. So it's about like 1 hour in that the video really starts.
How to Rizmax for guys, advice on navigating women.
Yes.
Okay, here we go. All right. So 55 minutes into this so far, or something like that.
Yeah, somewhere around there.
Somewhere around there. Yeah. I remember you were at. Okay, here, let's see. All right, folks. This is Traditional Culture Preservation Society, J.R. Busk reading list. We'll put the channel in the description here. Blessings. Yeah, you want me to play this?
Yes.
Yeah, no problem.
Dudes.
Yeah, just let me know when you want to pause it.
All right, awesome. Will do.
Chunky gamer dudes. I mean, look at this dude. Here's an 800-pound gamer dude. What the heck? Or this, what's his name? Boogie that everybody talked about forever, who basically went insane, I think. This dude, right? I'm getting tired of the AI stuff too, but that's like all that comes up when you type this stuff. I mean, remember the Euphoria atheist memes? This guy's like this, right? So right away, this guy, the long hair is not working for you. You need to lose 80 pounds. Stop. Your diet is what's giving you all the acne. Like immediately, we can tell this guy right away what to do, right? Anyway, so that's what I have to say on that. These are the archetypes, loosely speaking, that we want to avoid, right? We don't want any of these things to be anywhere near us. These are the toxic archetypes that we want to get rid of. And now Jamie is a big fan of facial hair. I know all Orthodox people want beards. Again, my opinion, and Jamie agreed as a female, if you
That was kind of a weird move where he's talking about archetypes. So he's going into Jungian psychology or something weird.
Well, yeah, he's going to do that a lot. He's going to say that he's going to talk about the James Bond archetype as the ideal man, which I think is a kind of silly, right? Like that's the stereotypical ideal of a certain age or a certain generation, but that's
Yeah,
not
that
the
guy was.
ideal man.
Yeah, he was part of M16 too. Ian Fleming. It's a very nefarious
Yeah, I
character.
mean,
Yep.
which is interesting because like Jay Dyer obviously is all about how espionage is, you know, bad, right? Supposedly, but he's his archetype that he's going to appeal to, and he's actually even going to be like semi self-aware about this. That the archetype he's going to appeal to is basically a lying con artist who's working for the British government.
Yeah. And he's saying that's a positive archetype for the modern age.
Yes. Or he's
Wow,
saying that
very
that's
strange.
true masculinity, right? Like Sean Connery's portrayal of James Bond is true masculinity, which is questionable.
Yeah, and he's got the golden eye music as his theme. Very strange optics with the spy shit. And he's constantly joking about being a Russian spy, by the way. So very strange optics.
Yeah, it is. It's a very clever whatever the hell he's trying to do.
If you're a dude and you
Oh, by the way,
are
actually,
not clergy,
I'd recommend going on like maybe 1.5 speed because he's gonna ramble a bit, and I mean he always rambles, right? So 1.5 speed is probably gonna accomplish more.
monk, it doesn't make sense to try to grow some massive church father beard. It almost just looks like you're LARPing, right? And her assessment was that, you know, that's about the maximum length that a guy should have if he wants to be attractive to a woman, right? So we're talking about guys that are, you know, we're not talking about 70-year-old men that are widowed, you know, that are hanging out in their garden all day. Nobody's going to care. We're talking about if you're a young guy and you're trying to attract a mate. That's what we're talking about. Okay, so looking like you are not homeless, basically, right? I've got Orthodox bro friends, and it's fine if they want to do it. That's their choice. But, you know, they've got homeless man beards. And well, Jamie's like, I'm being serious. And in their mind, they're like, oh, bro, I'm like super spiritual with this beard. And look how ascetic I am. It's like, look at this beard. It's ascetic. It's like,
And that's a really strange move, right? You're kind of bashing the church fathers, right? You're saying they're not attractive to a mate. I don't think that's what they're worried about, right? I'm saying the church fathers look like homeless people, right? I mean, it's a very strange stance. I mean, even if you're trying to, you know, talk to people, I mean, what's all this about, you know, grooming? Man, where's the talk about love and faith? You know, instead of how you're gonna groom yourself, right?
Oh yeah, well, I mean, again, keep in mind I only listened to about half an hour of this, half an hour to an hour of it, but nothing that I saw or nothing that I heard really had anything to do with like how to keep a partner or have a successful relationship. It was all just like how to get girls, and I mean, it literally wasn't really anything substantively different from what like PUAs or the red pill would say, which is a problem.
Yeah, did you know that his wife used to be with some other truther guy who covered conspiracies, and he supposedly stole a lot of the guy's work in terms of like his conspiracy angles. Pretty weird stuff, but yeah, his wife used to be with some other dude who was a
I hadn't
famous
heard that
YouTuber.
in particular. I knew that she wrote like a book about like Russian witchcraft before meeting him.
Yeah, she was like an occultist, so that's kind of weird for a Christian to be with an occultist, right?
I know the narrative is that she gave it up, but you know, I don't know. I don't know what. I don't know a whole lot about their personal life. I'm more familiar with the public persona that they're trying to go for, which is like holy, super spiritual, orthodox, and I don't really see this video as doing a very good job of promoting that persona.
but you're not, dude. You work at Krispy Kreme. You're not an ascetic. What are you talking about? You could be an ascetic and work at Krispy Kreme. Yeah, but nobody wants to get your donuts when you got hair like dangling and touching the donut dough, bro. Jamie's laughing. So point being, like, just be kempt. Even if you have long hair, you can look okay and kempt versus unkempt with beard or with hair. also, I was just going to add, like, if you're a dude and you want to vary the styles, right, by what's appropriate. Obviously, yes, in warmer situations and climates, you don't have to always wear pants. For some reason, this is like, I think, in places like Italy, like men are never supposed to wear shorts. Okay, well, those people have never been to Florida. Okay, so you cannot wear pants all year round in some sort of like ridiculously humid locale, right? So I am a fan of beach aesthetic, as you guys know. I like the Miami vibe, the Miami Vice vibe. I like the sunny.
I think I may have told us to go to the wrong part of the video, because like this is not really substantive either. Like maybe try, I don't know, try like an hour and 10 minutes. Maybe that's where it starts. This is still kind of like basic, right? Like once he gets more sort of deeper into how you actually go about rizzing up the ladies, that's where it gets really weird.
Yeah, I mean, it's really cringe. You know, it's got the Miami Vice sort of aesthetic, you know, and yeah, I mean, he looks like a cop that'll like pull you over. I mean, yeah, I mean, literally, he's got that kind of look, you know. So, and he's wearing a purple jacket. You know, it's like, what are you, like Jack Nicholson's Joker? I mean, like, what kind of a look is this? It's like really strange type of look, right? But yeah, you know,
well, keep in mind he's also like 45, 50 years old, right? Like this is like not a young dude either, right?
yeah, like you're not black, like, you know, like I don't know how he could get away with that. You know, he's like Steve Harvey or some shit. Like, why is he dressed like that? But yeah,
Crockett vibe. I like.
Yeah, did you want me to fast forward in the video or?
Oh, I was just saying, try like maybe like an hour and 10 minutes or so, because this is this is still kind of his like intro thing. I'm more interested in when he starts getting into like how you should actually go about meeting girls, because that's where it gets really bizarre from my standpoint.
Awful. And after that summer, I decided I will never ever have a job like this again, and I will do anything in my power to not do this kind of. So that taught me a lot. It taught me how bad those kinds of jobs can be, but it was it was a massive learning experience, and it was super hard work. But there was actually positive to that, believe it or not.
If none of your friends have told you about the skip forever button, those aren't your friends. This is
Okay, we can't get rid of this whore. It's just because of the ad block. I don't have ad blocker. But it's kind of funny because this is a video for ad blockers. So, yeah, we'll skip this. Friendly Jewish gal.
Horrible scenario. When I was finished in the evenings, right? Because I think it was 9 to 5. We might have quit at 4. I don't remember, but like I was like so relieved when the day was over, right? And it was just an extremely intense experience. I'll never forget. And it's weird to me.
The context
of never having had
what he's talking about here.
I mean? That was
what he's talking about here is this idea that like, oh, men need to go through this struggle, right? Like men, basically that you're not really good material for dating until you've participated in the capitalist wage economy system, right? He's saying that like, no, really, like men need to go through like building themselves up and pulling themselves up by their bootstraps, which is interestingly enough is, you know, that's the boomer mindset that he claims that he's against, right? He's always making fun of boomers. And then what I noticed in this video is that like pretty much every bit of so-called dating advice he gave was just boomerism. It's just like, oh no, see, no, really, you got to make something of yourself. You as a man, you got to be a man and make something of yourself and make money and get all this experience. And I was like, holy fuck, this literally sounds like what your grandpa would tell you, right?
a season of adversity. Because I mean, if you're like 14, 15, I don't remember how old I was. You don't want to be doing that. That's not. It was as bad as it sounds. But an entire summer of that, I think, it was worth the bad experience. I guess I should say. It was an intense season of adversity, and so guys are going to have to figure out ways to challenge themselves, to take on types of adversities, and to persevere through. I'm not telling you to go to boot camp, by the way. This shit was probably worse than boot camp. That was like my own personal boot camp. Hey, Jamie, could you make me an espresso? Jamie! Can you make me an espresso?
This is your
we got all that.
reward,
We got all
right?
that.
Is that
Oh, you're gonna
the prize that you're eventually going to win if you follow Jay Dyer's advice that you get to have a personal maid servant.
Yeah, that was super cringe how he did that. Right? It was like, here's proof that what I'm saying works. You know what I mean? So, yeah, that seemed very strange.
Yeah, it is. If you felt weird, uncomfortable feelings, that's because you're a normal person.
Yeah, but it's interesting. I think I seen another video that was talking about. It was a video with Andrew Wilson, and it said why being normal is controversial or something like that. So yeah, it's this very interesting thing, like that like traditional is controversial or something like that, but it's not really traditionalism that they're sort of preaching and promoting. It's actually liberalism.
Yeah,
so
well,
it's kind of weird.
That's the thing. This is fake traditionalism. And the reason why, I decided to do this stream in the first place is because like this video is totally liberal. Like this is one of the most liberal videos I've ever watched in my life. And these people, they're just eating this up and they think this is what traditional orthodoxy is. Like the things that he's going to promote in this video as being like normative for men and women and like the relations between the sexes is completely liberal and has nothing to do with what the church fathers or the medieval, society would ever have believed or taught.
Yeah, and that's the thing. It's like, how is going along to get along challenging the system, and then how is challenging the system going to get us back to orthodoxy or traditions?
Well, yeah, but he's literally saying that men need to participate in like a capitalist economy, and he's calling it "quote unquote" challenging themselves and helping themselves to get better or whatever, so that they're worthy now of getting female attention, so that one day maybe they can have their own personal like maid making them coffee, right? Like that's what he's saying. Like this is just like fucking Mad Men '60s bullshit. This isn't traditionalism.
It'd be one thing if you're like if you believed in polygamy or something like that, like but like if you're only trying to get one wife, like you don't really need to try that hard to get like a single female and try to live an honest life with them. Like I don't see, it's never been hard throughout history. So I just don't know what's the big issue.
Oh no, see, but these people, they believe the dumb lie that like that like twice as many women have reproduced as men and that most men have been inkwells, which is based on crap data that presupposes Darwinism in order to make itself work. But Jay Dyer he's not gonna, and Andrew Wilson and Rachel Wilson, who mentioned that lousy study in her book, right? They're not actually going to give substantive critiques of this system because they're part of the system as much as they try to pretend that they're not.
We got homework tonight too, y'all. Gonna give you guys some homework. Let's talk about the archetypes, and then we're gonna talk about the ultimate awful archetype. We don't have to go to like images of these people. We can talk about this. Everybody's familiar with James Bond, but I mean, some of the positives of James Bond without getting all puritanical and bitching about he sleeps with women. I know that he's a spy for the government. He's a complete psycho, and he's a killer. But there's certain things that James Bond has as qualities that are attractive to women, whether we like that or not, or whether we think it makes sense or whatever. And some of those are that he, in the situations that I know he's a fictional character, but in the situations that he's in, he's not actually very rattled by whatever's going on. Now, again, most dudes are not going to be that calm in the situation, but he's calm enough in the situations that they don't rattle him. He's not easily rattled, so he's able to control his emotions, right? So that's something that is a positive quality to James Bond. James Bond also dresses well, right? He doesn't...
Most Planet Fitness clubs are open 24 hours.
Yeah, this is very telling that, they want you to get yourself into these fitness arenas, where obviously the men and the women are, working out together, and it's just like Coomer adventure. But yeah, I mean, that's really legitimately what he's promoting is this preening, posturing. People that are like really well built, really well dressed. They have a lot of money. And what does that have to do with being a good person or finding an honest woman or maintaining a stable relationship? I mean, if you become very attractive to the opposite sex, right, just so you could get a wife and live an honest life with her, right? I mean, how much are you going to be able to use that riz, quote unquote, right? So I just don't see, like, unless you're trying to hook up with multiple women, why would this advice even matter? Right?
Well,
Yeah, it's
because
kind of weird.
again, this is everything he's going to say is just like cribbed from PUAs, right? Like he doesn't have anything original in these videos. It's all, or in this video that I watched, everything that I saw, and again, keep in mind I didn't see the whole video, but everything I saw just looked like it was cribbed from like every other PUA from a decade ago, and is now being sold to a new generation. And the problem is that the PUAs from a decade ago were cringe as fuck, and it hasn't aged well.
Ever look like a slob. And even though James Bond is middle to low class, you wouldn't know that in the presence of James Bond. You would think this is some kind of, dude that's got stuff going for him. I'm not saying you gotta wear a tuxedo, right? But James Bond is not
a manipulator. So he's saying the archetype that you should strive for is a liar and a manipulator who uses women and is working for British intelligence to promote imperialism. And by the way, he's also the guy that's going to tell you not to trust the CIA and not to trust spies, right?
afraid of walking up to people and talking to them. He's not afraid of, even to a degree, dying. And if he's not afraid of dying, and if you've overcome some of these, classic human fears, why would you be afraid of approaching and talking to a woman, right? And women are very, very hypersensitive to minutia or body language or microaggressions or micro expressions. And so if you betray nervousness and fear and you're trying to talk to her, your hand, and then your voice is shaking, like, she's going to know that, right? So that's a fear that you've not yet overcome. He's overcome this. He's talked to countless women. He's not afraid of talking to a woman. And why does the young guy feel that fear? Well, he's afraid of rejection. He's afraid of her not liking him, not finding him attractive. What if he says something dorky? What if he stumbles over his words? Well, guess what? Who cares? In the end, it doesn't matter. I've seen, for example, in my past, dudes that were not very bright, not very suave, kind of idiots, but they were still able to do okay with women just because they weren't afraid of them. So a lot of guys, especially young, smart guys, totally overthink this kind of stuff. And there's all the red pilly, grifty people like trying to sell you a course and all this stuff. Like, all you gotta know is figure out, like, don't be fat,
call other
fix your
people
hygiene.
red pilly and grifty? Like, I mean, first of all, a lot of what he just said is just dumb, right? Like, I mean, there's some truth in what he's saying, but there's also like a lot of nuance that he's missing, right? Like, I don't think he realizes that there's like such a thing as like a halo effect and a phalo effect, right? Like, the thing that he's talking about, he's talking about like guys who are maybe awkward or whatever versus guys that are confident, right? Like, an ugly confident guy a lot of times will end up going to jail for his confidence, right? Like this idea that, oh no, you can just like become confident and supposedly suave and like not fear women and then all your dreams will come true is ridiculous, because a lot of the most confident guys are also the creepiest guys, and he's not going to tell you that because he's just feeding you the red pill narrative, even while he's claiming that he's against the red pill narrative, because this is literally just the fucking red pill narrative, is just try and become something you're not, try and project this air of like faking until you make it, right? This air of like false confidence, and be aggressive and pushy. And we're going to find in a little bit that he's going to promote things like cold approach that are completely cringy and maladaptive.
Yeah, I just think it's really like, it's like, yeah, confidence. It's like he's trying to say that confidence is sexy, right? Which is pretty cringe. right? But on top of that, it's kind of like humility is also sought after, right? People who don't take themselves seriously, who could take a joke. I mean, so like somebody who doesn't get rattled very easily is somebody who doesn't take themselves too seriously. So there's a sort of humility in the confidence, right? So I don't know. I just feel like he's not really, hitting on what the main, what the actual thing is, even though he's trying to communicate something deep, but it seems like he's just communicating very surface level.
Well,
It's like reading Vanity Fair or something.
He thinks it's still the 90s, right? Like he thinks that he doesn't realize that the younger generation that he's trying to talk to are like way more fucked up as a generation than his generation was, and that things that might have worked for people his age, when he was young, don't work for young people today, right? Like today we don't live in a world where being confident and pushy and aggressive is likely to get you anything but a prison sentence. And by the way, that's not I'm not saying that to complain, right? Because like the stuff he's talking about is creepy as hell, right? Like this idea of the guy that just like the pushy, confident guy that quote unquote doesn't care, doesn't give a shit, the frat boy, whatever, like those guys suck. And I don't think that it's good for women to have to deal with uncomfortable situations with quote unquote confident guys that, are douchebag dude bros. And I've seen this, right? Like I saw this when I was in college, these like drunk frat boys, they were confident. And you know what? They creep women the fuck out because that their supposed confidence was just them being perverts. And people can see through that.
Try to be personal, make normal conversations, be yourself, stop trying to act like you're some Romanian weirdo. And if yourself is super nerdy, work on yourself. For example, James Bond's gait, the way he walks like a normal, confident man. He does not walk like a nerd who speeds across. If you've noticed how nerds walk, they walk stiff and quick, like they've got something in their butt, like they're scared, like they're little nerd mice running around. It's like, why are you walking like that? You're walking like a mouse. Like, dude, relax. Like, why are you walking like that? You look like an idiot. Like James Bond walks into a room and he looks like a normal guy, and he goes and he stands over at the bar and he leans back and he has conversations. He does not walk in and like speed across the room.
Yeah, that's super cringe. Like, what part of being a Christian philosopher is being like, yeah, you need to be cool? Like, what? Like, it's about not being a nerd, folks. Like, what? Like, no, dude. Like, what about like? Yeah, like, go ahead.
Being a Christian philosopher means you should be a nerd, right? I mean,
right.
Like what? Jay Dyer, isn't he? He calls himself a nerd. He literally calls himself that, and now he's bashing nerds. Very inconsistent.
Yeah. Did you ever hear about Aquinas, where like he wanted to go like to the church and become like a Dominican like monk, and his brothers locked him in the room with prostitutes, and when they came out, they were converted to Christianity. And, like, he refused to sleep with these women. Right?
Yeah, and you know what? It's interesting that Aquinas was like a social misfit, right? He was the nerd that got picked on, and people look down on him, and now he's a great saint. And something tells me that Jay Dyer will never be a canonized saint, right? Because this isn't orthodoxy, right? Like this, like you compare this to the monks on Mount Athos, and it's like, no, this is just like, this is an American macho douchebag telling you to be an American macho douchebag. This is not orthodoxy.
Like a Krellboyne. If you've watched Malcolm in the Middle, then you know who the Krellboynes are, right? No Krellboyne is ever getting a girlfriend. And in fact, if you've not watched Malcolm in the Middle, it's almost worth watching just for that kind of stuff, right? Nerds have this spurgy, like, why do you, like, something's wrong with your body, dude. Why are you walking like something's stuck in your butt? It's weird. They walk like they're like on some little invisible motorcycle, right? And that's how the Krellboynes are in the show, right? Krellboyne in Malcolm in the Middle, they're the challenged children. And one of them like runs everywhere, like he's like, he does everything on a motorcycle. That's how nerdy dudes, spurgy dudes act and walk. Okay. That type of body language signals to a woman that you're a freaking dork, dude. It's immediate, like, turn on. No girl is going to find that trick. Okay. So there are archetypes that you should shoot for. I'm not telling you to go sleep with all the women. I'm just saying that think about the positive qualities that.
I love how he, the man, and by the way, you notice that like these guys all do this, right? Like Father Josiah Trenum is another one that does this horse shit. And, you know, Tim Gordon and basically all the like fake trad dude bros that I roast on my channel, they do this shit where they like say that they're the ones that have the secret gnosis of what women are like. They're men, but they have the secret gnosis of what women are like. And they're going to tell you, well, no woman is attracted to X or Y. And the hilarious thing is that like most women actually find like the James Bond archetype gross, right? Like most women think that like a guy that's like a overly try hard womanizer to be extremely unattractive. So he's literally, what he's doing is he's pandering to the male gaze. He's saying like, this is the sort of guy that men admire enough that when they make movies, they have him be irresistible to women in the movies. And because movies are definitely real life, that means that this is the sort of guy that's irresistible to women in real life. And that's totally irrelevant to really the way that women actually operate and understand things, and particularly in the younger generation, right? So like if being a macho dude, bro, is the thing that like young women find attractive, then why the fuck do they all like these Twinkie BTS K-pop stars, right? Like none of these guys, none of these like PUA coaches can ever answer that question because it's outside their purview, because that question itself exposes them as snake oil salesmen who are basically 20 years behind the times.
Yeah, I mean he's pretty smart. I mean, I'd say more clever than smart, to be honest. I mean, there's people that are much smarter on the internet for sure. I mean, I'd say maybe he's like a low-level commentator on philosophy. That's my take on the issue. You know, there's definitely PhD philosophers and people today that are much smarter. You know, but I think like in the sort of debate circus, you know, I think he's a low-level performer there. I mean, what can I say, Ewan? And I mean, in terms of his intellectual achievements, I mean, he's written one book on conspiracies, and he's written another book that's a combination of a bunch of essays. Yeah, and I don't think the tag argument is very powerful if a Calvinist can use it too. I mean, yeah, I mean,
yeah, I generally agree with that assessment.
yeah, so I mean, in terms of intelligence, I mean, he's not like a really intellectual heavyweight. I mean, let's just face it. I mean, he's pretty smart. I mean, but you know, I mean, that'll just get you so far in this world. And you know, I mean, you know.
Yeah, Jake Dyer's pretty much just theist Matt Dillahunty or theist Forrest Velkai. He's not really he's not doing anything monumental, and we all pretty much know what women want. They like height, they like face, and after that, like bank account, and then they have personal fetishes. It's pretty simple.
So I don't think that you say bank account. I don't think that money can buy actual attraction. Like, yeah, like maybe they if you want a gold digger that doesn't love you, you can try to get rich, but that's what you're going to get.
Well, it all comes down to personal preferences, and even if you're the prettiest guy in the world, they might actually love you, just love you for how you look. So we're not really. This mean there may be no actual love at all. And for certain, we don't have unconditional love. It's conditional.
I don't know if there is such a thing as unconditional love, right? Like everybody is on some level. Like you don't just, unless you're like a saint or something, right? Like one doesn't have like a strong bond with somebody based on nothing, right?
Exactly. And even if it is the same, it's going to be agape and not lutus. So it may be completely irrelevant. So
Yeah, I agree with this Browns boy. He's definitely smarter than Jim Bob. Definitely.
Well, that's not difficult.
James Bond exudes that are worth bringing into your psyche, that archetype, so to speak. Because I guarantee you, if you're who do you think a woman would prefer? Sean Connery or the chunky gamer dude? I mean, it's like kind of, a lot of stuff's really obvious. It's not rocket science, okay? But for some reason, I guess a lot of people do need to hear this kind of stuff. If you've never asked out a girl, look, if you're above 9th grade, 10th grade, and you've never asked a girl out, okay, something's wrong. Something's wrong. Like, you should have done this by now.
Okay, this is
I don't need to hear a million excuses.
total bullshit. Like, this is a really dumb take that honestly
That's terrifying. That's terrifying. That's very unchristian. But yeah,
that's the thing, right? Like, there's so many layers of problems with this. Number one, he's presupposing, although he loves to talk about presuppositions, he's presupposing a modern liberal paradigm where where mating and dating is done in this particular way, where like the guy, and of course it always has to be the guy, right? The guy is supposed to make the first move and like engage in this individualistic experiment where he basically humiliates himself and makes an ass of himself in order to win the approval of women. That's not the way that things worked in traditional societies, particularly in traditional Orthodox Christian societies, which tended to have arranged marriage. So he's saying basically, you should bow to modern social programming. And that's normative. In fact, you should look down on and consider somebody a weirdo if they don't happen to bow to the social programming. And by the way, like, isn't this actually sort of an admission that you're not whatever high status, high value, right? Like, if you're desperately having to win the approval of women like that, then that means that it's something that you need to win, right? Like, if you're a Chad, if one would think that if you're really a Chad, then you wouldn't have to worry about, getting to 9th, 10th grade and having to ask women out or whatever, because they'd be chasing you. Right.
Yes.
But like,
if you were a Chad like J.R. Busk, if you haven't had the pleasure to see him on camera, he is a Chad. I'll certify it. He doesn't really have to chase women around.
Well, no, I'm just saying in general, right? Like, I would say that if you're like, there's almost the sense like he's saying that there's something valuable and good and like manly or whatever about like having to work hard to get female attention. But wouldn't that not actually work, right? Like, wouldn't it be more quote unquote Chad to not have to work hard to get female attention?
Yeah, that's correct. If you're a Chad, you don't have to work hard to get female attention because they're looking for you anyways.
Not according to Jay Dyer. According to Jay Dyer, there's something wrong with you if you're not actively pursuing women by 9th grade.
Yeah, if you're not sexually active by 10th grade, well, you got some real problems in this world. Like, what the fuck? Like all those kids on the Disney Channel?
Yeah,
You better be sexually active or they're fucking nerds, man. What kind of this is a very liberal paradigm.
Yeah, and even if we assume Jay Dyer's correct, he doesn't have any solutions, so he's just wasting our time at this point.
Yeah, it's weird.
Yeah, I mean, what are 14-year-olds and what are 12 to 14-year-olds gonna learn by hooking up with girls or guys, in high school? Like, what did anybody learn by doing that? It's kind of it's terrifying to promote that. And are there quote unquote relations being supervised by their parents? I mean, this seems like a program to have more pregnant teens in the world. I mean, this is totally strange.
Jay Dyer would just say to you that, oh, you're a Muslim, you're a prophet. Oh, that's what he would say to you, though.
Yeah, but, all those Christians were, they were getting married when they were 12, 7 to 12. The betrothal was at 7, and actually marriage was usually 12 to 16.
Yeah, but we made adults sooner. We had a shorter pipeline to adulthood. We extended it for some reason.
Yeah, sure, but see in Islam, you're allowed to have a bunch of wives. So the goal is to procreate and to produce many children who know who their father is. Right? I mean, in Christianity, the goal is not to have a bunch of wives. Actually, it's fine if you live a life of asceticism. Further than that, you should probably only be with one woman, and you're definitely not allowed to get divorced. Right? So, I mean, what is he recommending in terms of starting a relationship in terms of a Christian society where it was always, arranged marriage, and the marriageable age was pretty young. Definitely people didn't have girlfriends when they were 14 to 16. Rather, they were thinking about getting married at that age. Right? So it's pretty interesting, right? 16 to 14, you can get married with your, parents' approval in most societies. I mean, and so I mean, it's just interesting. Right?
Yeah, Jay doesn't know. He just doesn't go with whatever the Hollywood says the status quo is. Like
Yeah,
he's
there's a
doing
lot
right now.
Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of sexual immorality among the teenagers. I mean, so I think he should be more worried about that. I mean,
Well, his argument is it's more if Hollywood says it is. So, because that's why he's referencing a movie. He's referencing movies. So if it's in a movie, it's
Right.
okay.
Right, like what?
Oh, but the girls are mean. Oh, the girls, they're all whores now. Oh, they're all trash now. All the girls are on OnlyFans. All the girls are... Stop whining. Dudes need to stop whining.
Hey, boomer.
Whining. Bitching on Twitter. That's pathetic. Okay, all your pathetic qualities, which we're going to talk about the pathetic dude in a minute, the archetype of the worst dude, all that shit's got to stop. None of that. Get it out of here. No more.
Yeah, stop whore shaming and go out there and get a chick. Maybe that is good advice, but I think what's wrong with requiring higher standards for the women, in society? Right?
Well, that's why I say he's being a boomer, because he's basically saying it's your fault if you're dissatisfied with the system. He's saying, no, actually, you should just grow a pair and grab the bull by the horns and just chase after women anyway, which is not the take that I would expect a legit Orthodox Christian living in 2025 would have.
No, he's right. Just grab him by the pussy, and if just too short, you get charges pressed on you, and it's your fault because didn't look good enough.
Well, I don't know if you were there a few minutes ago. He was saying a few minutes ago, just like be confident, and it doesn't matter how you look as long as you're not fat or whatever the fuck.
Yeah, that's factually wrong. I know this script. I debated it before, so he's just factually incorrect.
Well, the problem is that you can't say he's factually incorrect because you can't give a counter, a justification for the transcendental categories. You have to assume in order to be able to decide what's factually correct or incorrect.
No, we can just look at this empirically. We have the data in the dating sites, so we just do it empirically. We don't need transcendentals.
Oh well, see that's not sophistry enough for Jay, unfortunately. So I'm afraid that you lose that one.
Ah, damn it.
Every time you're tempted to whine and complain about women this and women are liars because they wear makeup. Makeup is a lie. What? This is the stupidest shit I've ever heard, dude. That is so dumb. There's actually dudes actually say this. Can you believe that? I don't know what's going. Like this is like the MGTOW incel type stuff.
Here's a troll. We should call into Jay Dyer's show and ask him if he wears makeup. That would be hilarious.
I mean, makeup is terrible type of thing. It's clogs your pores, botulism. I mean, it's interesting that they're sort of, the types of makeup that they have now, you could really do a number on just the original way that somebody looks. So I mean, I just it's hyper modern, makeup. It's like, so I just think this is a very, very interesting,
Well, he likes
promotion.
modernity, though. Really, ultimately, right? Like these orthobros, they're not anti-modernity. I learned that the hard way with Jim Bob, and the fact that when I called him out on his cognitive dissonance, he spent like literally the whole rest of the day shrieking about me. This nobody on YouTube, right? Like these people, they're not against modernity. David Arhan, who's another part of this crowd, he used to go on Twitter, right? And he used to like roast people for saying positive things about Uncle Theodore and say like, oh, you're like he used to go after Anprim people and say that, oh, you're like some like cave monkey or whatever, right? These people are not actually interested in preserving any sort of tradition in a real sense.
Well, here's a trick. What they do is manipulate the timeline and say what they're doing right now was always a tradition. It's 1984 stuff. So that's how they get around this. But I do think Uncle Ted was a libtard, and I don't support his opinion though.
Well, it's interesting because what you talk about trying to gaslight people to saying that modern bullshit was always a tradition. That's literally exactly what they do, right? And with all the like evolutionary psychology and all that bullshit, like I mean, Rachel Wilson's stupid book about occult feminism, that was literally all it was trying to lie and gaslit men into believing that this stupid post-industrial narrative about like gender and things like that was just the way it always was, right? That like basically the male breadwinner, female homemaker bullshit, which didn't really start until like the 1800s at the earliest, was really just the way things were in the Middle Ages, which is preposterous and absurd.
Exactly.
I can't stand that stuff. Never have cared for that stuff. At least something like Neil Strauss's book would teach you how to dress nice, how to engage in conversation, right? I'm not advocating for everything the book tells you to do, because any positive trait or quality can be misused, right? So you can learn social dynamics, social skills, and you can misuse those. But you can also use them properly to your advantage. And these are skills that are kind of universal in other areas as well. For example, you want to be a teacher. Okay, can you dress nice and communicate effectively? Or do you have weird speech impediments and you talk like a retort and you're all fucked up? Like the Idiocracy line goes, that's a quote from a movie. I mean, it's just, again. So if you're a young dude and let's say you've never approached a girl or asked a girl out, okay, well, I would say, first of all, let's work on the physical appearance. Okay, I'm gonna be your Will Smith Hitch right here, right? You're Kevin James and I'm Walt Smith. Yeah, I'm joking. Actually, though, maybe you should. I mean, it sounds stupid, but like maybe you should watch Hitch, because Kevin James is like a fat, nerdy dude, and it's a stupid movie. But I mean, at least like Will Smith kind of like shapes him up a little bit, right? And helps him out. And no, that's a foot fart.
So this is two instances where he's gone to literally Hollywood movies, right, to give advice on how to attract the opposite sex. Right? I mean, if there's enough information in these Hollywood movies, then why does he need to give this presentation? I mean, it's just totally lame, right, to point out some movie with fucking Will Smith and Kevin James. I mean, this is pretty sad. I mean,
Well,
in
I
terms
told
of
you,
social.
it's basic. It's like basic level. He's selling himself as like this advanced rizology professor, but this is going at such a shallow level compared to like, I'm not trying to toot my own horn, but like compared to, some of the videos that I've made that have got absolutely no traction, where I'm talking about like on a deep fundamental level, right? Like this is such a like basic level, even when he gets stuff right? Like, because not everything he's saying is wrong, but like even when he gets stuff right, it's like such a like shallow level, that he really is talking to inkwells. I think he really is talking to people that are completely clueless and don't know anything.
So the inkwells know the most because they've been trying everything. So
Well, he's talking to, like, I think his audience, honestly, is like the reason why he mentioned the 9th graders and the 10th graders, because I think that's his audience. I think
Yeah,
he's talking to kids.
Yeah, like
I
what kind of
agree.
people are these? Like, are these absolute animals with like nose hairs sticking out of their nose and like armpit stains? Like, you know what I mean? It's like it's like what was happening where, he's like, maybe you should go watch Will Smith movie and get some advice. I mean, I'm just trying to comprehend just what I'm watching here.
By the way, the comments to this video were all like buttering him up and telling him like, "Oh wow, you really are, like, where do you get all this amazing knowledge?" Like, literally, he's just saying like, shower and try to smell nice and lose weight. And people are saying, "Dude, this is like this amazing, like, wow, you got the secret formula. This is ridiculous."
Well, it sounds good to normies, but it's kind of not very much relevant to the actual process. But it sounds good to normies. This is just the zeitgeist. It's just repeating the zeitgeist narrative. It's irrelevant to actual wisdom.
Well, I would say you're not a normie though if like this is news to you, right? If you think that like it's okay to go around smelling bad and being obese, right? Then you're not a normie. Like you're a real he's appealing to a certain type of like complete weirdo that thinks that like, "Oh wow, my mind was blown. I'm not supposed to be a big fat guy if I want to get women. Wow, I had no idea."
But everyone has an idea except for normies who just goes with whatever Hollywood tells them. And he's just repeating Hollywood's narrative.
Well, I can't argue with that. He literally is just repeating Hollywood's narrative.
Somebody said they wanted to see my calves, by the way. And I do have on shorts because I'm at home. So I'm going to show you my calves. Because they said, you do not have. So if you've never asked a girl out, you've never approached a girl, you've never done this, you're going to need to go through this experience or you're never going to get a girlfriend. In fact, I was even talking to somebody, this is not appropriate for church people. I was talking to a cleric the other day. And he had said to me, I won't say who, but that he was talking to a bunch of this hot tail in here. He was talking to a bunch of the young dudes. And many of the young dudes have never talked to a girl or asked them out in person. I'm sure they've slid into DMs on something, but
Pants on fire lie. Pants on fire lie.
Yeah.
Well, no, like, why is this Orthodox priest complaining that teenage boys aren't hitting on girls? This is absurdity. Like, this is why I said, whenever that was a couple months back, right? I said that like the American Orthodox are the biggest disaster to ever happen to the Orthodox Church, right? Because I mean, this is absurd. This is literally just like liberal Protestant ideas that are being shoehorned into, Trojan horsed into Orthodoxy. Because like, you think the monks on Mount Athos are like sitting there whining that teenage boys aren't like hitting on girls enough? This is insanity. And by the way, because he's never going to give an actual cultural critique, right? Like, why, if it's so important that everybody gets hitched up and gets married, then why don't we try to work to affect a broader societal shift where it's not necessarily the guy's responsibility to do all this shit anyway? We know that it's not necessarily always the guy's responsibility to shoulder all these burdens because of the fact that that's not the way it works in a lot of other societies, right? There's copious documentation, the ethnographic record of cultures where women are the ones that approach men and actively court men, and people can shriek about that and be like, oh my god, that's an inversion of the proper natural order. The problem with that is that those societies oftentimes tend to have like better mental health and better marriages and higher marriage rates than the societies that do things the way that Jay Dyer and this orthobro priest he might have made up or maybe is real is talking about, right? Like this normative narrative is a Western modern myth that doesn't really have anything to do with what's actually normal for humanity or what's healthy or what's adaptive. But he's not going to ask these fundamental questions. He's not going to think outside the box. He's not going to tell you maybe there's some alternative to Western social programming. But the problem is that he's a member of a non-Western church. He claims to be against modern Western social programming when it comes to things like epistemology, but then he completely defaults to modern Western social programming when it comes to things like relations between the sexes, which makes him look ersatz, fake, and honestly grifty.
Yeah, I mean, now that he's taken the jacket off, I mean, that might as well be like a blouse. I mean, at this point, I mean, I mean, just what kind of a shirt is that? I mean, I've never seen anybody wear that combination of colors. I mean, or that colorful of a shirt and design. And yeah, definitely. I mean, it's like this made by Jim Bob and this Jay Dyer guy and the David Patrick Harry guy. The way they dress is like they like shop at the mall. It's very disconcerting. I mean,
It's very
at least they don't look
sterile,
like.
if you ask me.
Yeah, at least they don't look like Larry the Cable Guy, like Andrew Wilson. But yeah.
Yeah, no, I don't.
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh no, you can continue.
It's not the real world, right? So if you've begun to fix your appearance and you've begun to lose some weight, you've begun to clean up, okay, the best thing for that kind of a dude to meet a girl or to at least get over this fear of asking a girl out and getting rejected is to try something that's day related, like a coffee shop. So take a book, and when you're doing your reading time, depending upon what you kind of think the crowd in this coffee shop might or may not be, you're going to take your book and you're going to sit in there for an hour every few days, and you're going to read in there. And you're going to watch and wait and see if you think a cute girl comes in. And maybe the first time you don't immediately just hit on her. Maybe you strike up a conversation, something like that. That could be very easily done and it's very effective for rather than like trying to go to bars and pick up people. Okay. That's really annoying. Bars are loud. They're drunk people. It's just a mess. It's not really worth it. The only time that kind of a setting I would argue can be okay is if you have a group of friends that are already going out, say, to dance, and maybe you have a date set up through that, or your friends are arranging you to meet their friends. That kind of that can work, right? But the just you and your bro going to the bars out. I mean, that's just
like this is unreal.
What the hell? Like you're going out to dance? Like what kind of setting is this okay?
Well, he's talked about fucking cold approach. Like this is what I'm talking about.
Who goes out with their boys to go and dance? Like what?
This is consumerist nonsense. Just go buy crap. Go hang out and buy some more shit. This is consumerist nonsense.
This is so at odds with anything that's like remotely. Like I would, just so y'all know, I would never ever tell anybody if they're like struggling to get a date or whatever to like go fucking cold approach. Like this is the most like individualistic, dumb bullshit imaginable. No. What you need to do is you need to use pre-existing social networks. You need to build a network of people that you know within your local community, and any dating that is done by you needs to be within the context of the broader network of people that you already know, like friends, families, right? Like maybe you have a group of guys that you hang out with and you date one of their sisters or something like that after you get to know her pretty well, right? Like that's how you do it. You don't fucking cold approach at a goddamn coffee shop. This is insanity. I mean, this is like one of the dumbest strategies that's ever been employed. And all the asshole PUAs tell people, no, you just gotta like start going up to all the cute girls at the bar at the coffee shop. Like that's gonna fucking do anything except make everybody think you're a creep and poison the well, which is what that does.
So here's where you're both wrong. So if you look good enough, either approach will work. And if you don't look good enough, neither approach will work. So you're both wrong. It's orthogonal.
Well, the problem with that theory is that there. Do you think most men who historically have lived have been good looking?
Most men who ever lived, but most men didn't even breed. So,
But I would say that that's only true because of infant mortality, right? Like because, yeah, a lot of people didn't make it to adulthood. Most men who ever lived, because I know there's that dumb study that I actually referred to earlier that people misunderstand that said that twice as many women as men in history have bred. That's actually much more complex than the simplistic soundbite version of it that we hear. But the truth is that most people historically who made it to adulthood did breed. The problem was just that like their offspring wouldn't have made it to adulthood, right? So like you can breed without actually passing on your genes.
So here's the thing: most people who made it to adulthood did breed, but most people who did breed were female.
No, actually, most men who made it to adulthood got married and had kids. The thing is just that like for many of them, none of their kids passed on their genes, right? Like maybe they had
Yes,
in a society of
exactly my point, because Chad passed on his genes and the Cuck didn't.
Well, no, it wasn't because of their looks though. It was because like if you're poor, then you didn't have access to healthcare, and so if there's 50% infant mortality for your family, there'd be 100% infant mortality. That was completely just because of access to resources in like a medieval society.
Yeah, that, and it could be that she bred with the prince and you're raising the kid, and it's not, and so none of your genes are in there if you're male. That's a possibility. And
I
it still happens
don't think that
today.
it's very likely that happened in the majority of cases, though. I mean, unless you're talking about a society that was much more tightly and strictly structured and with much stronger social controls than our society has, where everybody knows each other. So I think that the situation you're talking about would be pretty difficult to actually do on a large scale.
Except it was a monarchy, so there was a caste system. There are higher people and there were lower people, and lower people can't discuss on the higher people.
Well, no, that's like a Whig history myth narrative. This idea of whatever they call it, the right of the first night, right? That like the nobles just get to grape whatever bride they want on their wedding night. Like that was just a fiction that was invented hundreds of years later. That never happened. So like this idea that like the peasants just didn't have any rights against the predations of the nobilities was just, that's like one of those myths that people told to demonize the past that's not actually historically accurate.
Yeah, I guess Genghis Khan didn't exist either. Yeah, of course not.
Genghis Khan absolutely did exist, but that's a different situation. I mean, nobody's denying that in the past you had a higher reproductive success rate if you were part of the nobility versus like if you were a serf. But I'm saying that it was a lot more nuanced than like this red pill bullshit thing that we hear about. Like it's just no, like if you're a guy, you had to make something of yourself, or else like you were an inkwell or something. Like that's a completely retorted understanding of the way things were in the past that no actual historian takes seriously.
50% of Chinese people are related to Genghis Khan. So.
Okay, so what?
So what? Oh my! I can't believe you're this confused. We can just move on.
Well, that fascinating thing, because I do want to actually get back to the video, but the last thing I'll say, the fascinating thing is that when I say that things are much more complex about the whole like issue of whether more men or women have reproduced in history, one of the complexities is that East Asians don't have this gap, right? So if you look at like East Asian genomes, roughly equal numbers of men and women historically within East Asians have reproduced. So the people that are descended from Genghis Khan, they're actually the ones that have the least of this imbalance.
it's just it's not the best. It's just a shitty situation. It usually never works out. Very few people have I ever even heard of who had significant lasting relationships that met at a bar. Like, I've never heard of this. Maybe it does. Most of the time, people meet through other people, but not always. Sometimes you may not be in that situation. Maybe you move to some city for a job. You don't know anybody. Guess what? Time to grow up. Time to meet new people. When I was young, I didn't like moving all the time. My dad was in the military and we moved a lot. And as soon as I would make friends, we'd have to move again. I went through that experience many, many times in my youth, and it sucked. I didn't like it. It would have been nice to stay in one place and have the same friends all my life. And there are advantages to that. But one good thing that happened was that I got used to meeting people, meeting new people, being social, etc., and not being afraid of people in crowds. That was another big one. So if you can gain these skills, these are skills that will help you. For example, when I was in high school, I took public speaking classes. I took theater classes. I was able to act and do things in front of a camera. Never been afraid of it. There were times in my life where
I think that's a shocking admission how many of these YouTube celebrities also took acting classes. And they took some kind of theater course, some kind of art school. You know, I mean, it's just fascinating optics with the acting courses, right, that these people are taking. I mean, right? And these people, I mean, they say these people are professional actors. I mean, it's an understatement at this point. These people literally went to art school. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, well, I mean, and that's the thing. This guy, he trained to be a stand-up comedian, and it was only because he, you know, wasn't funny enough to make it in stand-up comedy that he started doing all this fucking bullshit.
out of practice. Throughout a lot of my 20s, I didn't do a lot of public speaking and that kind of stuff. I was kind of lost in the world of books, and that was a season that worked out okay for me. There was positive to that season in my life. This season of my life is much more enjoyable than the 10 years in my 20s that I spent in books, but there are positives, pros and cons either way. But I would say, again, it is advantageous to try to learn these skills, right? To try to learn to walk like a normal dude and not like a spurgy stick, to figure out how to make small talk. And this is a difficult one for high IQ people because it is a waste of time to engage in small talk. I do not find it to be positive for me. And who cares? Okay. You're going to need to be able to have small talk conversations with people to get along in this world. So it doesn't matter like what you like and what you don't like. Okay. We're doing like our boot camp training course for dorks tonight. And you can do it over the internet. No one has to know you're a dork. You can be a secret dork. We're going to fix you. I'm going to be your wall small. I'm your wall
If
small.
you're watching this, you're a dork. If you're watching this and taking it seriously, you're a dork.
I'm going to come slap you.
We're going to know.
You got alopecia.
Right.
I'm just kidding. Thank you guys. Welcome everybody. Appreciate those super chats. You guys are being very generous tonight. You can also super chat through Streamlabs. Let's catch up on some of those before we look at some more of the archetypes. I got a little more archetype information that I want you guys to search or to contemplate, to meditate upon as we learn Rizonomics tonight. We have it's a category 5 Riz tonight. Exactly. A great comment there, Marnie. Small talk is necessary to be able to suss out whether the person that you're talking to is somebody that you would like to progress to further levels of intimacy with, you see. So a lot of nerdy people want to bypass the things that they think are a waste of time or whatever. Okay. Nerdy dudes, you got to understand the way a female thinks and acts and works is not the way you think and act and work. It's very different.
Uh-oh.
So
Oh boy.
a woman, for example, is going to be much more attuned to the way that you look.
Oh boy. Oh boy. Here's where the gender essentialism alongside modern Western ideas that don't replicate across cultures and that most people historically didn't believe comes in. Definitely like based orthobro here is going to tell you that men are from Mars and women are from Venus, and that everything that nobody believed until the Industrial Revolution is actually true because of evolutionary psychology. By the way, don't think that I'm straw manning or something, because he's literally going to go there. This is the point where I was like, this is the part where I decide I need to make a video about this, was the stuff he's about to say.
Yeah, so don't go with what Jay says. Just go with what the women does. Use your eyes.
Look, your composure, your communication skills, your body language, your smell, your hygiene. She's going to read all that first, right? The same way that a dude looks at a girl's face, boobs, and butt, a girl's going to gauge you. She's going to run that Terminator scan, right, to check all those things. And so
human behavior is just autistic, robotic,
and
clearly
fun with a conversation is way more important from the get-go than all this other stuff. For example,
she's going to look at your face, boobs, and butt too.
Well, that's the thing. That's where I was coming to the realization something is seriously up with this guy, right? Like he's basically saying that there's like some fundamental I guess disconnect, right, between men and women, where like men are just focused on the physical, whereas women are like what, like, because women have this superior social sense, right? They're attuned to all these social cues that you don't even know that you're giving off about like your quote unquote communication skills. By the way, the problem with all this is that like none of these guys, and I mentioned this earlier, right? None of these guys that say any of this bullshit can figure out why it is that like shy, awkward, dorky guys are oftentimes irresistibly attracted to women, right? Like they can't actually deal with that fact because of the fact that they have these preconceived notions that come out of evolutionary psychology, and further than that, they come out of like post-industrial ideas about gender and gender roles that were created by men, not women. And they just tell fibs and stories that just aren't true. And we know that this isn't true. We know that like this idea that like there's some magic sense that women just have that men don't about like social cues or whatever. We know that that's not true because it doesn't replicate across cultures. If it doesn't replicate across cultures, then it's not some biological universal. It's not something that's hardwired into us. But of course, again, you're not going to get this level of analysis from these guys because none of them have studied anthropology. None of them know anything about the ethnographic record. None of them have lived in a non-Western culture in their life. None of them actually know how non-Western cultures operate, including the ones that claim that they're anti-Western, like Jay Dyer. He's never actually had any awareness or understanding of how the vast majority of the world has thought.
Jamie was talking about a tweet that she saw from some dude saying that he went on it. No, it was a girl complaining about a date that she had with a guy, and she said that the guy was acting really weird. And like some of the first stuff that was said was, I want you to know right away that I am intending to marry, and I would like you to be open to having at least 10 children, and blah, 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 blah. So it's like totally wrong. Okay. The first date, the first time you're meeting somebody, this is not a legal contract. This is not a transaction, art of the deal, Donald Trump thing. Okay. That's business world. Okay. I know Spurgs think everything's mathematics, but in this domain, it's not. Okay? This is more like biology. You would actually learn more from Ev Bio.
Yeah. So he clearly didn't read art of the deal either. So.
By the way, did anybody notice the big, like this is the big, like flashing red lights moment? What was the last thing he said? You need to, instead of learning from, evolutionary biology, the creationist, the young earth creationist. Keep in mind, he calls himself a young earth creationist. He says he opposes evolution. He is appealing to Darwinian theory, and all this crap is Darwinian, by the way. Nobody believed this before Darwin. Nobody believed. You don't go back to the Middle Ages and find all this fucking stupid bullshit about like men are from Mars and women are from Venus, right? You don't find this stupid fucking bullshit about like men are the ones that chase and pursue and women are the ones that sit back and choose. That literally was an idea that was created by Darwin. That was created by the evolutionary biologists and the evolutionary psychologists that he claims he doesn't believe in. And now his entire paradigm, not only is his entire paradigm come from Darwin, he acknowledges his entire paradigm comes from Darwin. He acknowledges this is evolutionary biology and evolutionary psychology. So he's now contradicted fundamentally his own worldview. He's admitting he's no longer actually in keeping with the medieval views of the church fathers and the saints and the people that lived before Ev Bio and Ev Psych. So he's exposing himself. He's literally exposing himself in real time right now.
Oh man, let's hear it again.
Art of the deal, Donald Trump thing. Okay. That's business world. Okay. I know Spurgs think everything's mathematics, but in this domain, it's not. Okay. This is more like biology. You would actually learn more from Ev Bio.
So if he ever says dating's a numbers game, clip this with that. I know he's gonna say dating's a numbers game because that's part of this narrative. So we clip those together because that's gonna be hilarious. Clip those together and probably play it back at him on his show.
This is the freeze frame literally after he says F bio. Look at his face. It's crazy.
an ev psych than you would from like math and those kinds of abstract disciplines. For example, as we're going to see from one of the videos from a girl who actually talks about what women find interesting and attractive in men. And I watched this video earlier and I thought, actually, she's really good. I read an entire book just on the topic that she's going to talk about in terms of indicators and signs that women are interested in. It's not even necessarily just about sexual stuff, but even like engaging in a conversation with you, right? And I know a lot of you in the audience think, why is he talking about this? I'm telling you, man, you guys don't understand. There's like gaggles of dudes, 18 to 22, who don't know this stuff.
But well, you know what?
They've
A
never talked
good
to a girl in
sign.
person. Now I know,
You know what a good sign that a girl is interested in you, right? Is if she's makes it clear that she's interested in you, right? Like this bullshit about like, oh no, like women are like passive, men are the active principle, and women are just like gonna passively sit by and wait. Like, if that's your mindset, then women don't find you attractive, right? Like, because the truth is that like guys they've invented this myth that that like, oh, they're supposed to be the pursuers, the persistent pursuers, the pushy guys. But what's going on is that not only is that annoying to most women, but you know, if you're actually bringing the goods, if you're actually like doing things right instead of just like listening to Jay Dyer, you're not going to have to work as hard, right? Like, I don't think these guys understand that like you're actually creating too much work for yourself by not trying to become like a better man that is actually able to attract women.
So here's the thing, JR, you're Chad, you really don't have to do all that much. Anyone else, it's like an insurmountable hurdle. You could literally be a superhero and won't be attractive. So
no, but I'm saying that like there are, I assume even you would agree with this on some level, that there are things that one can do to work on oneself to the point where you can become a lot more attractive, right?
No, you can't be a lot more attractive. You can be a little more attractive. You can't go to a lot more attractive.
Well, even in your worldview where everything just comes down to looks, you can looks max, right?
Yeah, you can looks max, but that's going to only move you like a point.
How's that only going to move you a point if it's all about looks?
Because genetics. I can't grow any taller than I am now. But some women have like a height minimum, which I won't be able to surmount no matter an infinite amount of effort on my part using current physics and biology.
Well, hang on, but even with that, again, and this is even assuming that, you know, this sort of radical black pill view that I don't subscribe to is true. Like, even if you assume that that's true, you can get like surgeries so that you can get taller, right? Like, I mean, it's going to be a pain in the butt and it's going to cost a lot of money, but it's theoretically a possibility.
Yes, but we don't have the technology to do that properly yet. Just like you can't change sex, it's out of, or we don't have the technology to do that.
I mean, admittedly, this isn't something that I've researched in detail, but I was under the impression that we do have the technology to do that.
We don't. They could hack at your body, but it's not gonna make you significantly taller. Just like they can't change your sex for real. We just don't have the technology yet.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, again, this is not something that I have expertise in, so I'll take your word for it.
No, the boomers are like, all you got to do is go to the dance and walk up to her and ask her to dance. It doesn't work like this anymore. People are like goblins now. They're retorted now. Okay. So boomers don't even understand how crazy it is. Okay. But here's my thesis. We're still men and women. No matter how much propaganda is pushed and all the inversion that's pushed, people are still going to revert back to their normal biological functioning as male and females. And all the propaganda saying there's no such thing as male and female is just that propaganda intended to destroy human pair bonding and to make sure that men and women don't produce more people. That's what it's all ultimately about. So let me give you another example of something that I realized when I was in high school, that
well, maybe,
in ninth grade, I dressed like a
the
slob.
same thing.
Then I realized that the guys that dressed nice and preppy, all the girls like those guys.
Well, can't the same thing, because he was talking about how like, oh, this is all a psyop to keep the population down, but can't the same thing be said about like shitty dating advice that doesn't work, which is what is happening right now on this in this video. I mean, he's giving shitty dating advice that's not going to help increase the population at all.
Yeah,
Like-
but it helps increase GDP. That's what he's trying to do. He's going to buy more crap you don't need and repress women. He's trying to help the GDP.
Yeah, I mean, he's certainly trying to help himself at the very least. He's trying to increase his own GDP by getting like impressionable young men to buy his bullshit. And you know what? And he's turning into Tim Gordon. And a lot of the shit that he's spouting right now is literally just what Tim Gordon says. And I've covered Tim Gordon on my channel and what like a grifting fraud he is, and what a liar he is, and what basically a piece of shit human being he is. And Jay, of course, is good friends with Tim Gordon, and no wonder that they're basically now both pushing the same fraudulent advice.
Guys. So guess what I did? Did I whine and complain about girls? Who girls is like the top 2%? No, the problem was in me. The problem wasn't the dudes that I was envious of or the girls I was mad at because they didn't like me, who dressed like a damn slob. I changed my wardrobe entirely, and I started dressing like a nicely dressed dude. And guess what? All that changed. I mean, it wasn't just that.
That's a good joke. Now, this is very legitimately funny.
Well, you know what's interesting is that a decade ago, or probably close to a decade ago, he did a video where he was talking about his own relationship experience in the past. I guess this is before he met Jamie. And he was basically talking about like how he was in a constant state of insecurity and paranoia because he was getting with women that were higher attractiveness than he was, and basically it was making him like paranoid that he was being cheated on, and it just sounded like a very miserable way to live.
Involved as well, but like just the appearance was like a huge one. And then all the other nerdy dudes and slobby dressed dudes, I had a friend, for example, who was a good friend of mine for a long time. One of them never had a girlfriend until around towards the end of college. And why did he never have a girlfriend? He would never, ever change the way he dressed. And we had a lot of arguments over this. And I would be like, why don't you dress this way? This is this. He's like, screw it. If they don't like me for who I am, then they don't like me. I'm sorry, but that's just not true. Now, eventually he met a person, they got married and so forth. I'm not dissing that, but like, I have other friends who had the same attitude where they were unwilling to do anything on their part, unwilling to make any changes. And they still think they deserve like a 9 or a 10, or they're going to get a 9 or a 10 with absolutely no changes on their part. No.
So hold it.
A lot of people are delusional, men and women. I've seen the clips of where, forget that black dude.
So pretty much Jay just said he was wrong, but then he's asserting he's still right. Because he found someone, he didn't change the way he was dressed, so Jay was wrong, but Jay's still insisting that he was right in this example.
Yeah, well, I mean, he's just going to, he's not going to go out of the narrative. And if the narrative is, typical red pill malarkey about how you're supposed to just jump through certain hoops and follow certain rituals and do like certain basic things and you'll have success. He's going to abide by that narrative, whether it's actually empirically true or not, because he doesn't you have to understand that like Jay did not make this video because he's actually sincerely interested in improving the lives of these like desperate young men. He's doing it the same reason that Tim Gordon has like a dating course where he charges guys thousands of dollars and rips them off with a promise that they'll get like trad based wives, right? Like this is all about the Benjamins. This is all about trying to just like grift off of vulnerable people. And there's no what's the word? There's no shortage, right, of vulnerable young men that are desperate and are willing to allow themselves to get grifted by smooth talking salesmen that are promising them milk and honey.
Exactly. So don't buy access from him. He doesn't have any. Just go to the chick themselves.
But he died or whatever. But he used to ask the black woman, like, what do you think you deserve? I deserve a man that's 6'6" and makes $600,000. And she's like 500 pounds and got like 6 illegitimate children. Okay. There's famous clips of it. I don't remember the guy's name, but, and then you got the same thing going on with nerdy dudes.
Yeah, I thought, yeah, you know, I thought it was really funny because he does this black guy voice, right? But he was on a stage with God Logic today, and all these black people were calling in, and he never mocked them with the black guy voice because of God Logic was hosting. So I just thought that was really funny.
Become all things to all people, I suppose.
Yeah, no, he's kind of embarrassed to do the black guy voice on God Logic, but yeah, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe he did do the black guy voice on God Logic, but yeah, I just think it wouldn't go over very well.
Why is he on God Logic anyway? When God Logic is like an evangelical and they both
like a Protestant, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, right.
No, it's still Christianity. Well, he wouldn't say it's still Christianity though. So that's actually a good question because the Orthodox narrative said all other Christians are fake Christians. So which doesn't make sense.
Yeah, I mean
the show.
He has
yeah.
Well, he has really, really heated debates with Protestants all the time. And he tells them basically that like everything that they believe is false and stupid and ridiculous. But now he's going to go on podcasts with them and act like everything's just fine. It's the same thing that he did with Apostate Prophet, right? Like he went on this atheist podcast to bash Islam. And it's like all of a sudden it's like it doesn't matter the fact that his entire MO for the last 15 years has been jumping on atheists. Now all of a sudden he's got no problem, uniting the enemy of my enemy is my friend, and apparently to him it's a more immediate threat. The rise of Islam is a more immediate threat to whatever he's trying to promote than the rise of atheism.
Well, I have no issue with that, except the fact that he has to come clean with the priority isn't my church, it's myself, and that's so I don't have any issue with that. But he has to be honest with his priorities.
I deserve I want like Margot Robbie or whatever. Like she's super hot. Like I don't understand. Like women should like me. Like they shouldn't like sports guys. Like they shouldn't like rich guys. Like they should like me or whatever. Why don't they like me or whatever?
Well, why would they? Right? What do you bring to the table? Now, most dudes at this stage get butthurt and they want to complain. That is lazy. That is weak. That is oppression narrative. All the right-wing nerdy dudes that bitch about all this stuff all the time.
Women shouldn't be wearing makeup because it's a lie. It's a lie.
Dude, look at you. You're in a basement. You're eating Hot Pockets. You're eating chicken tendies in a microwave. And
so hold it.
You're not in that game.
So there are men that can just sit in their mother's basement and eat the Hot Pockets because they look good enough. And they can still get checks.
They won't look good enough.
There's literally teachers going after non-adults. So they're literally in that position and they can still get checks because it has to do with how you look.
Well, wait a second though. But if they're sitting in their mom's basement and eating Hot Pockets, they're not going to be very attractive for very long. That's kind of a way to fuck yourself up looks wise.
Well, yeah, I could fuck yourself up looks wise, but if you have the looks right now, you can get the chicks still right now, just because it's still women. There's literally women going after non-adults. They're going after that are literally sitting in their mother's basement eating Hot Pockets.
They're what now?
They're literally sitting in their mother's basement eating Hot Pockets because they're non-adults. You can look for news articles on this.
What you're talking about, like women who are PDFs?
Yes. and then they're not going after adults. They're going after, I guess, some men sitting in their mother's basements eating Hot Pockets.
Well, I mean, now we're talking about just like spiteful mutants. Now we're talking about just like people that have something fucked up in the brain, right? Like if you're a PDF, you're not normal. So I don't really count that as part of the general population.
Yeah, you could count whatever you want, but then you're in Jay Dyer's categories too. He's just counting what he wants. So,
well, no, I'm saying I don't think you can learn very much about human nature by looking at like the most deviant examples of humans.
but isn't Jay Dyer himself one of the most deviant examples of humans?
I wouldn't say he's one of the most deviant. I mean, I think he has a lot of issues, and I think that his big problem is that he's misleading and misinforming people with his platform, though. I don't think it's his personal life or whatever.
You're not in that tier. And I know this might sound like Wes Watson or whatever. You ain't in my level. I'm just making fun of Wes Watson, but I mean, that part is true though, right? Like dudes and girls can be super delusional, right? Fat dudes, gamer dudes, and fat chicks, they can be super delusional. I deserve a man with an Escalade and $6 million and a six pack, and he's 6'6". Because I got 6 kids. I'm all about that 666. No. So everything, let's put it this way. Everything.
By the way, did you guys see this new song where the girl actually says 666 in the pop song? I just heard about this earlier today. It's a song called 360 by some girl called Charlie or something like that. And yeah, the girl actually praises Satan in the song and then tells girls to be sewer sluts. Pretty wild stuff. Right now.
Yes, because they get suckers like you to advertise for them. So they play on Satanic Panic narrative because it sells records.
Yeah, he's telling 10th graders to hook up with each other. Meanwhile, this is what's going on in the culture. I mean, super crazy stuff. I mean, yeah. And yeah, just wild.
Thing man-child, get rid of. What are some other man-child characteristics beyond whining and complaining all the time and bitching on Twitter, this and that, and just stupid stuff like women shouldn't wear makeup? But that's to me, it's just weird, man. It's bizarre. Who cares if women wear makeup? I mean, if they're like crazy looking like clown or something, I guess that's weird. But like
traditional Orthodox people,
it starts to get Muslim.
In Europe
it starts turning into like Salafi.
Like this is unreal. Who cares if women wear makeup? Do you think that if you went to 19th century Bulgarian peasant society, you want to talk about Eastern Orthodoxy, that's an actual Orthodox culture. You think if you went there, all of a sudden everybody just, who cares? Live and let live. Let everybody do just whatever they want as long as it's not hurting anybody, right? Like this is so out of touch with the old country, right? This is such an American attitude. Like people like this, they're not, again, it's like they're not orthodoxizing the United States. They're just Americanizing orthodoxy. And they're destroying traditional cultures, right? Again, Traditional Culture Preservation Society wasn't until recently the name of my channel, right? Like I'm all about trying to actually preserve traditional cultures alongside some sort of adaptive, healthy, functioning lens. And I'm not seeing that these supposed based orthobro chads are interested in doing that at all.
Yeah, but what they're prioritizing is preserving themselves, their monetary success. So that's what their priority. That's what he's selling courses. So that's what they're preserving their household. Yes, that's a way to preserving culture, but they're prioritizing to preserving their own household.
Well, yeah, well, they're preserving a lousy culture that isn't a real culture, right? Like they're preserving a culture of like fucking Hollywood movies and modern technology and Bitcoin.
Oh, so what's the difference between a real culture and a fake culture?
a real culture is something which can actually last through the hard times and is built on actual like sort of like folk traditions that have developed organically rather than popular media that's fed down to the masses. I
So it
and a
largely
lot more
follows that
too,
if
right?
traditional cultures get erased, they were fake cultures the whole time.
Nope.
But they won't be preserved, and the real cultures are ones that get preserved. So if they get erased, they weren't real. Logically.
No, it's not logical.
But your definition of real cultures are ones that just last through the hard times. So
No,
if they
well, I
don't
said they could last
through
through the
these
hard
times,
times.
if they get hard, they were fake cultures.
I said last through the hard times. The problem with traditional cultures is that they're not lasting through the easy times, right? They're not lasting through the times when everything is when basically they're just getting gay opt and fucked. And that's by design, that they're specifically the emerging monoculture is specifically targeting these traditional cultures by destroying everything that allowed them to survive historically and traditionally, and creating this just like fake world. And the idea that if you capitulate to the fake world, that you're no longer preserving your traditional culture.
So how rugged can they be if they can last through the hard times but can't last through the easy times? But I think that's actually rugged to last through both times.
I don't think that culture ultimately is able to last through this horrible Kali Yuga thing that we've got going on now. I mean, like I said, I don't think that this Kali Yuga crap is going to succeed. So ultimately, I think a lot of traditional cultures will be preserved, but I don't see that that there's any way that you can make peace with the emerging system of modern, globo techno.
So what I'm saying is, at least if you follow your definition strictly, the cultures that get erased in these easy times weren't traditional in the first place.
Nope, that has nothing to do with my definition at all.
So do traditional cultures have to do with how good they last or not?
Well, traditional cultures just have to do with, are they something that arose organically, right? Adaptive traditional cultures are ones that were able to last under harsh conditions.
Okay. So how do we tell the difference between a real culture and a fake culture?
If a real culture is something that arises organically, and a fake culture is something that's like imposed upon the masses via some sort of like elite group that get to decide what the masses are allowed to think and believe, and what media they're allowed to consume, what music they're allowed to listen to, etc.
So if a traditional culture had a tribe leader that enforced the policies and codes, then it's a fake culture because it's hierarchical.
No, that's a traditional culture having like a leader that oversees like certain legal whatever, right? Like that's not necessarily imposing a completely fake inorganic culture, right? Like that is first of all, typically it's being done as part of a larger network, right? Like if you look at a tribal society, the tribal chief isn't like the dictator who just gets to arbitrarily pull whatever shit he wants, right? He's supposed to be specifically chosen in order to be in keeping with the traditions handed down by the elders, right? Like there's this sense of continuity that's lost in the modern age. The modern age, we just want to engage in these fads, and we just want to replace one fad with another, and one generation dies off and the next generation doesn't give a fuck what they think, right? Like that's a new idea, really. And it's an idea that could only occur when you get industrialization and atomization and hyper individualism.
No, because the Hollywood has multiple studios, it has a what's it called, senior management stuff, so it's still hierarchical too, just like the tribes.
Well, sure, but I don't see what that has to do with. I don't see how that would make Hollywood in any way represent some sort of traditional, authentic culture creation.
Yeah, that's because you're special pleading. Your whole argument special pleading.
How so?
You don't have a definition that's consistent that can have a distinction between a real culture and a fake culture.
Well, I think I do, and I think I made that point multiple times. But I don't really want to get bogged down in this, so I would say I think that I have a coherent definition. You can feel free to disagree and think that I don't have a coherent definition, but right now I'm more interested in hearing what Jay Dyer has to say about whatever the heck.
Like women need to wear a burqa. Like that's just crazy, man. Some kind of weird cult. It's bizarre. So I'm getting off.
Yeah, and there's the old trope, the Western boogeyman, right? Obviously, taking the the propped up, Wahhabi, sect as the be all and end all of the Islamic doctrine, and then using it to scare white people into liberalism.
Right?
It's that old trick.
Interesting, and I'm sorry if you wanted to continue.
No, go ahead.
Well, it's interesting and amusing that like he actually knows that, right? Because I've seen other videos where he admits that like the Salafis and the Wahhabis were just pretty much creations of British intelligence anyway. So he's aware of that, and he'll talk about it on Alex Jones's show.
Yeah, it's just like the black thing with God Logic. It's not that kind of audience right now, so we'll just go ahead and.
I'm getting off track. Let's get back to our archetypes. I apologize. Trying to remember if there was another characteristic that Bond had. I think we covered most of that. Let's look at another archetype, which you might think this one is funny, but there are some elements that this type of an archetype, we're going to use the Jack Sparrow archetype here, is worth looking at because now Jack Sparrow is the wild pirate, crazy bro, right? Who doesn't care. He's sort of the trickster fool archetype. If we were to talk about archetypes again, right? He's carefree, right? He is goofy. He's funny. He loves life. He jokes around. That type of a guy, that type of an archetype is much more attractive than a nerdy gamer know-it-all. Okay. So again, we're thinking out the good elements of James Bond, the good elements of Jack Sparrow. Okay. Not that he's a pirate or whatever, but the good elements, right? The carefree aloofness, right? In the storyline, the women all like Jack Sparrow because he's, again, fun, goofy, and he's aloof. I told you guys that I had a friend in high school that around this 9th, 10th grade era, I started realizing all the girls like so-and-so. What does he have? What's his characteristics that he's got? And he was much more of this kind of an archetype than a James Bond archetype, right? So
like these stories were all like created by men, right? So he's saying that like, again, he's appealing completely to the male gaze there. He's saying like, these are the sorts of guys that like the male directors in Hollywood that are making movies say this is what women find attractive, right? Like, I mean, Jack Sparrow is Skittles from what I can tell, right? He doesn't strike me as like a guy that, I mean, obviously like a lot of women find Johnny Depp attractive, right? But like, you know what I mean? Like this isn't like this ideal man, I think, from the perspective of most women. Like most women are not like thinking, man, like my ideal like dream boyfriend would be fucking Jack Sparrow. I think that's preposterous.
You think it's preposterous, but you also said a lot of women are attracted to Johnny Depp. So which one is it?
A lot of women are attracted to him because he's attractive, but I don't think that a lot of women ultimately are interested in having a boyfriend or a husband who's like a crazy Skittles guy that acts like Jack Sparrow.
Yeah,
and
so elaborate why Johnny Depp is attractive. Elaborate on that, please.
Why Johnny Depp? Because he's physically attractive, or at least not maybe so much now, but right, like in his prime, right? But I'm saying that like I don't think that Jay realizes though that like that's not foundational for actually having a successful relationship. Just being like peacocking or whatever, and being crazy and getting yourself noticed, whatever the fuck, like that's not actually going to create like real love, right? Like that's going to create like it's going to get you noticed, and maybe for better or maybe for worse. And if you're not smooth about it, and if you're like again, like heaven forbid you're like fucking Quasimodo looking dude and you act like this, you're not going to be successful at all. You're going to look like a freak and you're going to creep everybody out, right? So like he's already ignoring the fact that most guys can't even pull this off. And even if you can pull it off, if that's all you've got, then sooner or later the women that you're with are going to figure out that you're a nobody, basically, right? Like none of these guys, like, you notice none of the archetypes he's talking about are like, you know, protective, nurturing sort of like guys that are able to like show women that they deep down care for them, right? Like that archetype hasn't been discussed yet, even though that's the sort of archetype that ultimately has successful relationships with women and ultimately creates, you know, situations where women are actually fall in love with them, right? But like,
yeah,
it's
that's
like,
provably false. That's provably false. Just use your eyes. Just watch Flow State. That's a provably false argument. We just watch
I
the
don't
panel
watch
long
those
enough, you
that I
know
don't
it's
take them
false.
seriously. Why would I watch somebody that I fundamentally don't take seriously that lost a debate to me?
Oh, it's quite simple because he disproves your notion. Your
He's
notion's
never
false.
disproven anything that I believe because he had the chance to disprove it and he lost pathetically. He's one of the worst debate opponents I ever went up against.
Yes, but the fact that he exists, he meets this Johnny Depp archetype in women or still throwing himself at him to this day, disproves your notion you need to be a nurturer to attract women. That's false, and you know it.
No, I don't think that at all. That whatever you, first of all, I don't even know if that's true that women are quote unquote throwing themselves at him every day. Is your source for that Flow State himself? Like, yeah, like a liar.
No, you just need to watch the show. You just need to know about the controversies again with Lindsay. I mean, so the sources that you just observe it. You don't need to give references. You just observe it.
Okay, I mean, I'll take your word for it. I'm not watching his stupid show because I have zero respect for him.
What are you saying with
just about all of his beliefs?
Wait, what are you saying with Lindsay, Hank?
I'm saying that being a nurturer doesn't attract women either. It's about how you look, just like JR said with Johnny Depp.
Yeah, but my point is with talking about Johnny Depp was specifically to say that if all you are is good looking, then all you're going to get is like basic level attraction is going to die there. You're not going to be able to hold a successful relationship. You can be a good looking guy that attracts women, and then you're actually terrible at having a relationship with them, and you're going to end up with a poisoned well, and people are going to think that you're a weirdo. Ultimately, you're not going to be that successful.
Yes, and if you're a nurturer but don't attract women in the first place, then you're not going to keep women because they didn't come to you in the first place.
If you're a nurturer and what now?
If you're a nurturer and women didn't come to you because they weren't attracted to you, you're definitely not going to keep them because they didn't come to you in the first place.
Yeah, well, I mean, in that case, I would say you should not just work on being nurturing and emotionally intelligent, but you should work on also being attractive. I don't have a problem with the idea that you should be working on multiple things at the same time in order to be the best possible version of yourself. And by the way, don't do that just because you're trying to attract women, because don't say that your entire self-worth is based on approval from women, right? Like, try to be a well-rounded person in general and try to be the best possible version of yourself in general.
All right, now you're taking Jay Dyer's position. This is hilarious.
No, I'm not taking Jay Dyer's position. Jay Dyer's position isn't that at all. In fact, I'm critiquing his position because it's quite emphatically not that.
you have like the super, preppy dudes that a lot of the girls like. That's the James Bondish archetype vibe. And then you kind of have the wild party guy, Dionysian, carefree type of dude. And a lot of the girls like that guy from different.
Whoa, he just went full occultism right there. Did you notice that? Dionysus and Apollo? Pretty weird, right? Sort of Nietzschean dialectic he just presented there.
Yeah, it's interesting how he. You're right. Like, there's not really anything explicitly. I mean, Christian. Has he talked about anything Christian at all in this video? No, I think about it.
The Dionysian archetype. I mean, that's overtly satanic. Right? But yeah, pretty strange. Luciferian, prototype there.
Are you, the machine lies? Are you really claiming that Dionysus is Satan? Are you kidding me?
No, but I'm saying that if you say in an archetypal fashion, then it's very much attributed to modern Satanism. Yes, it's got a lot there. I mean, look at the Pan with the horns and all that type of stuff. I mean, there's connections there. I don't know if you've ever looked into it.
I'm looking into it, but this is just I forgot the terminology for this. It's cross-referencing.
I know. I know.
You're making the claim that Yahweh's Jupiter, but it's still it's this cross-cultural thing. This is a modern interpretation.
No, I'm not actually going full with it. I'm just saying that it's very strange for him to bring the archetypal mainframe and Dionysus of all things within a Christian paradigm. Don't you think that's true? Or do you think there's nothing wrong with it?
I think there's nothing wrong with it.
Well, I'm sure there's Christians who would disagree with you. But
there's a person that say it shouldn't even exist because my skin color is wrong.
Yes, but is that from the Bible?
No.
Is Dionysus in the Bible?
Actually, I double check. I'll get back to you on that.
that's gonna be a no too. So let's go with that. All right.
Is Satan in the Bible?
Wait, what'd you say?
Is Satan in the Bible?
Satan in the Bible, yes. Luke 10:18.
Excellent. Dionysus is not in the Bible, and Satan is in the Bible. So you just lost your point.
No, I never made. What was the claim I made, Hank?
Oh, that Dionysus is satanic.
That's false.
Oh, okay. So what was the claim that you made?
I'm saying that the modern reference to Dionysus as an archetype, okay, when the Apollo versus Dionysian thing, that's Nietzschean and satanic.
So your claim is that Dionysus is satanic through a modern lens?
Sure. There's a lot more nuance to my point. It wasn't just a one-to-one relationship between Dionysus and Satan. I mean, neatly, if I put neatly that, then I would be foolish. I understand it's foolish to claim that he's made a logical leap, that he's saying that Dionysus and now he's following Satanism because he said that. That's not the claim I'm making at all. Rather,
just want to get it clear.
Yeah, of course. No, rather my claim is that, he is alleging, within a context, right, within a Christian paradigm, which I believe there's many things wrong with that, right? Because there's no reference to Dionysus in a biblical context, right? He's now referencing Dionysus and Dionysian archetype as a reference point for dating advice within a Christian paradigm. I'm not delusionary when I'm saying that is very, very strange, right? Yes, it's very relevant to modern Satanism, definitely. And we are dealing with modern issues here, right?
Circles, but maybe more the alternative hippie type chicks, right? Like resonate with this guy. But even some of the preppy girls would like these kinds of guys, right? Because it's a bad boyish, edgy kind of vibe going on. Those are characteristics that you could ingratiate from this archetype if you are imbalanced, so to speak. So let's say you're a super nerdy, uptight, type of dude, and you're on a date, and it's your first date or something. And
by the way, for people who think that I believe, right, or from that discussion that I think that the ancient Greeks who believed in Dionysus that they were satanic, that is absolutely false. I've said nothing of the sort. That's not my belief. All right, but definitely within a modern context, you're bringing up archetypes, the archetypal mainframe. This is from Jungian psychology. Jung himself was a Gnostic, right? So this is very relevant to Satanism. But I don't know why he's claiming that. Actually, I got to go back and see exactly what he said again, because this is very relevant, very strange. He brings in evolutionary biology and now Dionysus. Very strange.
This guy, but even some of the preppy girls would like these kinds of guys, right? Because it's a bad boyish, edgy kind of vibe going on. Those are characteristics that you could ingratiate from this archetype if you are imbalanced, so to speak. So let's say you're a super nerdy, uptight, type of dude, and you're on a date, and it's your first date or something, and the discussion comes up of paying for the meal. I don't know how or why this ever became some kind of huge debate all over podcasts and Twitter and gender sphere. To me, this is utterly ridiculous. First of all, it's not a big deal. Like paying for somebody's dinner. So what?
Well, you don't know. I don't make that much money, and so I don't want to pay for a lot of money.
So what are you signifying right away? You're a loser. You're bitching over paying for a $30 meal for somebody? Like what? You don't even know. Meals are like $50 now. Okay, whatever. $50. Like immediately you're signifying that you're petty. You're annoying. You're whining and bitching.
Well,
it's the saying basically just be complacent.
Why? No, it doesn't.
Be complacent, right? Like, don't bother actually questioning silly norms that why do we have these ideas in the first place, right? Like, why do we have this bullshit about like men make the first move and they're the ones that go out and like try to charm the woman and stuff, right? Like that's not a consistent feature of humanity, because like I said, you get a whole lot of cultures, especially like matrilineal cultures, where it flows in the opposite direction, right? Where women are the ones that court the men, right? And I'm not saying that, therefore we should all like do the thing that they do in matrilineal societies, but I'm saying like the fact that there are these alternatives means that there's not just some clear, hard and fast rule that every society has to follow and everybody has to follow, right? These are things that are open to debate and negotiation. And he's basically saying, don't actually have these debates and negotiations. Don't actually start asking questions about your own culture. Just assume that what your own culture does is the normal thing to do. So he's teaching complacency. He's teaching complacency to the whims of a maladaptive society, at the same time as he also, goes on Alex Jones and critiques how maladaptive our society is. He's a liberal who, just like every other liberal that calls himself a conservative, all he wants to do is he just wants to artificially freeze time to like a slightly older and slightly less decadent version of the liberal paradigm, instead of actually deconstructing the liberal paradigm, which is the thing that he pretends that he's doing.
Yes, and ask yourself, how many meals does Jeremy Meeks pay for? Just ask yourself that.
Like, it's not a big deal. In my vast time of many dates, I don't ever remember an argument over who would pay. It's not even a big deal. And then guys will be like,
but with a lot of these girls, they are actually mooching off of you. And so like you're just giving away money for free to mooches.
Okay, well, guess what? That's immediately a disqualifier, right? Like if I've identified red flags with this chick that
I have an
she's
idea.
so weird and bizarre and messed up that she's...
I have an idea. How about Jay Dyer starts sponsoring dates? He can pay for all the meals. It's not a big deal, right? That should be hilarious. He can sponsor dates. It's not a big deal who pays, so Jay can pay.
Well, it is a big deal because he's claiming that it's got to be the guy, right? Like, and again, why?
Jay's a guy. He can pay for everyone's meals. It's not a big deal, and Jay's technically a guy, so he can pay, right?
Well, maybe he should. Maybe it should be like, the Arunachal Pradesh in northeastern India, where you got this group called the Paroik, who were the indigenous hunter-gatherers, and then you got a group that came in called the Nishi and basically conquered them. And what they did was they inflated the bride price so that when like Paroik families got married, the groom's family, by the way, it wasn't like a transaction from the groom to the bride, like this modern individual's bullshit he's talking about. It was from the groom's family to the bride's family, and they inflated the bride price to get the Paroik in debt so that they would end up having to become the slaves of this other tribe, right? And it was this went on for over 1,000 years, and it was only abolished in the 80s.
mooching a meal off of me and not even really into the date, there's not going to be another date. Like, cross her off, right? So, like, lesson learned, not a big deal. It's just bizarre that, like, on Twitter and in this domain, people will argue over anything and everything, the most idiotic things.
Should a guy pay for the meal?
Yeah, who cares? So the Jack Sparrow archetype will just throw the gold coins down. He doesn't give a shit. It's not a big deal.
Wouldn't it, if the idea is who cares, then wouldn't that mean that it shouldn't matter if the guy doesn't pay? Right? Like, this in itself, again, he's teaching complacency to arbitrary, silly rules that don't replicate across cultures. And if they don't replicate across cultures, then that means that they're arbitrary and silly, and there's not a specific reason why we should actually follow them, except it's just ma tradition, except it's not even ma tradition, because 1,000 years ago we didn't even do dating.
Yeah, and if it doesn't matter, then he can just pay. It's not a big deal. He can pay for all the bills, but it may matter after he sees the bill, but he doesn't matter now because it's not his money.
And to a woman that exudes the confidence that, like, you're not hung up on little things. How are you going to be a good mate or a good partner if you can't handle and you get hung up on and lose your shit over something innocuous? It signifies a weak man and a weak character. And also, like, you ought to be able to make enough money that even if some girl was mooching a meal out of you, it's not a big deal. Like, so what? So you took one girl out and it didn't go well, and you don't have another date. You don't call her again. It's just like,
Here we go.
it's
You
not a fight.
ought to be
It's not even worth
making
having a
enough
fight over.
money, right? Like, you're supposed to be serving the capitalist system and participating in the worship of mammon to the point where this isn't a big deal. And by the way, that's like the most boomer take imaginable, right? Like, imagine telling like young guys in a society where most young people are poor and are struggling to get by and are struggling to get like fucking Mickey D's jobs, that like it's your fault that you're not making enough money, where this is not a big deal. Like, he's so out of touch with the younger generation. It's amazing, right? Like, I mean, because keep in mind, like, he's supposed to be wise and seasoned and have all this awareness and knowledge because he's in his 40s, right? Like, he's more than a decade older than I am, but like, he knows so little, right? He knows so little, and he specifically knows so little about like what anybody younger than him is actually dealing with. And that's why all the people filleting him in his chat, I guarantee you that they're all people his age, right? Most of his audience, yeah, he gets some of these impressionable kids, but most of his audience are like Gen Xers, by his own admission. He's talked about this, that, you know, he doesn't actually reach that many young people. Most of his audience are like these fucking 40-year-old people that basically just like to hear him affirm the things that they already believe because it's their own like narrow tunnel vision experience. His Gen X mindset is really no better and no less no less completely boxed in than the boomers that he makes fun of.
I mean, in my lifetime, I probably have paid for 100 meals for dates. So what? None of them even like, it doesn't even register as a problem. Like, so why would you even argue with someone? It's just bizarre. Like, people are like almost not people anymore. It's like humans aren't even humans anymore. They don't have normal human experiences. It's just some kind of a weird Mandela effect alternate universe. I'm joking, but halfway. Okay. So aloofness, carefree, fun. Okay. If you're black-pilled and miserable and whining and bitching, you cannot be aloof, carefree, and fun. And every girl likes dudes that are aloof, carefree, and fun.
Here we go. Every girl, right?
So try to
the man
ingratiate
is
that
going to
archetype.
tell us what every
Other
girl.
archetypes. This is a fun.
So every girl likes the Jack Sparrow archetype. This is such baloney. Like, I mean, this is insanity. This is complete insanity. And once again, you know, this is such a like basic level analysis. Like, you get the sense, I don't think, you know, I'm sure he's correct that he's had plenty of relationships. I know he has, but like, I don't think he's had like a good quality relationship if this is the deepest that he'll go, right? Like, if the deepest he'll go is like, well, you got to like pretend to be some archetype so you can win this prize, so that this prize can sit there and make coffee for you, right? That's not you're not winning ultimately in the dating mating game if that's what you're doing. And that's what he's teaching these guys to do. He's teaching these guys to like fucking turn themselves into these artificial archetypes that he claims every woman finds attractive. and basically allow yourself to stagnate and don't like develop past that. And the reason I'm saying he's saying not to develop past that is because we're more than halfway through this video and he's not actually saying anything about how to like help maintain a relationship, to be a good lover, to be a good partner. He's not talking about, you know, being good in bed, obviously. I mean, we knew he wasn't going to do that, but he's not even talking about being like a good like source of emotional support, sort of gently guiding the woman that you're with, which is something that women actually find attractive, right? Like much more so than being like some weirdo loser like Jack Sparrow who can't actually make women feel safe and trust him, right? Like he's not talking about any of these sorts of things like building emotional safety, trust, protection, nurturance. He's saying none of this. All he's saying is like become like some douchebag that gets noticed by everybody and make an ass of yourself. This is and you know, and that's all he's done pretty much his entire career is like make an ass of himself with cringy comedy crap. And I guess to him that's peacocking, right? He's doing that for the Riz.
Yeah, I can snipe both of you with the same statement. Not all women. So, there you go.
Yeah, not all women.
Funny one. And this one is going to be very relevant for theology bros and conspiracy bros. Okay.
Oh shit. Yeah, I was muted. Yeah, sorry about that. Yeah, but yeah, it's interesting. He's calling out theology bros and conspiracy bros. I mean, I'm 2 out of 2 here. So I mean, my ears are perked up. I mean,
Well, isn't he both as well? That's an
Yeah.
interesting.
And that's why I
Yeah,
called
so-
it the aluminium age. Put on your freaking aluminum hats, tinfoil hats. Put it on.
yeah, I mean, I'm, you know, 2 out of 2 in these categories. Let's see what happens. Man, this is crazy.
Now, in the movie Conspiracy Theory, I want to recommend you guys watch it. It's a great conspiracy classic movie. If you've never watched Mel Gibson's Conspiracy Theory, I recommend watching it. And the reason I want you to watch it is that we're going to contrast some of the characters and their psyche and their modus operandi with others to see the good and the bad. So here is a bad character archetype, right? Jerry is a highly intelligent person, but Jerry has had, as we know from the movie, MK Ultra things happen to him. And that's unfortunate, right? It is. But the way that Jerry interacts almost entirely through the first 3/4 of the movie with Julia Roberts is utterly spurgy, idiotic, creepy, weird, and wrong. Okay. So you don't want Jerry game. The way that he interacts, and Mel Gibson plays this perfectly, right? Like he shows up one day at her office at some place and he's all spurgy and like all talking about conspiracies and acting like a loon, right? And I'm applying this to theology guys too, because apparently young guys don't know that you should not strike up a conversation with a girl at church and take her out on a date and start talking to her about the essence of energy distinction. Okay. That is not what you should do, because girls are not boys. Girls are not into the things that boys are into.
Oh
that's okay.
boy!
So
Oh
a lot of
fuck!
young guys, instead of
Yep, he's
bitching and
doing
whining,
it. He's doing it. He's see. I haven't even seen this part of the video. He's fucking doing it. He's doing the thing, the gender essentialism thing. Guys are autistic. Women are socially skilled, right? And this is the exact same thing. You know, talk about flow state earlier. This is the exact same thing that I had the debate with flow state on, where he lost pathetically, right? Like once you start doing this shit, you start showing that you're really just a Western liberal. You're showing that you're not actually based at all. Like, I mean, this is such a cuck mindset, and this is such a like modern and Western mindset too. Like this idea that like there's some sort of like just this social power that women have that us autistic loser guys just can never even comprehend or fathom. You know, by the way, there's basically no scientific documentation about any of that, right? Like the studies that purport to show that don't replicate. They don't even replicate well in our culture. They actually are rejected in a lot of other cultures, which indicates that none of this is a biological universal. But again, Jay Dyer, and by the way, nobody in the medieval world thought that way either. So this is a modern idea. But Jay Dyer, he's not going to give you any of that nuance. He's not going to actually think outside the box of his own culture, because here he is just like giving you like this soy cuck narrative that was created by the Industrial Revolution, that doesn't replicate across cultures, that doesn't even replicate consistently in our culture. That's a myth and a narrative that is being promoted by the pseudo right like him. You know, Tim Gordon does the exact same shit, and Tim Gordon's also a scared little boy that was afraid to have a discussion with me when I called him out on all of this.
Yeah, and we can get some counter examples, conspirators with girlfriends or progeny. We have Alex Jones, we have Joe Rogan, we have Elon Musk, we have such a long list. Most of the flat-tards. We could probably find hundreds of counter examples if we did the research. So you could totally be a tinfoil hat conspirator and still breed. So it's irrelevant.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's ridiculous. It's completely at odds with reality, and it's oddly enough, it's autism in itself, right? Oddly enough, he's actually being the spurgatron that he's telling people not to be, because he's creating all these like rigid rules and regulations surrounding human behavior and social interaction, when in reality it's a lot more complex and nuanced than that.
In fact, we can't even call it autism because there's autistic people who are more like Jack Sparrow. So he's an INTP. He's an MBTI INTP. He's using his little TI on the rest of the world. That's what's happening here. That's a better description.
Yeah, well, I mean, he's basically, I mean, I don't even know if he believes half this stuff though, right? Like he's playing a character that oversimplifies things that are actually a lot less simple, because he knows that like that's what his audience needs, because he knows that his audience is not they're not like deep thinkers really. I mean, some of them might style themselves as that, but he knows that like they just want like a quick, easy sounding solution, and he's going to give it to them. And you know, he's not going to provide nuance, right? If you provide a nuanced and multifaceted understanding of the world, then you end up spending several years working hard to try and get 260 subscribers, and you get like clown assholes accusing you of being a PDF, and you get, you know, people feds running after you and clipping everything you said, and just making your life hell, right? Like that's your reward if you actually try to enter this with some semblance of good faith.
Excellent. So I pretty much meet your requirements. I have 200 subscribers right now. I have people call me a PDF and trying to do something in my life. They don't have the power. In fact, I'm probably going to ruin their life if they keep this up. So I meet your requirements.
Well, I still have I'm still reaching out to the Irish anti-discrimination / doxing agency thing about Teriak. He might end up getting some jail time for the bullshit he tried to pull with me last year.
And moaning and complaining, just accept biological reality as it is. You are never going to get girls interested in metaphysics, interested in your figurines, interested in war history, interested in male things. It's not going to happen, and that's okay. Women can be interested in women things and being women. That's the way it should be.
Well, I'm male.
You don't
I'm not
need
interested in
a wife
metaphysics.
or
That's
a
bullshit.
partner.
Yeah, he doesn't understand any of this. He doesn't understand that like macho shit is a psyop. And by the way, you know, earlier in the part of the video that we didn't listen to, he talks about like how dumb like the sports ball obsession is with like men, right? So on some level, he does understand that like this stuff is a psyop, but he doesn't actually want to go very far because he doesn't want to like jeopardize his audience's idea of like fragile womanhood or whatever the fuck, right? Like, I mean, I did a video yesterday about Yuri Berezkin's analysis of folklore across all these cultures, and how like in a huge number of tribal societies, women just are not viewed as being like soft and fragile at all, right? Like this idea that like, oh no, there's like tough, hard manhood and like soft womanhood. Like that's a specific cultural construct that doesn't exist in a huge number of like Native American cultures or African culture, places like that, right? But he's just saying like this is the way that it should be. Boys are boys and girls are girls and all this crap. But like the problem with that is that, again, if this isn't the way that it is in large swaths of humanity, then that begs the question of why is this the way that it should be? You know, why should we just assume that what we grew up with is the correct way to do everything, right? Like, I think I grew up in a shitty dystopian society, and I think that it's clear that a lot of the things that we do, specifically when it comes to like gender and male and female stereotypes or whatever, is not the way we should do things because it betokens a crappy society like the one that we live in.
And yeah, metaphysics is
Who-
BS. So don't bother with it.
Yeah, there he is with the mudra. You know, the Masonic hand sign. It's kind of weird.
Is reading Thomas Aquinas. Okay. If you watched the Maya Ethan Hawke Flannery O'Connor movie Wildcat, you'll notice that Flannery O'Connor was cursed with being a woman who was kind of a tomboy who loved reading theology. Now, she's a great writer. She's amazing as a writer. Some of her short stories are some of the best. But her life was miserable, not just because of her physical illnesses, but because she wasn't feminine. And she wasn't able to really ever have a good connection between her and a man. I mean, obviously, she wasn't the most physically attractive either, but she's an example of what I'm talking about from the.
Whose fault is that? So it's her fault for not living up to a stereotype that was created by a society, by a specific society. And if she had grown up in another society, then she would have likely had a very different life, right? Like, so they're saying, basically, they're saying, well, there was something wrong with her. She inverted the natural order, which, by the way, if it's a natural order, then how come she didn't go along with it?
How is
Like,
it possible to be inverted if it's a natural order? It's ridiculous. He's debunking himself in real time.
yeah, well, I mean, that's the issue, right? And unfortunately, my phone is literally about to die, so I'm going to have to leave in a little bit. But, like,
I'm sorry to hear that, dude. That's sad.
Why don't you have a long enough USB cable to keep it plugged in?
the issue is that, like, it's fucking, I don't know, like, all the tech is fucking up today for me. And I actually have my phone plugged in, but it's not charging fast enough. So all that's happening is that, like, it's instead of actually staying charged, it's just dying more slowly.
Yeah, the StreamYard with the phone is like very, very hard to manage. But
Yeah, PM me on Discord. We'll go ahead and fix that up. It's not a problem for me. I'll make sure it's not a problem next time.
Oh, well, I mean, I'll figure something out. But you know, this whole thing was very experimental. I'm just glad that I was able to accomplish as much as I did. And obviously, you know, TML is my lifesaver. So thank you. I owe you a big one because none of this would have been a very disastrous evening if you hadn't been there to bail me out.
Yeah, no worries. Just let me know when you're going live. You know, happy to facilitate, figure it out. You know, with the audio issues. I know actually also Annapurna runs the Restream too. So she probably knows a lot on there too.
Oh.
Yes. And
interesting.
New Jack's just doing something. You can host a show for him whenever you want.
You know, honestly, I mean, I'll tell you what, like, y'all can keep going with this video, right? Like, you don't necessarily need me here to comment on it. There's plenty of stuff to talk about with this Jay Dyer thing.
Well, we'll start it up again. I mean, from where we left off, or we'll start a new video. There'll be plenty of opportunities. But yeah, I'll definitely play this on my show tomorrow. You know, at the end of the show, so we'll figure it out.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, awesome. That sounds good. Thank you. And
Yeah.
I know Truther Cop just came in. I know that you came in kind of
this
at a
is
bad
your
time.
trad culture. That's
What's up now?
J.R. Busk is trad culture. Or am I
Yeah,
wrong?
that's
Yeah,
right.
it's the same
Yeah.
guy.
Okay. I just want to clarify.
Yeah, it's Traditional Culture Preservation Society. G.R. Busk reading list. This is his channel right here. So please subscribe to his channel. And we've been working with him for a long time, really. Ever
Yeah,
since.
I think I spoke with him around the last time he was on. Maybe you recall better. Not sure.
Yeah, since a year ago when we started, we've been talking to him. He was actually one of our very first guests on the live stream. So yeah, definitely. Trad Culture and Jack Talcott. Those were some of our first guests. Yep. El Perro. Tranquil Vortex. Those were my first guests, definitely. Excellent contributors, all four of them.
Yeah, Tranquil's awesome. She's been on my show a couple times. We had a falling out over some things that I'm sure will be resolved in the future.
Yeah, I made this music show as well. So, part of this, we'll just start playing music. If J.R. Busk, if his phone dies. But yeah, this has been a very productive session. Way more productive than I thought it was going to be because I saw Jay Dyer on the screen, Just the aesthetic, I'm not really that used to, But there he goes. Whoops. There goes his phone. I mean, but yeah, he's a real star. This guy J.R. Busk, man. I met him on the Crucible. We were both debating Andrew Wilson. Same topic.
Yeah, the J.R. Busk rings more bells than the Trad Culture Society. Like I must have seen him elsewhere under that.
Oh, he's on. He was on with his camera on some Ortho Bro panels.
Yeah,
That's
I wonder.
He's a Chad.
Yeah, I wonder if somebody can, go and pay for Crucible.video, and maybe we can get the debate with Trad Culture versus Andrew Wilson, and stream it here.
Do you need to do Crucible.video? Because I know I found a different site where we did cover in the debate. It was like uncensored video, and that was and
oh really?
Yeah, we streamed it from there. We streamed a different debate.
Huh? Yeah, we might.
We could totally check the sites if Joe Jack just left the video up, so I had to look for it myself again and had to repeat work. Thanks, Noah Jack.
I would think the Panel versus Presents would be able to find that pretty quick. But I don't know what he's on about now. Now the way he's streaming, I don't know what he's doing.
What up, my guys?
What's up, homie? Blessings.
How's it going?
Good to see you. Good to see you, man. Good to see you as well, Truther and Hank. Hank,
I found it.
Don't you practice witchcraft?
You me? Sure.
Is that not true? Do you really practice witchcraft?
Yes. Would that be dangerous?
But you don't believe in metaphysics.
Metaphysics is bullshit.
How can you practice?
Hank.
How can you practice witchcraft and not believe in metaphysics? What is witchcraft, bro?
Witchcraft is just changing. It's just religion. You change your
Hank's
perception.
a wannabe witch, obviously. He wants to be one, but he doesn't. He hasn't figured it out yet.
Is it not conjuring? Is it not conjuring through your fucking mind, through the power of your mind?
Yeah.
Then you fucking practice metaphysics, dude.
No, because I'm a
Yes, you do. Yes, yes, yes. I love you, Hank, but yes, you do.
I'm a nominalist,
Yes.
so there's no metaphysics necessary.
What the fuck are you talking about? You're using the power of your mind to manifest shit.
Yeah, I'm a nominalist, so metaphysics is unnecessary in my view.
You can't speak of things in definites for other people. I'm just telling you, bro.
Yeah, but you can somehow magically. You can.
No,
Well,
I can't.
Hank,
but you're contradicting
there.
yourself.
That's what you're trying to do right now.
You're contradicting yourself, bro. Like, what kind of witchcraft do you practice?
I'm a Discordian. Also, I'm a programmer.
That's witchcraft?
I thought you were the witchcraft expert. You're coming here.
No.
You don't do it right. So you're the expert now. Now explain how to do it right.
I'm not a witchcraft expert.
Then don't.
I'm not
then,
really an expert in anything. I'm kind of a jack of all trades.
Then what you need to do is pretty much follow your elders, me. So you just take my word for it for now, or you come with your sources.
Was that?
Dude, there's people with literal
witchcraft? I think that was a
degrees.
spell right there. I
So
think that
get
was
your
a spell.
sources ready and debunk me.
There's people with literal degrees in metaphysics. Why do you have to? Why do you have to make it
There's
seem like
people with
other
degrees, and
people
I'm gonna
can't do
rescue people
anything?
too. So what you need to do is get your sources and debunk me and just say make some random spurious claims.
You're just a
There's no better source than
contrarian.
you,
That's what
yeah.
you are. You're just a contrarian, and so am I. But
Yeah,
I don't think you're a real witch, dude.
you can think what you want.
Well, if you thought you were a real witch, then you probably believe in metaphysics.
I don't.
Okay, so what is witchcraft? Define it for me. Teach me, elder.
Oh yeah, so pretty much it's just modifying your perception to affect the universe.
So metaphysics.
No.
So what is metaphysics?
What is metaphysics? I don't know what
You have to-
metaphysics. Tell me what metaphysics is.
So how can you claim that something is not real that you don't know?
Tell me what metaphysics is.
Love you, Hank.
No,
I'm
you
ju- I
do
just-
know what metaphysics is? Yes or no?
Do I know what metaphysics is?
Yeah, do you?
It's and I mean the etymology of it would be dead physics.
No, it's above physics. That's the etymology of it.
Above physics?
But that's
Well,
what
I
meta
could- I could
means.
see that
so
meta,
you're
like
coming
meta's
here
like Facebook,
knowing
yeah.
nothing, trying to educate us. Then we found you don't know anything about the topic you're talking about.
No, listen. You claim that it's not real though, but you said you don't know what it is.
I'm trying to figure out if you know what it is, and I figure out that you don't even know what it is.
Okay, let's look up the definition. Branch of philosophy that deals with the first principle of things, including abstract concepts such as being, knowledge, substance, cause, identity, time, and space. Abstract theory with no basis in reality. The very subject of milk pricing involves one of the one. This is bullshit. I explained what it was the other night.
Hank, I think Andrew Wilson of the Crucibles programmed you into a debate mindset where you feel the need to be right rather than listening to the information. We're gonna get you straight though. Don't worry.
Well,
I explained what it was the other
Know
night.
what they're talking about, rather than people who
it's-
don't know what they're talking about.
It's
And
materializing.
Logan has demonstrated that he doesn't know what he's talking about.
It's materializing in the physical universe by using your mind and your physical abilities. So it's the same thing as what you're doing, right? Witchcraft. That's how you explained witchcraft. I mean, like, what type of witchcraft do you practice? Is it Wicca or?
I told you one. You didn't even know that was a version of witchcraft. So, and then you need to go back to the drawing board or read a book. or
No,
something.
no, but you can't generalize witchcraft and say I'm a witch and then pick one type of witchcraft. Like what?
Okay, what can I do then?
What do you worship? Do you worship like Baphomet, like Gen X Jeff, or?
So
Are you a
technically,
Gen
I'm a
X Jeff
polytheist.
Discordian?
Huh?
Yeah. So technically, I'm a polytheist.
Okay. So you just believe in all the gods and all the things.
Yeah, more than one, but I don't know if it's probably a finite number of gods. I can't keep an infinite number of gods in my head. So it's a multiple but not finite number.
I mean,
But
we
no,
talked
it's
about it
finite.
in depth the other night. It's literally, Hank, it's just having the right attitude to get to where you want to be. And knowing that if it is yours, then it is. Like I said, if you want something, you're going to be lacking it. If you know that you have it and you have gratitude for it, then it will come to you. It's the law of attraction. That's another word for it.
Yeah,
Or
law of
quantum
attraction
physics.
is
Right.
It's not a law. It's not even a law.
Who says? You?
It doesn't work consistently enough to be a law.
What do you mean? Having a
Jack
positive
Telford doesn't have world
attitude or a
peace yet,
negative
and he
attitude
believes
every
he's God. So
no, but I'm saying if you have a negative attitude every day, then you're probably not going to get very far. Unless you believe
it
that
depends on
having
who
a
you
negative
are.
attitude will get you exactly. Unless you believe that having a negative attitude will get you further. But if you believe that having a positive attitude will get you further, which is, a normal way of thinking,
So
then
congratulations.
you should get
You
further,
just debunked
right?
the law of attraction. You just
What?
debunked it. Congratulations.
How is that debunking it?
Because
It's attraction of whatever
present
you
a
want.
counter case. You present
If
a
you're
counter
negative,
case.
you'll attract negativity. If you're positive, you'll attract positivity. Like if you're a douchebag, cool people probably aren't going to want to hang out with you. But if you're a cool person, other cool people will probably want to hang out with you.
Now you're
if you
arguing probabilities. People only arguing probabilities.
no,
when you
it's not
don't have any
probabilities.
certainty.
It's birds of a feather flock together. Like if you hang out with a bunch of helpful people, you're probably going to become a helpful person. If you surround yourself with successful people, you're probably going to become a successful person because they're going to teach you how to become a successful person because you are around them. You become like the 5 people you hang out with. I've heard that somewhere. So the 5 people that you hang out with the most, you're going to become more like them. I know we've all literally experienced this in life. You're not going to argue that to me. So if I hang out with you guys every day, I'm probably going to learn a lot more about philosophy and witchcraft and truth or copy, right? Right or
Only if you
wrong?
pay attention. Only if you pay attention.
Right. But if I hang out with you long enough, I will be paying attention, right? My attention will be with you, right?
I'm not sure about that.
Am I not talking to you right now? Are we not having a conversation?
We are having a conversation. It doesn't necessarily mean you're learning.
Can you not answer yes or no when I ask a question? Or do you have to?
No, I can't.
I see that, Hank. You're just a contrarian, bro. But you can't just go around trying to debunk everybody and telling everybody that they're wrong. Live in your reality, man. Do your witchcraft thing. It's cool. Ain't nobody coming up here telling you your witchcraft is not real. You're just
Except
putting other
you.
people down, man.
Except you.
I never said your witchcraft wasn't real, Hank.
Yeah, you did. You said I couldn't be doing witchcraft unless I was using metaphysics. I don't use metaphysics.
No, I
No,
said
Hank,
you could.
that's you, Hank. That's you.
I said you could use metaphysics to do witchcraft.
Well, we could rewind
It's
the tapes.
basically the same thing. It's essentially the same thing.
Yes, then you said, well, we looked up the definition, then you didn't like the definition. So the audience, you can rewind the tapes. They know what they saw.
I don't like the definition because it doesn't explain it very well. I feel I explained it better
Okay.
in the conversation that we just had. And it's essentially surrounding yourself by what you want and not what you don't want. And staying in that momentum of the things that you do want. As soon as you stop wanting, well, yeah, that's not true. Well, I don't know, man. I don't like that you just think you can go around and influence other people's minds, which you can, but why would you do that, man? Why do you want to hurt other people? What's wrong with you? Who hurt you? Let's get to the bottom of this.
I think it was Snafu up on these panels wrecking them.
Oh, no, he's scared. He's afraid of
I'm
me.
just joking. Sorry.
No, that guy's afraid of me, and he should be. I'm coming for him. So
People who read philosophy.
He should hurry up and retract his statements that are always going to retract, or bad things are very likely to happen.
So don't focus on snafu. Don't focus on all those mean people, man. Focus on what's good for you, what serves you.
I did. And dude, you're so on point right here.
What? What do you mean?
You focus on what you want to see, the image, your vision, your inner vision you want to develop. That is what you focus on. You focus on the bad, you're going to bring it in.
I'm kind of contradicting. Yeah, I'm kind of contradicting myself there because I said don't want it, have it. But that's the part that I'm struggling with. I'm not saying I'm a fucking master metaphysicist. I'm saying I'm practicing it, but I'm practicing having attitude of gratitude for the things that I want, and assuming that I have more than what I actually do, because I do. I have, a great family. You have to be appreciative for the things that you have. Otherwise, you're not going to have those things anymore. It's like having a toy and then leaving it outside as a kid, and then it gets all fucked up and dirty and ran over by cars. You don't have that toy anymore. You got to pick it up and bring it inside and take care of it. You got to take care of your shit so that way you can have it, right? You take care of the things that you want. You take care of the things that you appreciate. And then you don't have to keep buying them over and over again. And then you can go buy other things, right? When really, okay, let me use an adult situation. Like, if you don't change your fucking oil in your car is going to blow up. You're going to have to keep buying cars. You're not going to have shit because you're going to constantly have to be keeping buying cars over and over again. So you're not taking care of the things that you have, correct?
Yeah.
Right. So if you take care of the things that you have and you're appreciative for them, you will have more. That's showing appreciation. I'm just trying to get to the bottom of this, man. Every time I see you up here, you're always just shooting everybody down, which is great to have, conflicting conversations, but why is your way the only way? Why does everybody have to be like you? Wouldn't that just make the world all gray?
You should ask
very
yourself
fun.
the same question.
It doesn't. It doesn't have to be all like me. But how does metaphysics or witchcraft hurt anybody? It doesn't, unless you're doing it with negative intention. Do all your witchcraft, man. I don't care. It doesn't affect my reality. I guess unless you make a little voodoo doll of me and I actually believe it's real, but I don't. So it's not going to do anything to me. You cast all the spells you want on me, but it's not going to do anything. I don't believe in that shit. So how powerful is your witchcraft?
It was powerful enough to get you to come up on stage and try to shoot me down.
You didn't summon me.
How did you know I didn't summon you?
Okay, let's do some other witchcraft, man. Summon some demons on me right now.
Truth the Cup's already here.
Make them turn my phone off or something.
Well, does not wait long enough for it to happen, just like with J.R. Busk. How long you got?
Hank, I am the man. You might say DA man, but I'm not a demon.
My shit's plugged in. I got all night. But I got electricity on my house too. My power bill's paid. I got a long time.
That helps.
I'm saying, if that witchcraft is real and it's powerful, then show an example. Vulgar display of power. Let's do it. I'm not saying that my metaphysics is instantly going to manifest me in my life. I'm saying it's going to take real work. But like Truther Cop said, you stay in that positive mindset and keep momentum doing the things that you want, and you will get there.
There's no guarantee that you'll get there. But
Consistency will get you further than it won't.
yeah, I can agree to that. Yes.
Right, exactly. That's all I'm saying, man. That's what metaphysics is to me. Like TML here, he started a channel. I'm sure when it very first started, he didn't have as many people as he had now, but he's consistent every fucking Tuesday, Wednesday, and Saturday. So people keep showing up, and the people who like this type of content will keep showing up, and they know that there's a certain time they can show up. So if he keeps doing it for the rest of his life, he's probably going to have more people on here, unless there's some kind of World War or some shit, or all the electronics get turned off or EMP'd or something.
Or you just shout at him
if everything continues the way that it is, his show will grow because he's consistent. It's just consistency in the direction that you want to go. That's something I lack personally, but I see it in others, and it's inspiring for sure.
Oh, you obviously have it somewhat, but no, you have it a lot more than you're even letting on here. But we're all learning there.
Yeah. That's all. And I'm not hating on you, Hank. I just want to come up and figure it out. That's all. Every time we bring up metaphysics, you shoot it down like it's nothing. There's people with PhDs in this. There's people with degrees with this shit. I'm not one of them, but
There's people with PhDs and all kinds of silly crap.
go
It's in
debate
the
somebody with a
hospital that talks
PhD
about-
on it. Because I'm sure they could teach you something. It might help you, man.
Might.
It might. It might not. It all depends on what you want. What do you want?
I want my dick wet. How's the PhD going to help with that?
Well, get the fuck off the internet then.
So PhD will not help me with that. Okay, thank you.
I mean, someone with a PhD and like a successful person, if you meet them, you hang out with them, and then if they know some ladies and those ladies like you, it might. I don't know.
I know you don't know. That's the point.
But being on the internet isn't going to help you get your dick wet.
Well, it really depends on where I am on the internet and who I am on the internet. So
You really want, yeah. Touch bellies with me. Come on, Hank. Touch my belly. Nah, dude, for real. Like, if that's your true desire, that was the first thing you said, and you said that with a little hesitation, then go get that. You can do it. There's ladies out there. I highly doubt these internet ladies are going to come see you, though. Highly doubt it. They're mostly hermits. They don't get out of their house very much. Gotta,
yeah, I
like,
don't care about your opinion because you're not a lady.
take what Jay Dyer says. I have a lady. I'm having my third
Are you going to
child.
send her over to me?
No, fuck no.
Then I don't care about your opinion. It's irrelevant.
I'll fucking fight you, dude.
Go ahead.
Come at my lady like that.
Hank's too busy fighting his own logic over here, trying to make sense of
She
himself.
has my child in her stomach. Come on now, dude. What's wrong with you?
You know what's wrong with me.
No, I don't. I'm trying to figure it out, man.
Oh, okay.
Look within
If that's
to know
it,
what the
dude.
hell is wrong with him, let alone what's wrong with you, dude.
Exactly. Trying to figure it out, man. I don't like it because there's people that are out here trying to make their lives more positive, and you don't realize how your words can affect their reality. Because they do. That's your witchcraft, man. That's your metaphysics working against them. Like the dude the other night who's having a toy, and then in the physical universe.
Saying basically, they're saying, well, there was something